Hey, welcome to Sleep Crime Stories. Before we begin, let me ask, where are you watching from, and what time is it there? A quick comment and a subscribe go a long way, it really helps. Now, turn down the lights, and let's begin tonight's case. The daily news of crimes can sometimes be so cruel that it shakes even the strongest people. These shocking events make us question human behavior and morality. However, it's crucial to remember that such incidents are rare. Most people in society are peaceful. This story involves two individuals whose actions crossed cultural boundaries, resulting in the tragic deaths of two people. The incident happened in Sweden and highlighted ongoing societal issues. Saga, a 20-year-old woman, was 7 months pregnant at the time. She was in a 2-year relationship with Maga Mudan Ibrahim, whom she affectionately called Amin. He was the father of her unborn child, and the couple was eagerly awaiting their baby boy. According to doctors, the pregnancy was going smoothly, and Saga was thrilled to become a mother. She was preparing with excitement, decorating the baby's room, shopping for essentials, and doing exercises. Saga shared her joy on social media, posting pictures of her growing belly and the baby clothes she bought. Her mother, Melissa, often visited to support her. On December 28th, the day before the tragedy, Saga told Melissa that Amin would visit so they could talk. Their relationship had recently become tense, and Amin didn't visit as often. Respecting their privacy, Melissa chose not to interfere. Saga was a kind, bright, and well-mannered young woman who got along easily with others. She had many admirers because of her beauty, but dreamed of building a happy family. Melissa, however, had concerns about Amin. His Somali background introduced cultural differences, which Saga had mentioned caused problems in their relationship. Melissa was surprised and uneasy when she met Amin at her home, aware of the challenges Saga might face in the relationship. Despite the challenges in her relationship, Saga remained full of optimism and hope. She deeply loved Amin and worked hard to keep their bond strong, even though she felt hurt that he kept her a secret from his family. This caused frequent arguments between them. On the afternoon of April 29, 2023, Saga's mother, Melissa Delorg, visited her daughter's apartment in the city of U, located 100 kilometers from Stockholm. Melissa planned to help Saga with preparations for the baby's arrival and pick up some items. When she arrived, she was talking on the phone with her other daughter. She rang the doorbell but got no response. After several tries, she called and texted Saga, but there was still no answer. Melissa assumed Saga might have forgotten about the visit and gone out. Though this was unusual, Melissa had a spare key and decided to enter the apartment, not wanting to disturb the couple. As she approached the door, she noticed it was unlocked, which immediately raised alarm bells. Saga was always cautious, locking the door even for a quick trip to check the mail or use the laundry room. Entering the apartment, Melissa heard water running in the kitchen. She turned off the faucet and called out for her daughter, but there was no reply. Moving toward the living room where the lights were off, she noticed something strange. Turning on the light, she was met with a horrifying sight. Saga was lying on the floor, pale and motionless. Her hair covered her face, and a table lamp cord was tightly wrapped around her neck. To Melissa's shock, a heavy table had overturned, pressing down on Saga's throat. Melissa screamed in terror and rushed to her daughter. She managed to push the table away and remove the cord from Saga's neck. In a panic, she called an ambulance and tried to Saga with CPR. However, it was clear that her daughter's body was cold to the touch, indicating she had been dead for some time. Despite her efforts, Melissa was unable to bring her daughter back. The ambulance arrived quickly, but it was already too late. As expected, when the medics arrived, they could only confirm the deaths of the young woman and her unborn child. Police officers examined the apartment and Saga's body carefully. They found injuries on her head and face, with clotted blood tangled in her hair. While there were no clear signs of a struggle, some furniture was displaced and jewelry boxes lay overturned, their contents scattered across the floor. Interestingly, there were no indications of forced entry, leading detectives to initially consider the possibility of suicide. However, this theory was quickly dismissed. Investigations into Saga's phone data and conversations, along with insights from her family, made it clear that she had no mental health issues and was full of joy and anticipation for her baby. Suicide was entirely out of character for her. Forensic experts collected fingerprints and DNA samples from the scene, including traces found under Saga's nails and on the furniture. The autopsy revealed that Saga had died from strangulation, with her time of death estimated between 1 and 3 in the morning. Her unborn baby boy, weighing 1.7 kilograms, was found to be perfectly healthy, which only deepened the tragedy. Melissa, overwhelmed with grief and anger, demanded justice for her daughter and grandson. The horrifying event shocked Saga's family and friends, who struggled to believe that someone so close could commit such a brutal act. Saga had no connections to the criminal world, and her tragic death felt incomprehensible. Detectives immediately launched an investigation, starting with interviews of Saga's family members. Melissa shared that on April 28th, Saga had planned to meet some friends at a local restaurant, and Melissa had joined them as well. During the gathering, Melissa noticed her daughter was unusually anxious, constantly checking her phone. Saga appeared preoccupied and admitted she was waiting for a message from Amin. Saga confided in her mother that Amin was finally planning to introduce her to his family. However, he was deeply worried about how they would react to her pregnancy, especially since they were married. According to Saga, Amin was under immense pressure and seemed on the verge of a breakdown. Amin was deeply worried that his family, strict Somali Muslims with conservative beliefs, would not accept his relationship with Saga. Saga, on the other hand, was half Thai, half European, and a Swedish citizen with modern views. The cultural and religious differences between their families often led to tension. Amin, though raised in Europe and more progressive than his parents, still respected their traditions, which added to the strain. Like many of his fellow Hammerhammers, he smiled when he thought about it. After visiting the restaurant, Saga said goodbye to her mother and friends. They wished her well, not knowing it would be their last time seeing her alive. Detectives later discovered that Saga was killed after she returned home. Investigators theorized that Amin might have disclosed his relationship to his family, which could have provoked a violent reaction leading to the tragedy. Early in the investigation, Amin's family members were scrutinized. His mother's behavior raised suspicion as she was seen leaving her home late that evening. However, it was confirmed that she had only gone to the store and returned within 15 minutes. His best friend said no evidence linked her or any family members to the crime. Amin's mother had shown hostility toward him after learning about his relationship. The situation worsened when she found out that Amin's car had been parked near Saga's home. By then, his family had suspected he was seeing a Christian woman. Furious, his mother told Amin he was no longer welcome in their house, believing that family traditions warranted severing ties. Amin managed to convince her that he hadn't visited Saga, but it was a difficult conversation. Melissa revealed that tensions between Saga and Amin grew worse after Saga's pregnancy. There were rumors that Amin had pressured Saga to have an abortion, fearing his family's disapproval. However, Saga stood firm in her decision to keep the baby. She told her mother that if necessary, she was prepared to raise her child alone. This determination, paired with the joy she felt about becoming a mother, made the tragic events that followed even harder to comprehend. In October, Saga shared the news of her pregnancy with her family, who were overjoyed, just as she was. However, during this time, her relationship with Amin grew strained. Saga frequently expressed frustration over the cultural differences between them, feeling that without a change in Amin's perspective, their relationship couldn't last. Despite these challenges, things seemed to improve after a few months. Amin appeared to accept the pregnancy and even seemed happy about becoming a father. Saga decided to move into a larger apartment to accommodate her growing family. She began setting up a nursery and preparing for her baby's arrival. By March 2023, their relationship was still intact, though troubling incidents arose. One such incident involved a woman named Deanna, who approached Saga privately. Deanna claimed that Amin had tried to persuade her to attack Saga, suggesting she kick Saga in the stomach to induce a miscarriage. When confronted, Amin vehemently denied the accusation, calling it a lie. Melissa was aware of these unsettling events, which left her deeply concerned for her daughter. As the police pieced together the events leading to Saga's death, they found that on April 27th, Saga and Amin had planned to spend the evening together. However, Amin avoided her, claiming he was delayed at work. This behavior led Saga to issue an ultimatum. He had to tell his family about their relationship, her pregnancy, and her new apartment, or their relationship would end. The following day, April 28th, both Saga and Amin were busy with work, but kept in touch via messages. Melissa later noted that Saga seemed unusually anxious, likely due to the ongoing tensions with Amin. Police investigations into Saga's phone revealed that their conversation remained active until around 11 p.m. At 11:15 p.m., Amin messaged Saga, telling her he wouldn't tell his family about their relationship or the baby. He explained that his family's approval was more important to him than an extramarital child. Saga was clearly upset by his decision and tried to convince him otherwise. She reasoned that his family would eventually find out about the child, especially if they broke up, as she planned to seek financial support from him. Amin's last message to Saga indicated he was extremely anxious, claiming his heart felt like it might jump out of his chest. This was the final communication before Saga was killed. Detectives believed her persistence and the risk of her revealing their relationship to his family gave Amin a compelling motive for the attack. As the sole suspect in the case, Amin was brought in for questioning. The 22-year-old denied any involvement in Saga's death. He claimed that, on the night of the murder, he had gone to his family to confess his relationship with her. However, geolocation data proved this was false. He had in fact gone to Saga's apartment. Detectives initially withheld details about Saga's death during the interrogation to observe his reaction. Amin's demeanor was oddly calm, even lighthearted, as he joked with the officers. When they mentioned Saga's apartment address, he showed no reaction and acted as if he didn't recognize her. When informed that he was the main suspect, Amin became defensive. He insisted he had an alibi, claiming he was driving with a friend at the time of the murder. However, the friend, who had been talking to others on the phone, refused to support Amin's story. This rendered his alibi unreliable. Amin's narrative also became inconsistent. Initially, he claimed he hadn't seen Saga since the evening of December 27th. However, when questioned further, he admitted to visiting her apartment to discuss their relationship, and her insistence that he tell his parents about her and the baby. Saga had also urged Amin to move in with her, so they could start a family. Yet detectives confirmed that Amin had never spent a night at her new apartment, avoiding it out of fear his family might find out. Despite promising Saga he would move in, Amin repeatedly made excuses to delay. His inconsistent statements, contradictory actions, and suspicious behavior led investigators to arrest him. He was taken into custody while authorities continued to clarify the circumstances of Saga's death. Amin was held in custody for several months as the investigation progressed. Eventually, the prosecution gathered enough convincing evidence to secure a strong case against him. Following the evidence, specially trained dogs were used to identify and confirm traces linking Amin to the crime scene. While the defense argued that dogs were not a reliable source of evidence, this was only one piece of the broader case. The most compelling evidence came from DNA analysis. The results confirmed Amin's direct involvement in Saga's murder. Detectives demonstrated that he had strangled her using a lamp cord while she was asleep on sofa. However, Amin's actions didn't stop there. According to investigators, after strangling Saga, he dragged her to the floor and attempted to use a 30 kilograms table to harm her further. It appeared he intended to tip the table onto her stomach to end the pregnancy. Despite being injured in the struggle, Saga managed to protect her unborn child. Frustrated, Amin then placed the tabletop edge on Saga's throat, pinning her down. Unable to resist further, Saga suffocated under the weight of the table. The heavy object left a visible mark on her neck, corroborating the sequence of events reconstructed by forensic experts. After the murder, Amin staged the scene to resemble a robbery. Drawers were emptied and several household items were scattered. However, detectives found missing items in Amin's possession during subsequent searches. He claimed these were his belongings or gifts from friends, but the explanation didn't hold up under scrutiny. Additional evidence included traces of Amin's DNA under Saga's nails, indicating a struggle. Furthermore, forensic analysis revealed that Saga had engaged in sexual intercourse shortly before her death, which pointed to Amin as the likely partner. The prosecution argued that the staged robbery along with Amin's attempt to cover his tracks worsened the severity of his actions. Meanwhile, the defense's claims of a random robbery were undermined by the overwhelming evidence against him, further solidifying the case for the prosecution. Amin insisted that his physical intimacy with Saga had occurred by mutual consent and days before her death. However, the prosecution doubted his claims, given his history of deception throughout the investigation. Evidence from the crime scene and contradictory statements further undermined his credibility. One of the key pieces of evidence was the extensive presence of Amin's DNA in Saga's apartment, contradicting his initial claims that he had never been to her new address. Investigators also corroborated the testimony of Diana, who had warned Saga about Amin's attempts to harm her. Diana's statements were bolstered by alarming search history records on Amin's devices, including searches about whether a kick to a pregnant woman's stomach could harm an unborn child. This painted a clear picture of premeditation. The prosecution presented months of correspondence between Saga and Amin, highlighting their escalating discord since November 2022, primarily over her pregnancy. Saga's persistence in encouraging Amin to acknowledge their relationship to his family, as seen in their final conversations on April 28, placed mounting pressure on him. Amin's defenders argued that this pressure contributed to his mental state, but it did not absolve him of the heinous crime. The prosecution maintained that, instead of confessing to his family, Amin went to Saga's apartment, intending to confront her. The confrontation escalated into violence, driven by his fear of his parents' reaction and unwillingness to commit to a future with Saga and their child. The brutal manner in which he murdered her reflected cold-blooded premeditation. The defense attempted to argue that the DNA under Saga's nails could have been from earlier interactions, as the two were in a relationship. However, Saga's mother, Melissa, refuted this claim, pointing out her daughter's obsessive cleanliness, particularly during pregnancy. Melissa testified that Saga habitually showered shortly before bed and would never have gone unwashed for an extended period, making it highly improbable for old DNA to remain under her nails. The combination of Amin's lies, his incriminating search history, the confirmed testimony of Diana, and the forensic evidence ultimately painted a damning portrait of guilt, leaving little room for doubt about his involvement in the murder of Saga and their unborn child. From the evidence gathered, it became increasingly clear to detectives that Amin had carefully orchestrated his actions around the time of Saga's death. Forensic analysis confirmed that all DNA traces left on her body and belongings were fresh, having been deposited during the violent confrontation. This contradicted Amin's claims and further implicated him in the crime. Additionally, Amin's behavior after the murder raised significant suspicion. He immediately deleted Saga from his Snapchat and other social media accounts, erasing recent correspondence. Detectives easily recovered the deleted data, which added to the growing body of evidence against him. This attempt to sever ties and conceal his connection with Saga and the crime spoke volumes about his guilt. Geolocation records placed Amin near Saga's apartment building at around 8 p.m. on the night of the murder. He stayed in the vicinity, sending messages but not approaching or leaving, as if hesitating or waiting for the right moment. This period of inactivity suggested that he was mentally preparing himself for the attack or waiting for Saga to fall asleep. Between midnight and 2 a.m., the estimated time of the murder, Amin's phone activity abruptly ceased. Forensic evidence later revealed that this was the same time frame during which Saga and her unborn child were killed. During this period, Amin's phone was set to airplane mode, effectively silencing all incoming calls and messages. His friend Samir tried to contact him multiple times, but the calls were ignored. Cell tower records confirmed that Amin's phone was in the same residential complex where Saga lived, further contradicting his claim that he was at home with his parents during those hours. Amin's phone became active again at 2:16 a.m., coinciding with the conclusion of forensic experts regarding the time of Saga's death. This precise alignment further reinforced the timeline of events and Amin's involvement. Despite this mounting evidence, Amin's version of events continued to shift, further eroding his credibility. At one point, he admitted to being near Saga's apartment but denied entering it. At another, he claimed he had not seen her in days. Detectives and prosecutors used this web of lies, alongside forensic and digital evidence, to build a strong case against Amin. His inconsistent statements, coupled with the undeniable physical evidence, pointed to a calculated and deliberate act of murder. The defense's efforts to paint Amin as a devoted and conflicted partner were undermined by the growing mountain of evidence against him. During the trial, it was revealed that throughout his 2-year relationship with Saga, Amin had been unfaithful multiple times, engaging in intimate encounters with other women. This not only contradicted his claims of love and loyalty, but also cast significant doubt on his character and integrity. The prosecution leveraged these details to dismantle the image Amin's lawyer attempted to construct. Amin's fabricated story about a gang of robbers further eroded his credibility. His claim that a bag of money stored in Saga's apartment had motivated the alleged robbery was unsupported by any evidence. Investigators found no signs of forced entry at Saga's residence, and the lack of any significant cash sum reinforced the notion that Amin's story was a desperate attempt to deflect blame. The prosecution argued that the only plausible explanation was that Amin had been let into the apartment by Saga or used a key he possessed, an assertion consistent with the evidence. Despite spending 9 months in custody, Amin never confessed to the crime, maintaining his innocence throughout the investigation and trial. He admitted that he feared his family's reaction to his relationship with Saga, particularly the pregnancy, due to the stark cultural and religious differences between them. Amin's admission highlighted the pressure he felt, but it also underscored the prosecution's argument that this pressure could have driven him to commit the murder. The jury deliberated the evidence and arguments for several days, ultimately reaching a unanimous verdict on November 9, 2024. Maged Amin Ibrahim was found guilty of the premeditated murder of Saga and her unborn child. He was sentenced to life imprisonment, a punishment reflective of the gravity of his crime. Despite the conviction, Amin continued to insist on his innocence, claiming that he had loved Saga and their unborn child, and that he had no intention of harming them. However, his actions, coupled with the overwhelming evidence, painted a different picture. A young man who, consumed by fear of familial dishonor and societal judgment, committed a heinous act that ended 2 innocent lives. The case served as a stark reminder of the devastating consequences of cultural and familial pressures when combined with personal insecurities and a lack of accountability. Saga's family, while devastated by her loss, expressed hope that justice had been served and that her story would inspire others to prioritize love and respect over prejudice and fear. The defense, continuing to insist that Amin was not guilty, maintained the argument that Saga had become the victim of a random robbery. They asserted that they would appeal the verdict, seeking to secure Amin's freedom. The appeal was filed immediately following the court's decision, though the outcome of this legal struggle remained uncertain. Despite the conviction for the murder of Saga, no charges were filed for the death of her unborn child, which sparked outrage within Saga's family. They felt that the child's death had been completely disregarded, overshadowed by the focus on Saga's tragic end. The case quickly gained widespread attention from both the media and the public, igniting intense discussions about migrants, particularly those from Muslim sojourning countries arriving in Sweden. With an increasing number of migrants seeking asylum and a growing debate over integration, the murder became emblematic of the tensions surrounding cultural assimilation and the challenges posed by differing worldviews. Critics of the migrant influx pointed to the brutality of the crime as evidence of the difficulties migrants face in adapting to European societal norms, especially when entrenched religious and cultural beliefs come into conflict with the values of the host country. Some members of the public, however, voiced support for Amin, maintaining that the young man had never shown a tendency toward cruelty. His family continued to advocate for his innocence, convinced of his good character. They argued that Amin's actions were driven by an overwhelming fear of his conservative family's rejection, rather than any malice towards Saga or their unborn child. Despite this defense, the evidence against him remained irrefutable, leading to his conviction for the murder of both Saga and her child. Saga's family, devastated by the loss of their daughter and grandchild, found little comfort in the ongoing legal battle. They felt that the justice system had failed to address the full scope of the tragedy, especially regarding the loss of the unborn child. Nonetheless, the case had forced Sweden to confront difficult conversations about cultural clashes and the potential dangers of uncompromising traditionalism when juxtaposed with modern European values. In 2022, a young man named Bryce Brawl disappeared under strange circumstances, leaving only scattered clues and many unanswered questions. His girlfriend Cordelia's family was puzzled by what had happened, and her father, Michael Elix, seemed to know more than he let on. What started as a routine missing persons case quickly turned into a chilling tale of lies, revenge, and desperation. What really happened that fateful day? How deep does this mystery run? Stay with us as we uncover the truth buried beneath layers of deceit and suspicion. It was a cold day in a small Minnesota town, with mist blanketing the streets and a damp chill in the air. The usually quiet town of Center felt even more desolate. This was the last place Bryce was seen, leaving home to visit a storage unit with Cordelia's father, Michael. Cordelia had just returned to Minnesota after months of traveling across the country, hoping for a warm welcome and some peace. Instead, she found herself entangled in a series of unsettling events. Shortly after her return, she sensed something was off. Bryce had gone with her father to drop off some belongings at a storage unit, just a short walk from their home. The trip should have only taken 30 minutes, but as the hours passed, Bryce didn't come back. Cordelia's unease grew. She tried to distract herself by settling in and taking a shower, but the anxiety wouldn't fade. Later that day, Michael returned alone. He looked shaken and told Cordelia that Bryce had been taken at the storage facility. Michael explained that two dark gray cars had pulled up while they were there. People who seemed like officials got out, but they didn't show any identification or introduce themselves. According to Michael, everything happened so quickly that he couldn't ask questions or figure out what was going on. The strangers restrained Bryce, handcuffed him, and drove off. The cars were plain and unmarked, their headlights cutting through the evening gloom, leaving more questions than answers. The fog clouded Michael's memory, and he couldn't recall any details that might help identify who or what he had seen. His vague words left Cordelia shocked. Desperate for answers, she immediately tried calling Bryce, but his phone was off. She sent him messages, begging him to come back and explain what had happened, but he never replied. As each minute passed, Cordelia's worry grew stronger. By Friday, October 28th, after several days without any news, she went to the Crow Wing County Sheriff's Office and filed a missing person report. She didn't have much information to give the authorities except for Michael's confusing account. The police wasted no time and launched an investigation. Detectives reviewed all the messages Cordelia had sent Bryce on the night he disappeared. Her panic was clear in the texts, with each message showing her growing fear. Her distress seemed to strike a chord with the investigators. What started as a standard missing persons case quickly became something much darker and more complicated. Officers questioned Michael Elix, but his statements were inconsistent and left too many unanswered questions. This led to further interviews with him. Meanwhile, investigators visited the storage facility where Bryce was last seen. What they found there only made the situation more mysterious. There were drag marks, like something heavy had been moved, and other pieces of evidence that added a sinister feel to the story. The deeper the police dug into the case, the more unsettling the details became. Bryce Burrell's disappearance wasn't just a simple case anymore. It had turned into a troubling enigma filled with fear and uncertainty. Cordelia, who initially trusted her father's story, started to doubt him as everything around her became increasingly strange and incomprehensible. Michael Elix knew he would be the first person the police would question after Cordelia reported Bryce missing. He tried to mentally prepare himself for the inevitable. That Friday, October 28th, officers tracked Michael down at a family Halloween party in Brainerd. He agreed to return with them to the storage facility and provide a more detailed explanation of what had happened on the day Bryce vanished. Despite this, the story only grew more complex. Each new detail uncovered by the police seemed to raise even more questions. The truth felt increasingly out of reach. Michael recounted the events, trying to include every detail. He explained that he and Bryce had arrived at the storage unit in a white Ford Escape with a trailer to go through some belongings after the long road trip he and Cordelia had recently taken. The task took about 45 minutes, with Bryce sorting through his items to decide what to keep and what to throw away. Around 5:45 p.m., they were getting ready to leave when something unexpected happened. As they started pulling out of the storage unit, two dark gray vehicles blocked their path. Michael described the cars as having flashing lights, but not the kind used by regular patrol cars. Instead, they looked like the lights often seen on unmarked law enforcement vehicles. This immediately made Michael suspicious and questioned if the people inside were legitimate authorities. According to Michael, both he and Bryce were briefly detained by these unidentified individuals. Michael was taken back to his white Ford Escape, while Bryce was placed in a different vehicle, a dark gray SUV. Michael remembered the COV's interior as plain, except for a small computer mounted on the dashboard. During the encounter, Michael said it seemed highly organized, involving several people. Bryce appeared to understand that this wasn't a random situation. Before they were separated, Bryce thanked Michael for his help but didn't say anything else. Earlier that day, on the drive to the storage unit, the two men had barely spoken. When Michael asked Bryce about the road trip he and Cordelia had taken, Bryce had replied briefly, saying the drive was fine. Both men remained quiet and distant, showing little interest in starting a conversation. As detectives continued their investigation, they uncovered hints of tension within the family. Michael admitted that he felt uneasy around Bryce and was hesitant to spend time with him. This raised questions about why Michael had agreed to help Bryce with the storage unit in the first place, especially without Cordelia being there. Cordelia later explained that she had stayed home that day because she was too exhausted from the long road trip and needed to rest. From Michael's perspective, the trip to the storage unit had been routine until it was interrupted by the strange and unsettling encounter. He speculated that the events might be tied to some kind of trouble Bryce had gotten himself into, especially since Bryce had just returned to town after a lengthy road trip across the United States. Michael wasn't convinced. The mention of Arizona nagged at him. It was too specific to ignore. He pressed Cordelia further, asking why Bryce would be connected to Arizona or why it was relevant to his sudden disappearance. Cordelia hesitated, her eyes darting away as she stammered that it was nothing, just a passing mention. But Michael noticed the tremor in her voice and the way her hands fidgeted nervously. "You're hiding something," Michael said gently but firmly. "Cordelia, if you know anything about this, you have to tell me. This isn't just about Bryce, it could be about your safety too." Cordelia froze for a moment before lowering her gaze. "Complicated," she muttered. Michael's patience was wearing thin, but he resisted the urge to raise his voice. "I don't care how complicated it is. Tell me what's going on." Finally, Cordelia relented. "There was someone we met on the road in Arizona, Bryce got involved." She began hesitantly. Involved in what? Michael asked, his heart sinking as he prepared for the worst. She shook her head. "I don't know everything, Dad. It was just supposed to be a simple deal. Some guy approached Bryce when we were at a diner, said he needed someone to deliver a package. Bryce thought it would be easy money. We were running low on cash and I didn't think it was a big deal." Michael felt his stomach twist. "What kind of package?" Cordelia's voice dropped to a whisper. "I don't know. He wouldn't tell me and Bryce wouldn't let me see it. He just said it wasn't a big deal, that we'd drop it off and be done with it. But after that, things started happening. People started following us, leaving notes on the car. Bryce said he could handle it, but I was scared. That I wanted to come home, but he insisted we finish the trip." Michael's mind raced. "And when you came home early, was it because of this?" Cordelia nodded slowly. "Something happened. Bryce didn't tell me everything, but he said we had to leave right away." He looked terrified. Michael's instincts told him they were in over their heads. If Bryce had gotten tangled up in something illegal, It could explain his disappearance. But there was still so much Cordelia wasn't saying or didn't know. Did you ever see the man again? The one who gave Bryce the package? Cordelia shook her head. No, but Bryce got a call from someone after we got home. I don't know who it was, but after that he started acting even stranger. Michael exhaled, his mind piecing together fragments of a puzzle that still didn't make sense. Whoever Bryce had gotten involved with, it wasn't over. Okay, Michael said, trying to steady his voice. We're gonna figure this out. But you have to tell me everything, Cordelia. No more hiding things, no matter how bad they seem. Cordelia nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. As Michael embraced his daughter, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were both standing at the edge of something far darker than they had imagined. And for Bryce, wherever he was, time might be running out. Michael's mind raced as he processed Cordelia's revelation. Washington, what were you doing there? Cordelia hesitated, her hands fidgeting nervously. Bryce wanted to meet someone there, she said. He said it was important, something about tying up loose ends. I didn't ask too many questions because, well, he wasn't in the mood to explain. Do you remember where in Washington, who he was meeting? Michael pressed, his voice tight with concern. I don't know exactly, Cordelia admitted. It was somewhere near Seattle. The guy seemed off. Bryce called him Jack, but I don't think that was his real name. Michael leaned forward, trying to piece together the fragments of information. Did you meet this Jack? What did he want? Cordelia nodded reluctantly. I saw him once. He was older, maybe in his late 40s or 50s. He gave Bryce something, a small package. Bryce told me to wait in the car while they talked. He didn't want me involved. Did Bryce ever tell you what was in the package? Michael asked. No, Cordelia said, her voice trembling. But after that meeting, Bryce started acting even more paranoid. He kept checking his phone, looking over his shoulder, and talking about people following us. Michael's heart sank. Whatever Bryce had gotten involved in, it was serious. He realized that his daughter might be in more danger than she realized. Did Bryce ever say why he was so worried? Or what these people wanted? Cordelia shook her head. Not really. He just said that we needed to lay low and stay out of sight for a while. Michael stood up and began pacing the room. Cordelia, this is bigger than just Bryce disappearing. If he was involved with dangerous people, they might come after you too. We need to go to the police and tell them everything you know. Cordelia's eyes widened in fear. No, we can't do that, Dad. Bryce said they would kill us if we talked to anyone. Michael stopped in his tracks, his chest tightening. He knelt in front of his daughter, gripping her shoulders gently. Listen to me, Cordelia. Keeping quiet isn't going to protect you. If these people are as dangerous as Bryce thought, they won't stop just because you stay silent. We need help. Cordelia hesitated, tears streaming down her face. I'm scared, Dad. I don't know what to do. Michael pulled her into a tight embrace. We'll figure this out together. But I need you to trust me. Okay? We'll find a way to keep you safe. As he held his daughter, Michael resolved to get to the bottom of the mystery, no matter the cost. Bryce's disappearance was just the beginning. Whatever secrets had been buried during their travels, Michael was determined to uncover them before it was too late. The tension was palpable as the investigation progressed. Michael, though cooperative, found himself increasingly under scrutiny. Investigators began to notice inconsistencies in his timeline, which only added to the air of suspicion surrounding the case. Cordelia, for her part, seemed trapped in a web of fear and loyalty. She admitted to the controlling nature of her relationship with Bryce, but still appeared reluctant to speak ill of him outright. Her hesitance frustrated both her father and the authorities. I don't understand, Michael confided to the lead detective one evening. I just want to help my daughter, but she's hiding something. Bryce's disappearance feels like a piece of a much larger puzzle. The detective nodded. That's what we're trying to figure out, Mr. Howard. But we need complete transparency from everyone involved. A new development. Just when it seemed the case had stalled, the police received a tip from a motel owner in Flagstaff, Arizona. The owner recognized Bryce and Cordelia from a photo circulated by investigators. He claimed they had stayed there for 3 nights about 2 weeks prior to Bryce's disappearance. The motel records confirmed that they had checked in under fake names and paid in cash. Surveillance footage showed Bryce frequently leaving their room late at night, sometimes returning with small packages. When confronted with this information, Cordelia broke down. Bryce was in trouble, she admitted tearfully. He owed money to people, dangerous people. That's why we were in Arizona. He said he needed to settle a debt. Debt? For what? Michael asked, his voice trembling. I don't know exactly, Cordelia replied, but he was desperate. He said if he didn't pay, they'd come after us. The revelation sent chills through Michael. It confirmed his worst fears that Bryce's disappearance was tied to something criminal. The missing phones. Investigators focused on tracking down Bryce's and Cordelia's phones, hoping they held vital information. After days of searching, they located one of Bryce's smartphones at a porn shop in Flagstaff. The device had been wiped clean, but forensic experts managed to recover fragments of data. Among the recovered messages was an exchange with a contact saved as J. The messages were cryptic, but hinted at a deal gone wrong. Phrases like running out of time and they want more than we agreed painted a grim picture. The storage unit. Attention shifted back to the storage unit where Bryce was last seen. A thorough search revealed a hidden compartment in one of the walls. Inside, police found a burner phone and a small stash of cash. The burner phone contained a single unsent message. I'm out. Can't do this anymore. If you come near her, I'll make sure everyone knows. The message was time-stamped just hours before Bryce's disappearance. The unraveling. As the pieces of the puzzle came together, a troubling narrative emerged. Bryce appeared to be entangled in a smuggling operation, likely involving drugs or illegal goods. His sudden disappearance suggested he had either tried to back out of the arrangement or had been silenced. Cordelia, despite her loyalty to Bryce, seemed to be an unwitting accomplice. Her fear and evasiveness made sense in light of the danger they were in. Michael, meanwhile, remained determined to protect his daughter. But as he reflected on the events leading up to Bryce's disappearance, he couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was still missing from the story. The deeper the investigation went, the more it revealed the entangled history between the Elix family and the tragic events surrounding Bryce and Cordelia. As authorities unraveled more details, it became clear that the relationship between father and daughter had a significant impact on the unfolding situation. Family dynamics and tensions. Michael's tight control over Cordelia's life was a growing point of concern. His mistrust of her choices, and especially his dislike for Bryce, painted a clearer picture of why Cordelia had been so eager to escape on her cross-country trip. While it had initially seemed like an innocent adventure, it was clear that the road trip served as an escape from the mounting pressures and tension at home. Cordelia's family dynamics were complex. Her mother's battle with Huntington's disease, combined with the challenges faced by her younger sibling, had created an already volatile household. But Michael's behavior, specifically his relentless pressure on Cordelia, had pushed her further away. Hiring a private investigator to follow her ex-boyfriend was just one example of the lengths Michael went to, showing how deep his mistrust ran. Investigators began to suspect that Michael's influence over his daughter had more to do with the conflict than Cordelia was willing to admit. She had wanted to break free, but in doing so, she had connected herself to Bryce, whose own life was full of uncertainties and struggles. Michael's admission it wasn't until investigators confronted Michael about Bryce's phone that the truth started to come out. Initially, Michael denied any involvement with the phone, claiming he had never handled it. But after further questioning, he admitted that he had taken the phone from the car and disposed of it in a gas station trash bin in Brainerd the same evening Bryce disappeared. His reasoning was that he wanted to protect Cordelia from being tracked by whoever was behind Bryce's disappearance. The admission was a significant moment in the investigation. Michael had gone to great lengths to shield his daughter from what he believed was an even darker situation. But the authorities now wondered, was he protecting her? Or was he concealing something more troubling? Bryce the Dreamer with a hidden life. Bryce Bruegel's background also added more layers to the investigation. Born in Brainerd in 1999, Bryce had always been a dreamer. At 23, he had aspirations of building a homestead in Alaska, hoping to live off the land and create a self-sufficient life. His relationship with Cordelia had started in February 2022, and the two had bonded over their shared love for adventure and the outdoors. Their trip across the country had been meant to give them the freedom they longed for, but as the investigation revealed, their relationship wasn't as idyllic as it seemed. While Bryce had envisioned a simple life, free of the constraints of society, he was also entangled in a world of danger and secrecy. His ties to people who could be dangerous were becoming clearer, and it appeared that his disappearance wasn't an accident. It was part of a larger, more sinister story. The search for truth as Michael's actions and the details of Cordelia's life began to surface. It became evident that there were more questions than answers. Was Michael's overbearing control over his daughter a catalyst for her getting involved with Bryce? Or had something darker been happening between them during their travels? Was Bryce's disappearance truly the result of a criminal operation, or was it an elaborate ruse to disappear under the radar? As Cordelia clung to Bryce despite everything, the true nature of their relationship and the secrets they had been hiding began to emerge. And with each new piece of information, the authorities were no closer to understanding whether Bryce had been taken, or whether he had simply vanished on his own accord. As investigators dug deeper into Michael's past, his history with the law became an unsettling part of the investigation. His previous legal issues raised questions about his behavior and mindset. The revelation that Michael had been convicted of a crime involving a mentally incapacitated adult in 2018 raised doubts about his motivations and his sense of control in sensitive situations. This new information painted a complicated picture of Michael as a man with a troubled past and a tendency to act out of fear or anger. Despite Michael's attempts to explain his actions, his conflicting statements and inconsistencies had investigators questioning whether his motives were purely protective, or whether there was more to his involvement in Bryce's disappearance than he was letting on. Michael's anguish and helplessness were real, but his desire to protect his daughter might have clouded his judgment, leading him to make decisions that only complicated the investigation further. The strained relationship between Cordelia and Bryce was also critical in understanding what had happened. Michael's suspicions about Bryce's controlling behavior were not unfounded. He had witnessed firsthand how Bryce seemed to dominate every aspect of Cordelia's life, from monitoring her phone activity to manipulating her emotions. Michael had seen his daughter become increasingly withdrawn and submissive, which triggered his desire to intervene. However, his intervention, at least as far as investigators were concerned, seemed to have crossed a line between protection and control. As investigators continued to piece together the story, they found themselves questioning not only the events surrounding Bryce's disappearance, but also Michael's role in the family's turmoil. His background, his strained relationship with his daughter, and his increasingly erratic actions were beginning to paint a picture of a man who might have had more to do with the situation than he was willing to admit. Cordelia, for her part, remained conflicted and torn. On one hand, she loved Bryce and seemed to feel deeply connected to him, but on the other, she had witnessed the destructive dynamics of their relationship and felt trapped between the man she loved and her protective father. She found herself caught in a web of guilt, fear, and confusion, unsure of who to trust or what actions to take. But the more he spoke, the more his words seemed to raise doubts about his true role in the events surrounding Bryce's disappearance. Michael's repeated insistence on protecting his family and his strong emotions about Bryce's behavior added layers to the investigation. Despite passing the polygraph tests, investigators remained skeptical, knowing that polygraphs were not definitive proof of innocence. Michael's credibility was now under scrutiny, not just because of his personal history, but also because of his contradictory statements and behavior. The tense atmosphere during the interrogations was palpable. Michael's frustration grew as the investigators pressed him for answers, but he held his ground. He argued that while he had been angry with Bryce, his actions had never been meant to harm him. However, his words were sometimes at odds with the actions he had taken. Throwing away Bryce's phone and expressing a desire to scare him off were not the actions of a passive bystander. These inconsistencies painted a picture of someone who might have been acting out of fear, but also out of a desire to control the situation. The fact that Michael had confronted Bryce multiple times about the bruises on Cordelia's face added to the complexity. He claimed that he had warned Bryce that any further harm to his daughter would result in consequences. But was this really an act of protection, Or was it driven by something deeper, like a need for control over Cordelia's choices? Investigators were not convinced by Michael's explanations, especially since he kept referring to Bryce in the past tense, as if he had already accepted Bryce's disappearance as a fait accompli. His continued focus on his daughter's relationship with Bryce was not lost on the investigators, who now had to consider whether Michael was involved in a more direct way than he had let on. Michael Ilich's controlling relationship with his daughter Cordelia and his growing mistrust of her boyfriend, Bryce Bogle, set the stage for a tragic and violent crime. Concern for Cordelia's well-being and fueled by suspicions of abuse, Michael's protective instincts transformed into frustration and anger. This led him to confront Bryce at his storage unit, where an argument turned fatal. Michael shot Bryce in the back of the head, claiming it was an impulsive act to protect his daughter. However, the evidence painted a darker picture. Investigators uncovered forensic evidence and testimony revealing a premeditated plan. Michael had previously threatened Bryce and told others he intended to kill him. A bleach bottle found in the storage unit contained both Bryce's and Michael's DNA, while a sled used to move Bryce's body was discovered with traces of blood. Phone records showed Michael's movements from the storage unit to a remote area near Edward Lake, where Bryce's body was eventually found buried. Despite Michael's claims of acting out of fear for Cordelia's safety, the jury found him guilty of first-degree murder. Testimonies revealed Michael's long-standing animosity toward Bryce and his belief that killing him was the only way to protect Cordelia, even though she denied any abuse. In April 2024, Michael was sentenced to life in prison without parole. The case highlights the destructive power of fear, mistrust, and unresolved conflict, which led to the loss of a young man's life and the irreversible fracture of a family. It serves as a sobering reminder of the importance of addressing concerns through understanding and open communication, rather than resorting to violence. Financial struggles can happen to anyone. Some people are able to overcome their difficulties quickly, while others might struggle for years. How someone handles these challenges is really important. Some people work hard, earning money through honest jobs, while others turn to crime for a fast way out. There's also a third group of people who choose to create controversial adult content, hoping to make a lot of money. While this kind of work isn't illegal, people in this industry, especially actresses, often face harsh criticism and judgment from society. Still, the promise of quick wealth and fame can sometimes make people overlook their moral values. Many of these individuals now work from home, setting up studios and doing live broadcasts. However, it's important to remember the serious emotional toll this work can have, often leading to heartbreaking consequences. The story of Carol Maley, a young mother and film actress, is a sad example of what can happen when someone chases fame and money in this industry. Carol didn't see her work as immoral. She was just trying to gain financial independence, planning to retire once she had enough to support herself and her young son. Sadly, she was never able to leave the industry, and her once admired body was tragically found dismembered on a rocky cliff. Let's take a closer look at Carol's early life. Carol Nicole Maley was born on September 19, 1995, in a small Italian province. She was the only child of her parents, Fabio and Josephine. Carol had Italian roots from her mother and Dutch heritage from her father. When she was just 4 years old, her parents divorced. She stayed with her mother while her father moved back to the Netherlands, remarried, and had more children. Josephine decided to stay in Italy and raise Carol on her own, as her ex-husband provided little support. They lived in a small town called Sesto Kenda in the province of Vai. Josephine worked several jobs to give Carol the best education and a better future. Carol grew up to be a beautiful, kind, and sociable young woman with many friends. She easily connected with people and had a natural charm. As a schoolgirl, she was very active, participating in sports, especially horseback riding, and also attended a dance studio. Carol was fluent in 3 languages, loved traveling across Europe, and enjoyed reading, allowing her to engage in conversations on almost any topic. As a teenager, she blossomed into a true beauty with a slim, feminine figure, attracting many admirers. She loved being the center of attention. After finishing school, Carol decided to pursue higher education and enrolled in a technical university to study industrial design, arts, and fashion. She quickly became one of the top students in her class, excelling in her studies. However, her life took an unexpected turn during her freshman year, an unexpected pregnancy. In 2020, when Carol was 20 years old, she developed a romantic relationship with a young man, a year older than her, who was studying architecture and design. In the fall of that year, Carol discovered that she was pregnant. The news shocked both her and the father, as they were both still students and unprepared for this life-changing event. Despite the surprise, Carol made the firm decision to keep the baby. In 2016, she and her boyfriend had a son, and their lives changed dramatically. They both had to leave school because they couldn't afford to support themselves and their newborn. They decided to move to Verona, hoping to find better opportunities to earn a living and take care of their new family. Carol took a job as a sales consultant at a large cosmetics and perfume retail chain. Shortly after their son turned 1, her boyfriend worked on various projects from home while also taking care of their child. New love in mid-2019. Carol unexpectedly fell in love with another man named Angelo. They started a passionate affair, secretly meeting for about 6 months. The couple rented hotel rooms, exchanged messages late at night, and tried to spend every free moment together. However, just before the new year, the father of Carol's child found out about the affair. Feeling betrayed, he decided to end his relationship with Carol, leaving her to face the consequences of her actions. Maylee believed that breaking up with her boyfriend was for the best, especially since she had already planned to leave him for her new boyfriend, Angelo. However, a new problem quickly arose. Angelo lived with his parents, and Carol couldn't move there with her child from her previous relationship. They decided to rent an apartment together. But then the coronavirus pandemic hit, and the young couple found themselves jobless and unable to afford their own place. In the end, Carol moved into Angelo's parents' house. She made the difficult decision to leave her 4-year-old son with his biological father temporarily, hoping the situation would improve so she could bring him to live with her. Unfortunately, things continued to worsen as a widespread self-isolation order was put in place. Everyone was confined to their homes, and Carol faced severe financial struggles during this challenging time. Angelo and his parents did their best to support her, but Carol could not contribute financially to her son's care. To make matters worse, Carol's mother was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, and her condition worsened quickly. The medical costs for her mother's treatment added to Carol's financial burdens. Faced with this difficult situation, Carol realized she needed to find a way to earn money from home, an unexpected source of income. During the lockdown, Carol desperately searched for ways to support her son and her sick mother. She considered using social media and her YouTube channel, sharing her life during isolation and the struggles she was facing. However, her content didn't gain much attention, though her striking appearance did attract some attention. She received compliments from viewers and even some inappropriate proposals in the comments section. One subscriber suggested she try the platform OnlyFans, pointing out that her looks would be appreciated there and she could make money quickly. Carol, feeling desperate, decided to follow the advice. She created an account under the pseudonym Charlotte Angel and began posting revealing content, including intimate photos and short videos. It didn't take long for her to gather a significant following who were willing to pay for her content. This unexpected turn marked the beginning of Carol's new path. Carol quickly began earning well, but she kept the details of how she was making money hidden from her boyfriend and close relatives. She didn't share what she was doing or how much she was being paid. As time went on, her content became more explicit and sophisticated as she worked hard to please her fans. Surprisingly, Carol found that she enjoyed this line of work and became increasingly comfortable with it. She managed to keep her job a secret for about 6 months, but eventually someone she knew discovered her OnlyFans account. Rumors spread quickly and soon everyone knew how she was making a living. Carol wasn't too upset by the gossip. She even tried to defend her choice, claiming that her work was a form of art that brought in good money and fulfilled her needs. However, the conservative views of many in her community, especially in Italy, led to people judging her harshly. Friends and family members gradually distanced themselves, believing that her work was immoral and that associating with her could damage their own reputations. Carol saw this as prejudice and was confident that she would succeed. She believed that she would become wealthy and famous, eventually rising to the status of a well-known adult film star. As her popularity grew, adult film studios began to take serious interest in her. Several directors approached Carol with offers to star in their films, and she eagerly agreed. She participated in group shoots and public performances. When her boyfriend Angelo found out about her work, he was shocked. He had always believed Carol was working remotely as a designer, occasionally going to an office. He felt confused and didn't know how to respond, as he hadn't planned on breaking up with her. However, when his parents learned about the situation, they insisted he end the relationship immediately, fearing that her actions would ruin their family's reputation. By this time, Carol had earned enough money to rent her own apartment. Her OnlyFans account was thriving, and she was receiving regular offers from adult film directors. Her fees for shooting films were increasing as well. In interviews, Carol mentioned that she didn't plan to continue in the adult industry forever. She intended to finish her education and pursue a career as a model. But for the moment, she was enjoying her work and was being well compensated for it. Despite her success, Carol often spoke about the constant moral pressure from those around her. The judgments and attempts to shame her caused emotional stress and psychological trauma. She defended her choices, calling her work art and advocating for every woman's right to choose their own profession without fear of judgment. At 25, Carol began a new chapter in her life. She entered into a relationship with a new partner, someone who took on a dominant role in her life, further complicating her emotional and personal journey. Carol decided to leave her adult film career and work briefly as a sales consultant at a perfume boutique. However, her new path changed when she met 42-year-old banker David Fontana, a photographer specializing in nude styles. They connected online, and their initial meeting sparked a mutual attraction. Though married, David pursued a relationship with Carol, blending their romance with explicit photo sessions. David learned of Carol's past and encouraged her return to adult films, citing her talent. In March 2021, he divorced his wife to live with Carol, supporting her career and co-producing content for OnlyFans, taking a share of the profits. Carol's popularity soared, attracting offers from international studios. While David was jealous in daily life, he treated her work as professional, which she appreciated. Complications arose when Carol's ex, Angelo, reached out, expressing a desire to reconcile. Though Carol declined, they stayed in touch, angering David. His jealousy escalated to threats and an alleged car arson against Angelo. While a restraining order was issued, lack of evidence spared David legal consequences. Carol's career thrived as she traveled internationally, amassing over 30,000 subscribers on OnlyFans. She saved diligently, hoping to buy a home and reunite with her son. Here, Carol planned to leave the adult film industry, find a new job, and focus on raising her son. Meanwhile, she started making custom videos based on fan scripts, which became a lucrative venture. David Fontana continued assisting her with filming and editing, and they still shared a home and profits. In September 2021, Carol met actor Salvatore Galdo on a film set. Their on-screen partnership evolved into a secret romantic relationship. Fearing David's reaction, Carol waited for the right moment to end things with him. By year's end, Salvatore proposed with an engagement ring, and Carol joyfully accepted. Having saved enough money, she bought a home and planned to move in with her son and Salvatore. When she finally told David, he surprisingly accepted the news calmly. They agreed to complete their unfinished, prepaid projects before parting ways for good. The disappearance of Carol in early 2022, Carol vanished. She stopped appearing in films, ceased online streams, and cut communication with colleagues. Most assumed she had quietly exited the industry, as she had planned. However, her disappearance concerned her friends and fiancé. Carol ignored calls but responded to messages, claiming she was fine and needed time to herself. She told Salvatore she had contracted COVID-19 and was self-isolating. This explanation seemed to satisfy him, and no alarms were raised. Her sudden withdrawal from her career and life left everyone puzzled, and the true story of her disappearance remained a mystery. Carol's social media activity became sporadic after her disappearance, with occasional posts and brief interactions. Her last updates included photos from a seaside vacation, shared without informing anyone. Gruesome discovery on March 20, 2022. A passerby near Borno, Italy, noticed black trash bags on a rocky cliffside. Assuming it was discarded garbage, he approached and was horrified to see human fingers protruding from a torn bag. Police arrived to find 4 bags containing a dismembered body divided into 18 parts. Forensic analysis revealed it was a young woman who had died 2 months earlier, and the remains had been frozen before disposal. The body was intentionally mutilated to delay identification. Skin from areas likely covered by tattoos was burned, cut, or doused in acid. Despite this, fragments of the tattoos remained. Investigators matched these pieces to databases but found no local missing person reports fitting the description, raising suspicions that the victim was not from the area. Identification breakthrough: a news broadcast about the unidentified body prompted a response. An adult film actress contacted the police, recognizing the tattoos as belonging to her colleague Carol. This connection shocked the industry and confirmed that the victim was the once popular actress who had mysteriously vanished months earlier. The actress who identified the body explained that the deceased worked under the stage name Charlotte but didn't know her real name. This clue was critical. Once police had a clearer picture of the victim's life, they were able to confirm her real name and identity. Suspicious fiancé: when Carol's identity was revealed, it became public knowledge that she had recently gotten engaged to her colleague, Salvatore Goldo, shortly before disappearing. Strangely, Salvatore had never reported her missing, making him the first suspect. He was detained for questioning. Salvatore appeared devastated by the news of Carol's death and was confused about why he was accused. He provided messages and social media interactions as proof that he had been in contact with her even after her disappearance. According to him, Carol had told him she was isolating after contracting COVID-19, which is why he hadn't visited her. When asked why he didn't call to check on her or help during her illness, Salvatore claimed he had spoken to David Fontana, who assured him he was taking care of her. His story seemed fragmented and unconvincing, but it pointed police to a second suspect. David Fontana's involvement. Police didn't need to look far for David, as he showed up at the station the next day to report someone missing. He seemed unaware that Carol's body had been discovered and identified. When he realized she had been found and the investigation was underway, he panicked. David's nerves betrayed him. His story was inconsistent, and he contradicted himself repeatedly. He claimed that he and Carol had been very close but hadn't seen each other in months. When asked why he was only now reporting her missing, he had no explanation. The truth comes out. Under pressure from investigators, David finally confessed. He claimed Carol's death had been an accident. In early January, David and Carol were filming extreme content for a client who had paid a large sum of money. The script required David to tie her up, tape her mouth shut, put a bag over her head, and pretend to brutally beat and torture her with various tools, including a hammer. They had agreed he wouldn't actually harm her, and she would act as if she were in extreme pain. However, during the session, David claimed he misjudged a hammer blow and accidentally fractured her skull. When he removed the bag from her head, he saw that she was in her death throes. Instead of calling for help, he said he mercifully ended her suffering with another hammer blow. Panicked, David dismembered the body and stored the remains in a freezer for over 2 months before deciding to dispose of them. Piecing together the truth, the investigation uncovered a disturbing twist. The so-called client was actually David himself, using a fake account to lure Carol into the session. Investigators believe he planned the entire scenario as revenge after Carol decided to leave him. During the session, David forced Carol to reveal the password to her phone, which he claimed was part of the script. On January 11th, around 9 p.m., he delivered the fatal blow. The following day, he used Carol's credit card to buy a large freezer, as well as a saw and an axe from a hardware store. David then dismembered the body and made deliberate efforts to prevent identification. He removed tattoos by cutting off sections of skin and disfigured other parts of her body to obscure any identifying features. David wasn't done with his attempts to erase evidence. He tried to burn, shred, and completely destroy the remaining pieces of Carol's tattoos and any identifiable features. He then placed the body parts into bags and stored them in the freezer for over 2 months. During this time, David pretended Carol was alive. He communicated with her family and friends through her accounts and managed her social media, posting updates to create the illusion that she was fine. By late March, David believed enough time had passed, and it was safe to dispose of the remains. He took the bags to a remote cliffside, hoping they would either never be found or decompose to the point of being unidentifiable. However, his plan failed. Just 2 days later, the body was discovered, and police tracked him down within a week. Trial and verdict. One of the most shocking aspects of the case was that, for nearly 3 months, no one had reported Carol missing. Her family, friends, and even her fiancé accepted the social media posts as proof she was alive. Even Salvatore, her fiancé, believed her claims of being sick and isolating, never visiting or raising the alarm. If anyone had reported her missing earlier, the police could have tracked her phone, which was with David the entire time, and solved the case sooner. At the trial, Fontana claimed he deeply regretted his actions and insisted that he loved Carol. He said her death was accidental, and that he had even considered ending his own life afterward because of the grief. However, his explanation was seen as hollow and insincere, especially since he had planned the entire situation, including commissioning the violent video. On June 12, 2023, the court found Fontana guilty of manslaughter. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison and ordered to pay compensation of $200,000 to Carol's son, $100,000 to her mother, and $50,000 to the father of her child. Surprisingly, the court did not classify the killing as particularly cruel, and the dismemberment of the body was not treated as an aggravating factor. This means Fontana could potentially become eligible for parole in the future. Have you ever thought about how life can turn into a nightmare in just a moment? One decision, one accident, and everything you know and love can vanish. Let me tell you a story that started as a normal day but ended in a way no one could have imagined. Picture this. It's 3 a.m. and the doorbell rings. You get up, thinking it's a neighbor or maybe a courier at the wrong address. But standing at the door is the man you thought was gone from your life forever. His eyes burn with anger. His fists are clenched and the air feels heavy with tension. What do? Scream, run, or freeze, realizing this could be your last mistake. Exercise. That's how the story began for Alina Shackett. One day she decided love shouldn't hurt anymore. She left it all behind. But he came back. And what happened next shocked not just Alina but everyone who knew her. Alina Shackett was born in Russia in 1997. When she was 7, her family moved to Pennsylvania in the United States. From a young age, Alina was curious and active. She quickly learned English and developed a passion for art and science. At school she was seen as talented and determined, always working toward her goals. She was also known for her kindness, often helping classmates and taking part in charity events. After high school, Alina went to the University of Pittsburgh to study biology. She dreamed of becoming a doctor, which motivated her to work hard. Her peers described her as a bright and cheerful person, always ready to help and offer advice. Alina's sense of justice and her warm personality made her stand out. Her family, especially her parents Ellie and Ian, were her biggest supporters. As an only child, Alina was the center of their world. They shared a strong bond, spending time traveling and encouraging her dreams. But in October 2017, something happened that the Shackett family could never have prepared for. Ellie and Ian were used to Alina's constant calls and texts, but soon their world turned upside down. Their daughter was always in touch, especially when they had plans together. But on this day, the silence in their home felt ominous. Alina had vanished without a trace, even on the morning before an important event that usually brought them together, the charity marathon they participated in every year. This breast cancer campaign was close to their hearts and Alina was always at the center of it. Her care for others was genuine, as though she drew strength from helping people, almost as if she was shielding her family from the dangers of the outside world. But that morning, she didn't show up. There were no messages, no missed calls. Nothing. Every minute felt like an eternity. Ellie kept scrolling through her phone, the growing anxiety tightening its grip on her. Ian, sitting behind the wheel, tried to stay calm, but his fixed gaze and trembling hands betrayed his rising fear. The car felt like it was crawling, even though they were rushing to the University of Pittsburgh campus where Alina lived. What should have been a quick 30-minute drive stretched endlessly, their minds racing with worry. When they arrived, Ellie rushed to Alina's apartment, leaving Ian and their dog in the car. Her heart pounded so hard it felt like it might break free from her chest. Her hands shook as she pressed the doorbell. Each second of waiting felt unbearable, an eternity filled with dread. The silence inside the apartment was oppressive, the kind that makes the walls feel like they're closing in. Ellie and Ian stood on the doorstep, frozen in fear. There was no warmth, no sound of life, just a chilling emptiness that only deepened their unanswered questions. It felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill, holding its breath in anticipation of something terrible. Even the air seemed heavier, pressing down on them. Desperate, Ellie pulled out her phone one last time to call Alina. Each ring echoed loudly in her heart, filling the silence with unbearable tension. Each unanswered ring felt like a thread of hope snapping, leaving Ellie and Ian more desperate with every passing second. No one could have imagined that a day starting so normally would turn into the worst nightmare for the Sharkey family. Just minutes earlier, Ellie had been frantically trying to contact her daughter. Now, she stood outside Alina's locked door, her fists pounding on the wood. The sound echoed through the empty house, but there was no response. She called out Alina's name, her voice trembling and rising to a shout, but silence was the only reply. Ellie's panic grew as the reality of the situation began to sink in. Something was terribly wrong. She screamed for Ian, her voice laced with terror. Ian ran to her, fear giving him a surge of strength. He knew every second was precious, each moment stretching into unbearable emptiness. Ian began hitting the door with all his might. Each blow deepened the sense of impending doom until, finally, the door gave way with a sharp crack, revealing a scene that neither of them was prepared for. Zach, Alina's neighbor, had been watching from the staircase, frozen in shock. He instinctively stepped back, as if trying to shield himself from the unfolding horror. When the door opened, the weight of what lay inside spilled into the hallway like a dark tide. Inside, silence loomed heavier than ever, no longer hiding the grim truth. The room was smeared with dark stains, walls and floors marked by something unspeakable. It was as if the light itself had been consumed by darkness. At first, Ellie and Ian couldn't comprehend the sight in front of them. Alina's face was so unrecognizable that it took them a moment to realize they were looking at their own daughter. Ellie's scream shattered the oppressive quiet, her voice cutting through the house like a blade. The walls seemed to tremble with the force of her agony. Ian stood frozen, paralyzed by the sheer horror of what he saw. His mind struggled to make sense of the unimaginable. In that instant, the world as they knew it came to a halt, irreparably changed. Their dog, sensing their fear and panic, began barking wildly, its cries adding to the chaos that had overtaken the house. The once familiar home was now a place of terror and heartbreak, a scene no one could have foreseen. The house felt as if it had been consumed by an impenetrable darkness. Ellie's screams filled the air, a raw expression of her pain, while Ian finally managed to step forward. His legs trembled with each step, his body barely able to move under the weight of the terror that had taken over their home. He didn't know what to do. No one did. Hearing the cries, Zach mustered the courage to approach the room. He stopped at the doorway, frozen in place, reluctant to enter. Yet from where he stood, he could already see enough to know that life for this family would never be the same. There, on the floor, lay Alina. Her body was sprawled as if she had fought with everything she had to protect herself, to survive. The sight was heartbreaking. Half of her face was so disfigured it seemed as though whoever or whatever had taken her life had stolen her very identity. In shock, Zach pulled out his phone, his trembling fingers barely able to dial. He called emergency services, his voice shaking as he tried to explain what he was seeing. The air felt suffocating, as if it were pressing down on everyone in the house. How do they physically do it? Moments later, the sound of sirens pierced the stillness of the morning. The wailing grew louder, echoing through the quiet streets and shattering the fragile calm of the neighborhood. An ambulance screeched to a halt outside the house, and the paramedics, focused and serious, rushed to the door. Their footsteps echoed in the cold, unfamiliar space that now felt hostile and heavy. Ellie, still standing motionless at the door, turned to meet them. Her face said everything: her grief, her disbelief, her despair. She tried to point toward the room, but her hands were shaking so badly she could barely manage the gesture. Ian, silent and overwhelmed, stood nearby, watching the scene unfold as if from a distance. The paramedics entered the dimly lit room. The curtains allowed only faint traces of light, making the horrific scene even more somber. Kneeling beside Alina's body, they worked quickly, their movements practiced and mechanical. They checked for a pulse, their expressions revealing the truth before they spoke. It took only seconds, but for Ellie and Ian, time seemed to stretch endlessly. When one of the paramedics finally shook his head, their world shattered. Ellie collapsed to her knees, a gut-wrenching cry escaping her lips. It was a sound of pure heartbreak, of a mother's soul breaking into pieces. Ian's shoulders sagged, his face pale and drained of life. Everything they had known, everything they had loved, was gone in an instant. Ellie collapsed to her knees, her screams echoing through the house, as if sheer willpower could undo what had happened, as if her cries could bring her daughter back. Ian, nearly frozen with shock, did the only thing he could. He wrapped his arms around his wife, holding her tightly, as though grounding her would somehow anchor them both in this new, unbearable reality. But even he felt like the ground beneath him had disappeared. The paramedics stayed in the room a little longer, preparing to take the next steps. Officially declaring Alina's death felt like a final, crushing blow to her parents, a sentence from which they would never recover. Outside, the flashing red and blue lights of police cars illuminated the quiet suburban street. Neighbors began to gather, their curiosity drawing them closer. Some whispered in hushed tones, others glanced around nervously, while a few took out their phones to record the unfolding tragedy. The once peaceful street was now a grim spectacle. Panting at Alina's house, barricades and patrol cars formed a boundary, isolating the crime scene from the rest of the neighborhood. Police officers with stern faces set up barriers, attempting to shield the outside world from the horrors within. Dragged along with the captives, Alina was led before a police car. Leading the investigation was Police Chief Scott Schubert, who, along with a team of detectives, meticulously combed through the house. Every detail was documented. A shattered mirror, an overturned table, and belongings scattered chaotically across the floor. All of it pointed to a violent and desperate struggle. The medical examiner's report would later confirm what the scene already suggested. Alina had died from multiple blows with a blunt object. This was no impulsive act of anger. It was brutal, calculated, and filled with rage. Every detail screamed of violence, terror, and despair. Outside, the crowd continued to grow, with whispers and rumors spreading like wildfire. Some spoke of Alina's boyfriend, others mentioned the turbulence in their relationship, but no one had imagined it would come to this. In a neighborhood accustomed to quiet and calm, the crime sent shockwaves through the community. Conversations turned to speculation, and soon the focus narrowed to one name: Matthew Darby. Matthew, Alina's ex-boyfriend, was a well-known figure. A young, talented basketball player, he had gained attention not just for his performance on the university court, but also for his charisma and popularity. Always surrounded by people, Matthew was seen as confident, charming, and successful. But beneath that polished exterior lay a darker side, one that no one had foreseen would lead to such a devastating end. Behind Matthew Darby's confident exterior lurked destructive emotions that grew stronger when it came to Alina. What started as a passionate romance during their time at university in Greensburg soon turned into a toxic cycle of jealousy and control. The dynamic between them shifted when Alina transferred to another campus. She sought a fresh start, determined to focus on her studies and distance herself from their increasingly volatile relationship. Breaking things off with Matthew felt like the right choice, but he couldn't handle it. His charm and self-assurance shattered, replaced by an obsessive anger he couldn't contain. He began to follow her, inundate her with calls, and invade her life in ways that went far beyond what anyone could consider normal. On September 20th, 2017, Alina, her hands trembling with fear, filed a police report. That night, Matthew had crossed a line she never imagined possible. He broke into her apartment by climbing through a second-story window, an act straight out of a horror movie. She had heard the sound of someone scaling the drainpipe but never thought it could be him, until he burst into her room, his eyes filled with fury. He accused her of betrayal, of ignoring his calls and abandoning him. The argument escalated into physical violence. He grabbed her shoulders, shoving her onto the bed, and squeezed her wrists so tightly that bruises remained for days. Filing the police report gave her a fragile sense of relief, a belief that justice would protect her. Jan and Ellie stood by her side through it all, accompanying her to court. When the judge granted a restraining order against Matthew, it felt like a step towards safety. His arrest for unlawful entry was a moment of hope for Alina and her family, a sign that the nightmare might finally end. But their hope was short-lived. Despite the charges, Matthew was released on bail for $10,000, a sum that allowed him to return to the world, leaving Alina vulnerable. For her parents, this felt like an injustice, but they could never have imagined the full extent of what was to come. Only a few days later, the sense of dread that had hung over their lives solidified into tragedy. The home where Alina had sought peace became the scene of her worst fears realized. Investigators who arrived that day moved with the weight of hindsight, recognizing that opportunities to protect her had been missed. The Precipice of Hell by Ruth Glazer Ellie, standing silently behind the police tape, no longer cried. Her face was blank, frozen in shock and disbelief. She stared at the house where her daughter's laughter had once filled the rooms, now consumed by an unbearable emptiness. Every decision, every system that was supposed to keep Alina safe had failed, leaving the Shackett family to endure an unimaginable loss. Jan stood silently beside Ellie, holding her hand as they both tried to process the unimaginable loss. Matthew Darby, though physically absent for periods of time, had never truly left Alina's world. His presence loomed like a dark shadow, invading every part of her life. Alina's neighbor Zach later admitted he often saw Darby lurking outside her house. It was as if he belonged there, Zach recalled, his voice heavy with regret. He had watched Darby stand for hours, hidden in the shadows, peering into Alina's windows. Zach now realized he had unknowingly witnessed the slow unfolding of a tragedy he failed to understand at the time. Despite Alina's efforts to break free, changing passwords, blocking his number and distancing herself, Matthew always found a way to reinsert himself into her life. His jealousy was uncontrollable, consuming him like a wildfire. Zach remembered one particular night when Darby stood outside Alina's window, yelling furiously. His voice, filled with rage and unbridled jealousy, echoed through the quiet street. It wasn't just anger, it was obsession, escalating with each encounter. A month before the tragic events, Darby had taken control of Alina's online world. He hacked her social media accounts, deleting any interactions he deemed inappropriate. Even in the virtual space, he sought complete dominance. Alina fought to maintain her independence, but her efforts were no match for Matthew's relentless determination. On the fateful night of September 20th, no one in the neighborhood knew the horror taking place behind Alina's closed doors. Zach later recalled hearing a strange sound, like something breaking, but he dismissed it, thinking it was just the quirks of an old house. Moments later, a loud crash, followed by a scream, pierced the night. A sound so raw with terror, it sent chills down his spine. Unsure of what to do, Zach sent a message in the house's group chat, hoping for a response, But there was none. It was only later that Zach learned Matthew Darby had already broken into Alina's home by then, starting the violent attack that would end her life. Police investigators found that Alina had been frantically calling for help between 4:15 and 4:55 a.m. Her last call was to Darby's number, and her phone was later tracked to Route A76, near the town of Irwin. A final, desperate attempt to save herself that went unanswered. Adding to the grim puzzle was the testimony of a taxi driver who became a key witness. He reported picking up Darby around 4:21 a.m. and driving him to the intersection of Seal Street and Ward Street in Oakland. Darby asked the driver to wait for him for a couple of minutes, but those minutes stretched into 10. What transpired during that time would soon become part of the chilling evidence against him. Alina's fight for freedom and safety had tragically ended, leaving behind a trail of mischances, unanswered cries for help, and a community forever haunted by what could have been done to save her. The passerby's quick thinking led officers to act swiftly. When they arrived at the scene in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, they found Matthew Darby attempting to climb through a window, his disheveled appearance a stark contrast to the confident young man once admired by so many. He tried to flee, but the officers apprehended him after a brief struggle. The arrest marked the end of a frantic manhunt, but for Alina's family, it was only the beginning of a long journey toward justice. Darby was extradited to Pennsylvania, where he faced a mountain of evidence linking him to Alina's murder. The items recovered from the manhole, 2 knives, a hammer, and traces of blood were analyzed and confirmed to contain Alina's DNA. Surveillance footage, phone records, and the testimonies of witnesses like Zach and the taxi driver painted a chilling picture of premeditation and brutality. During the trial, the prosecution presented a compelling case, detailing Darby's escalating pattern of obsession, control, and violence. They described how his jealousy consumed him, leading to the calculated murder of the woman he claimed to love. The defense attempted to argue mental instability, but the evidence was overwhelming. Ellie and Jan sat through every day of the trial, their faces etched with grief and resolve. They listened as witnesses recounted Alina's attempts to escape Darby's grip, her calls for help, and the system's failure to protect her. Each piece of evidence was a painful reminder of their loss, but they were determined to see justice served. In the end, the jury deliberated for only a few hours before returning a guilty verdict. Darby was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Alina's family, it was a bittersweet victory. While the man who took their daughter's life would never walk free again, no punishment could ever bring her back. After the trial, Ellie and Jan channeled their pain into action. They became advocates for stronger protections for victims of domestic violence, pushing for reforms to ensure that no other family would have to endure what they had. Through their efforts, they established a foundation in Alina's name, dedicated to supporting survivors and raising awareness about the warning signs of abusive relationships. 8. Although Alina's life was tragically cut short, her story became a powerful force for change, a legacy that would protect others from suffering the same fate. In the quiet moments, when the world around them grew still, Ellie and Jan found solace in the memories of their daughter's laughter, her kindness and her unyielding strength, a reminder that even in the face of darkness, her light would continue to shine, showing Darby stalking Alina just days before the murder. The footage captured him pacing near her dormitory, watching her movements, and even attempting to speak to her despite the restraining order. These actions illustrated his obsessive behavior and the calculated nature of his crime. In court, prosecutors also revealed Darby's online activity. He had searched for information on tracking devices, how to disable security cameras, and even disturbing topics related to violent acts. These searches painted a chilling picture of a man who meticulously planned his actions, leaving no doubt about his intent. Witnesses were called to the stand, including Alina's friends and professors, who described her as a vibrant, kind-hearted young woman with a bright future. They spoke about her fear in the weeks leading up to her death, her attempts to distance herself from Darby, and her struggles to regain control over her life. Ellie and Jan sat through the testimonies, their grief etched deeply into their faces. Every detail was a painful reminder of the system's failure to protect their daughter. Yet, They remained resolute, knowing that their fight for justice was as much for Alina as it was for the countless others who might be saved by her story. As the trial progressed, the defense attempted to paint Darby as a man suffering from emotional instability and mental health issues. They argued that his actions stemmed from a lack of control and an inability to cope with rejection. However, the prosecution dismantled this narrative, focusing instead on the deliberate and calculated nature of his crime. The community continued to rally around Alina's family, with vigils held in her honor and social media campaigns demanding justice. The hashtag Justice for Alina trended for weeks, drawing national attention to the case and the broader issue of domestic violence. Finally, after weeks of emotional testimony and undeniable evidence, the jury reached a verdict. Matthew Darby was found guilty of first-degree murder, burglary, and several other charges. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The courtroom erupted into quiet sobs as Ellie and Jan embraced, their tears a mix of relief and sorrow. They had achieved justice for their daughter, but their lives would never be the same. In the months that followed, Alina's law gained momentum in the state legislature, eventually passing with overwhelming support. The law mandated stricter monitoring of individuals with restraining orders, including GPS tracking for those deemed high risk. Alina's memory became a beacon of hope for others, her story a reminder of the urgent need to address domestic violence. Though her life was tragically cut short, Alina's legacy lived on, not only through the law that bore her name, but also in the hearts of those who loved her, and the countless lives her story would go on to save, by highlighting the overwhelming evidence presented during the initial trial. Still with me? Good, that means you're ready for the rest. Don't forget to hit subscribe if you want more cases just like this one. First, I asked Tommy Schaefer to help me find somebody to kill my mom for $50,000 and he said no. After that, I got this whole new savage idea in my head that I wanted to kill her in a hotel room because she had killed my father in a hotel room. We were going to Bali, so I began to plot. This disturbing video was filmed by Heather Mack while she was behind bars in one of Indonesia's most notorious prisons. She faced a possible death sentence after being convicted of a crime that made headlines worldwide. The case reveals a shocking story where even close family ties were shattered. This is the tragic tale of Heather Mack and her mother, Sheila Von Wees. First, we want to express our deepest condolences to the loved ones of Sheila Von Wees, who was the victim of these terrible events. On August 11, 2014, 19-year-old Heather Mack and her 62-year-old mother, Sheila, arrived in Bali for a vacation. Sheila had spent a lot of money on the trip, hoping to mend their strained relationship, but unbeknownst to Sheila, Heather had darker intentions. In the early hours of August 14th, they checked into the St. Regis Hotel in Nusa Dua, Bali. During check-in, Sheila discovered 2 rooms booked under her name and saw a passport belonging to Tommy Schaefer, Heather's boyfriend. Heather had used Sheila's credit card to book a separate room and a plane ticket for Tommy without her mother's knowledge. Furious, Sheila stormed off and didn't return that day. On August 12th, Tommy arrived at the resort and went to the room Heather had reserved for him. That night, Heather and Tommy put their sinister plan into action. After giving Sheila sleeping pills, Heather texted Tommy to let him know it was time. When Tommy entered the room, Sheila was drowsy but still awake. Once inside, with the door shut behind him, Tommy picked up a fruit bowl and hit Sheila over the head. He and Heather then continued to beat Sheila until she stopped breathing. Together, they concealed Sheila's body in a suitcase. CCTV footage later showed the couple carrying the suitcase on a luggage cart and loading it into a taxi. This terrible crime shocked the world, leaving many to wonder why Heather would murder her own mother in such a brutal way. Police have reported that the body of a 62-year-old woman was found stuffed in a suitcase on the resort island of Bali, Indonesia. The grim discovery was made on Tuesday inside a taxi parked in front of the luxury St. Regis Hotel. The woman, found half-dressed with head injuries, raises many questions. One big question is about Heather Mack. Who is she and what could have led her to such a tragic situation? Heather Mack was born in 1995 to James L. Mack, a well-known jazz musician and composer, and Sheila and Vaughn Wees. As their only child, Heather received a lot of love and attention. Even though James was already in his 60s when Heather was born, he was very involved in her life. Growing up in a wealthy Chicago household, Heather seemed to have everything. Her parents showered her with gifts, and she never lacked for anything. Family and friends say she was the center of her parents' world. The Macks were a close family and often took vacations together, but their trips were frequently marred by bad luck. In 2001, when Heather was 6, the family went on a Royal Caribbean Mediterranean cruise. During the trip, James hurt his foot while swimming. The ship's doctor didn't treat it properly, and the injury worsened, leaving James partially paralyzed. He later sued the cruise company, and the case took over a decade to resolve. James also fought colon cancer in his later years, but continued to go on vacations with his family. Tragically, in 2006, James passed away from a pulmonary embolism in his hotel room during a vacation in Athens, Greece, when he was 77 years old. After James Mack passed away, his wife, Sheila, took his body to a Greek morgue. Surprisingly, she then went on to continue her vacation in Santorini with her daughter, Heather. This left 10-year-old Heather feeling hurt and resentful towards her mother, as she struggled to grieve her father properly. Heather bottled up her emotions for years, which eventually led to serious problems. Just days before his death, James had written a will naming Heather as the sole beneficiary of his fortune, excluding Sheila entirely. This meant Heather stood to inherit millions of dollars. In 2011, a decade after the cruise incident where James got injured, the Royal Caribbean Cruise Company settled the lawsuit and paid $1.5 million. According to James' will, all this money should have gone to Heather. However, a judge decided to give $500,000 of the settlement to Sheila. As Heather grew older, her relationship with Sheila became more strained. During middle school, Heather started skipping classes and hanging out with a troublesome group of friends. She began rebelling against her mother by stealing, sneaking out at night, and doing whatever she could to defy Sheila. Heather's behavior wasn't just typical teenage rebellion. When she and her mother argued, Heather would sometimes use Sheila's credit card to stay in fancy hotels. She even stole large sums of money from her. Between 2004 and 2013, police visited their home as many as 86 times due to their ongoing conflicts. Sheila told close friends that Heather was becoming increasingly violent towards her. As Heather grew bigger, it became harder for Sheila to avoid getting hurt. Heather's rebellion often turned into physical abuse. Whenever Heather stole money or credit cards from her mother, fights would break out, and Heather would sometimes bite, hit, or punch Sheila. Sheila often had to call the police for help because Heather was becoming too difficult to control. By the time Heather was a senior in high school, at just 15 years old, she had fallen in love with a young man named Tommy Schaefer. Tommy, who went by the name Tommy X, was an unemployed aspiring rapper. He had grown up with his mother after his father left them, and although Tommy had friends, many people found him untrustworthy because he often told exaggerated stories to be the center of attention. Sheila believed Tommy was a bad influence on Heather, who was already troubled, and she didn't approve of their relationship. Despite Sheila's disapproval, Heather and Tommy bonded over their shared experiences of losing their fathers. They dreamed of a future where they could use Heather's inheritance to live a lavish life together. Sheila tried hard to stop this from happening. For example, once, when Heather ran away and checked into a hotel with Tommy using Sheila's credit card, Sheila reported the card as stolen. While Heather got a warning, Tommy was charged with disorderly conduct. This incident increased the tension between Heather and her mother. The situation escalated in February 2011. During a heated argument, Heather pushed Sheila into the bathroom, causing her to fall and break her arm. Making matters worse, Heather then unplugged the phone, preventing her mother from calling an ambulance. Heather seemed to lack empathy and didn't care about causing her mother pain. She often destroyed household items during their fights, like breaking plates and picture frames. Sheila confided in her friends about how difficult it was to handle Heather's behavior. Once, Heather was arrested, but Sheila chose not to press charges, hoping things would improve. Unfortunately, they only got worse. In January 2012, After another big argument where Heather broke things in their home, she ran away again. This pattern of fighting and running away was becoming all too common. Even though friends and police officers advised Sheila to press charges, she refused. Sheila didn't want Heather to end up with a criminal record. She held on to the hope that Heather would eventually grow up and their relationship could be repaired. Hoping a change might help, Sheila moved them from Oak Park to a high-rise apartment in Chicago's Gold Coast neighborhood. But instead of getting better, things took a turn for the worse. Heather became pregnant with Tommy's child and dropped out of high school. Heather later claimed that her mother forced her to have 2 abortions and was pushing for a third. Sheila was even considering getting legal control over Heather to make this happen. Despite facing severe physical abuse from Heather for 3 years, Sheila refused to give up on her daughter. She still believed they could find a way to heal their relationship. Looking for a fresh start, Sheila planned a trip to Bali, Indonesia with Heather in 2013. She hoped that some time away together might help mend their broken hearts. When Sheila, aged 62, decided to take her daughter Heather on a vacation to Bali, she spared no expense. She bought first-class tickets for both of them, each costing over $10,000, and booked a luxurious room at the upscale St. Regis Resort. Sheila hoped this trip would help repair their strained relationship. She had no idea what Heather was planning. Pictures from their trip show them smiling, but beneath those smiles were deep, unresolved issues. Sadly, Sheila didn't realize just how much they had drifted apart until it was too late. Months before the trip, Heather's boyfriend, Tommy, had shared a dark plan with his cousin, Robert Bibbs. Heather had told Tommy that she saw only one way to escape her mother's control: to kill her. She was desperate to avoid the abortions her mother wanted and saw inheriting her mother's millions as the solution. Heather even talked about hiring a hitman, saying she had $50,000 to spend on one. Robert was shocked, but instead of discouraging Tommy, he suggested ways to do the deed himself, bypassing the need for a hitman. Their discussions took place over Facebook Messenger and through text messages, leaving a trail of evidence. If Sheila had simply agreed to give Heather access to her trust fund, Heather would have gotten the money she wanted. However, Sheila wasn't focused on the money. She just wanted her daughter to be mature enough to handle her inheritance responsibly. Ignoring her mother's intentions, Heather and Tommy continued to plot. Heather secretly used her mother's credit card to buy Tommy a business class ticket so he could join them on their Bali vacation. While Sheila and Heather flew first class, Tommy flew separately and stayed at the same resort. Before the trip, Sheila had confided in a friend named Elliot. In an email, she detailed her concerns about Heather's behavior and the upcoming vacation, hoping that the time away might help fix their troubled relationship. Sheila's friend Elliot had warned her that the trip to Bali might not help improve her rocky relationship with Heather. Unfortunately, he was right. On August 11, 2014, just after midnight, Sheila and Heather arrived in Bali. When they checked into the resort, Sheila was shocked to find 2 rooms booked under her name. The hotel staff showed her a copy of Tommy's passport, which explained the second room. Sheila immediately confronted Heather, leading to a heated argument in front of the hotel staff. Heather claimed that Tommy was there to study, but Sheila didn't believe her. She knew a high school dropout wasn't likely to be in Bali for school. Frustrated and feeling disrespected, Sheila walked away angrily. Tommy arrived at the resort just after midnight on August 12th, a few hours after Heather and Sheila. Once Tommy got to his room, Heather messaged him about an hour later, saying her mother was still angry but had gone to bed. Around 1:54 a.m., Heather sneaked out to Tommy's room and they wandered the hotel corridors until about 2:45 a.m. After returning to her room, Heather and Tommy continued to text each other, planning how to kill Sheila. They discussed their plot in code using the phrase "say hi" to mean murder. Heather suggested they should say hi right away. Tommy replied that Sheila should be made completely unconscious first, hinting that she should be drugged. At around 3:16 a.m., Heather snuck out again to meet Tommy on his floor. Noticing her daughter was missing, Sheila went to the lobby at 3:27 a.m. and spoke to the staff, likely worried. Heather then appeared in the lobby to talk to her mother and returned to their room afterward. From 4 a.m. to 8 a.m., Heather and Tommy exchanged more messages. During this time, Heather reportedly drugged her mother with sleeping pills. Their texts continued, filled with plans and anticipation for what they would do next. The night was filled with tension, deceit, and the looming horror of what was to come. Heather texted Tommy, saying that Sheila had woken up and the sleeping pills hadn't worked well. Tommy advised her to wait at least 20 minutes to make sure Sheila was asleep before they said hi, their code for the murder. Heather was excited and said she couldn't wait. Initially, Heather was supposed to carry out the attack, but she got scared and asked Tommy for help. Tommy suggested that Heather should create a distraction to keep Sheila occupied while he hid in the bathroom. In their chilling messages, Heather urged Tommy to be relentless, no matter what Sheila did or said. As they waited for Sheila to fall back asleep, Tommy messaged his cousin, Robert Bibbs, again. Robert was surprised that Sheila hadn't died from the sleeping pills and suggested drowning her. Tommy, aware of the resort security cameras, decided instead to hit Sheila with something hard. He sent Heather a picture of a glass fruit bowl with a metal handle, and they agreed it would make a good weapon. The plan was for Tommy to jump out and hit Sheila over the head with the fruit bowl, knocking her out so they could kill her together. They would then claim that Sheila had slipped and fallen. Heather pretended to go get some water and confirmed that the bowl was a suitable weapon. Their final text exchange was around 8:57 a.m. After that, Tommy went back into Sheila's room with Heather. Following their gruesome plan, Tommy picked up the fruit bowl and struck Sheila over the head repeatedly. The couple continued to beat Sheila until she eventually died, choking on her own blood. Once Sheila was dead, Heather and Tommy worked together to cut up her body and stuff it into a suitcase. Resort security cameras captured them moving the suitcase on a hotel luggage cart, heading to different floors. At 10:02 a.m., Tommy messaged Robert, confirming Sheila's death and showing no remorse. Robert responded by blaming Sheila, saying it wasn't Tommy's fault for not feeling anything. At 10:43 a.m., Heather and Tommy loaded the suitcase and some other items into a cab. As they did, they noticed blood leaking from the seams of the suitcase, causing them to panic. They quickly left the bloody suitcase in the trunk and told the cab driver they needed to go back inside to check out of the hotel. After leaving the suitcase in the cab, Heather and Tommy returned briefly to the resort, but then left through another exit. The cab driver, waiting for them, eventually opened the trunk and found blood on the suitcase. He informed resort security, who took it to the police station. When the police opened the suitcase, they discovered Sheila's body inside. She had been seriously injured and later died from her injuries. The exact cause was determined to be related to the injuries she sustained. Heather and Tommy were arrested the next day while staying at another hotel nearby. Tommy's cousin, Robert Bibbs, saw news of their arrest and feigned surprise. However, texts between Robert and Tommy discussing the incident made him an accessory. Initially, Heather and Tommy claimed they had been taken by armed individuals who had harmed Sheila. They said they had fled and were scared to report the incident. However, Tommy later changed his story, alleging that he had harmed Sheila in self-defense. Tommy claimed he struck the 62-year-old woman in self-defense. Heather made a similar claim, alleging Sheila was abusive. However, police reports filed by Sheila contradicted these claims, showing Heather had been the aggressor in previous incidents. Heather also claimed she wasn't in the room during the murder. She said Tommy acted alone in putting her mother in the suitcase. In Indonesia, the penalty for murder is death, which worried 18-year-old Heather. However, due to her pregnancy, she avoided the firing squad pending trial. Tommy pleaded guilty to killing Sheila in September 2014, while Heather confessed to being an accomplice. They were formally charged with murder in January 2015. The potential sentence was death by firing squad, but in April 2015, Heather received a 10-year prison term. Tommy got 18 years, with Heather's lighter sentence reflecting her lesser role and having given birth in jail. In September 2015, Tommy's cousin Robert Bibbs was charged with conspiring against Sheila, receiving a 9-year sentence in June 2017. During her imprisonment, Heather gained attention for videos on social media showing her seemingly carefree life in Bali's prison, sparking global interest and criticism. Heather appears carefree, wearing makeup and playfully sticking her tongue out in the video. Her daughter Stella, born in prison 6 months earlier, is shown being cradled by Tommy Schaefer. Heather is seen dancing with other inmates and casually discussing her daughter's health issues due to Coca-Cola in other clips. Okay, so this is a video that I need to make. A lot of the times since I've been a kid, I've heard, the truth sets you free, the truth sets you free. And I never understood, but I'm Heather Mack and I want to be set free. I don't want to live in a lie anymore. When I was 10, my mother killed my father in a hotel in Athens, Greece. 2 weeks before I came to Bali, I found out that she killed my father. And I made it up in my heart, in my mind, my soul, in my blood, in the oxygen running through my body, that I wanted to kill my mother. First, I asked Tommy Schaefer to help me find somebody to kill my mom for $50,000. And he said no. After that, I got this whole new savage idea in my head that I wanted to kill her in a hotel room because she had killed my father in a hotel room. We were going to Bali, so I began to plot. I began turning off Tommy's phone, taking Tommy's phone when he was asleep, starting in Chicago, taking Tommy's phone and having conversations between Tommy and myself, texting myself, having fake conversations, and then deleting them before he could see them. I did that because part of me knew that with this plan of killing my mom in a hotel, that I might get arrested. I didn't want to get arrested by myself in a different country. Heather claimed her mother had killed her father, and that all conversations with Tommy were actually Heather pretending to be him. She asserted Sheila was abusive towards her during her teenage years. However, Heather's uncle and aunt argued these statements were fabricated. Evidence showed Heather's father, James Mack, died of a pulmonary embolism at age 77, with no foul play suspected. Sheila never pressed charges against Heather, despite injuries over the years, suggesting Sheila was the victim, not the abuser. After raising her daughter Stella in prison for 2 years, Heather had to relinquish custody to a foster family. She believed they were providing good care. Heather was released early in October 2021, after serving 7 years in prison. Wanting to stay in Bali, due to safety concerns in Chicago, she was extradited to the US because she lacked a visa, as did her daughter. Heather was arrested upon arrival in November 2021 and held in a federal penitentiary. Her trial was initially scheduled for July 2023, but in June 2023, Heather entered a guilty plea for her charges. Her sentence in the US is now pending a judge's decision. Still with me? Good, that means you're ready for the rest. Don't forget to hit subscribe if you want more cases just like this one. Now we're looking at a scary event from the summer of 1985 in London. It was a sunny and warm time, full of peaceful nature. But at 3:30 in the morning on August 7th, Jeremy B. Amber, who lived at White House Farm, got a sudden phone call. His foster father was on the line, sounding panicked. Jeremy couldn't understand what his father was saying, but he heard something about his sister having a gun and behaving strangely. Jeremy called the police right away and told them about the scary conversation. The police arrived an hour and a half later, following Jeremy. Everything seemed strangely quiet when they got there, which was suspicious considering what Jeremy had told them on the phone. Because they thought there might be weapons involved, the police decided not to rush in. This is their usual tactic. They usually wait for a situation to calm down, or for a special unit to handle it. So they stayed back from the house, keeping a safe distance. Jeremy was with the police and they asked him to explain what happened at the Bamber house the night before. Jeremy said that they had dinner together as a family with a small disagreement, but nothing serious. He mentioned leaving his pistol and a .22 caliber carbine with his parents, both loaded and working. A special team arrived and found all doors and windows locked except one in the master bedroom. They tried to talk through a loudspeaker for 2 hours, but only heard a dog barking. 3 hours later, at 8 o'clock in the morning, the SWAT team finally entered. Inside, they found chaos. Neville Bamber, Jeremy's father, was deceased in the kitchen. He had many bruises, a broken nose and jaw, and 8 bullet wounds, 6 in the head. It was clear he couldn't survive. Next to him was a phone with its receiver removed and bullets nearby. The police were shocked, but continued to search the house carefully, starting on the first floor. They had to move quietly because the old floors creaked, making noise. On the first floor, there were no other people, but in 2 bedrooms on the second floor, 4 more bodies were discovered: June, Sheila, and 2 young boys named Daniel and Nicholas. They had all been killed by gunshots. June had been shot 7 times, Daniel and Nicholas 5 and 3 times respectively. Sheila was found near her parents' bedroom with 2 bullet wounds under her chin and a gun in her hands. The total number of bullets used to kill the family members raised questions. Was it possible that someone intentionally targeted the Bamber family, and what could the motive be? Could the real culprit be trying to mislead the police? Answers to these questions were needed urgently. So authorities began investigating and researching the history of all members of the deceased family. The county of Essex, where the Bambers lived, is close to busy and crowded London, yet it offers tranquility and relaxation to its residents. The county is known for its natural beauty, with green meadows, clear lakes, and medieval castles attracting visitors. This peaceful environment likely drew the Bamber family, who purchased White House Farm to fulfill their dream. In 1949, at the age of 25, June married Neville, and they moved to the farm to build a prosperous family. Neville, a veteran of the local court. Despite facing challenges, such as June's struggle with infertility, the couple remained hopeful. Eventually, they decided to adopt 2 children from an orphanage, showing their determination to create a loving family. At just 3 months old, Sheila became part of their family, and later, at 6 months old, Jeremy joined them. June and Neville proved to be loving and caring parents, filling their children's lives with affection and attention. They ensured their children received an excellent education at prestigious private schools, thanks to their prosperous financial situation. Despite the opportunities provided, Jeremy showed a withdrawn personality from childhood and preferred solitude. His rebellious nature became evident in elementary school, where he struggled academically, leading his parents to send him to boarding school when he was 9 years old. Boarding school life was challenging due to strict discipline, but it possibly contributed to positive changes in Jeremy's character. He excelled academically at university, becoming more composed, which made his parents proud. After university, Neville offered Jeremy a job on a farm in England, which he accepted eagerly. Upon his return in 1982, his parents provided him with comfortable accommodations, including a cottage, a car, and a good salary. They also expected him to support them in their old age. Despite outward success, tensions arose within the family due to religious differences. June, a deeply religious woman, struggled emotionally because her children didn't share her beliefs. Her attempts to guide them towards faith were unsuccessful, leading to family discord and contributing to her depression. Sheila, June and Neville's daughter, also struggled with mental health issues influenced by her mother's depression. Unlike her calm brother Jeremy, Sheila was drawn to the fashion world and dreamed of becoming a model. However, June strongly opposed the idea, refusing to entertain the thought of her daughter entering show business. At 17, Sheila shocked her parents by announcing her pregnancy. June faced a difficult decision: forbid Sheila from having a child out of wedlock, which went against their religious beliefs, or push her to have an abortion, also against their faith. Ultimately, June distanced herself from the decision, leaving it to Sheila, but insisting that no one in the family should know if she chose to terminate the pregnancy. This strained their relationship. In 1977, Sheila married Colin Cuffell, the father of her unborn child, despite her parents' objections. They had twins, Nicholas and Daniel. However, Sheila's suspicions of Colin's infidelity led to divorce, worsening her mental health. She spent time in electroshock therapy like her mother. Meanwhile, her sons were placed in an orphanage for nearly 2 years. Sheila's mental state deteriorated further, leading to anxiety and paranoid schizophrenia. In contrast, Jeremy, who had caused problems in the past, found happiness on the farm. In 1985, Sheila reunited with Colin, and they brought their sons to visit June and Neville at the farm. They planned to stay for a week before Colin and the boys traveled to Norway. On Tuesday, August 6, 1985, everyone gathered at the beautiful White House farmhouse for what would tragically be the last dinner of the Bamber family. A few days later, the family's funeral took place, and Jeremy attended, deeply affected by the loss. However, during this time, Jeremy's behavior began to raise suspicions. Relatives of the Bambers reported strange behavior from Jeremy to the authorities. Despite grieving, Jeremy would sometimes make odd remarks, referring to himself as the boss and displaying an unusual smile, hinting at a sense of satisfaction. These observations prompted authorities to investigate further. The ill-fated evening seemed normal at first, a family dinner with a joyful atmosphere and good food. However, tension arose when Neville and June suggested that Sheila send her children back to the orphanage, implying she couldn't care for them properly. Sheila reacted sharply, expressing her independence in making decisions about her children. At 9:30 p.m., Jeremy left for his house, while Barbara Wilson, the farm's secretary, called with a work-related issue. Neville answered, displaying unusual irritability with loud voices and arguing heard in the background, an uncommon occurrence for the Bambers, surprising Barbara. Barbara couldn't figure out the cause of the argument, as Neville quickly ended the call. The next morning, all family members in the house were found shot dead, except for Jeremy, who was left alive. He couldn't hide his tears, and investigators respected his emotions, giving him time to recover before questioning him. Jeremy cooperated fully, sharing all available information, including his sister's life struggles and the dinner conflict on August 6th. Initially, it seemed that Sheila, influenced by her mental state and upset by her parents' remark, committed the desperate act of violence. Investigators believed that Sheila, overwhelmed by the intrusion into her privacy, lost control and turned to gun violence, shooting the family before taking her own life. Evidence, such as the weapon found pointing towards her chin, supported this theory. The detective's actions afterward might seem odd in hindsight. However, doubts arose when Jeremy's girlfriend, Julie, questioned his innocence. She revealed that on the night of August 7th, Jeremy called her, mentioning farm issues, but abruptly hung up when she pressed for details. Additionally, some peculiar details emerged. She remembered Jeremy complaining about his family several times before the tragedy, expressing exhaustion with his in-laws. But the most shocking part of her testimony was about the Bamber will. Apparently, the Bambers had a will stating that all their property would be divided equally between their children, with Sheila's share to be rewritten in favor of her twins. This upset Jeremy, and he openly shared his dislike for this idea with his friend. According to Julie, Neville's will also stated that Jeremy had to work on the farm to receive his share of the inheritance. But the most alarming revelation was when Jeremy supposedly expressed his desire to kill his family and blame it on Sheila, who was mentally unstable. He even acted out a scene in front of the police, trying to appear as a witness to the tragedy. Julie admitted to telling the police about this not only to help the investigation, but also out of a desire for revenge, as she had learned about Jeremy's affair. In an attempt to divert suspicion from himself, Jeremy falsely implicated a plumber he claimed to have hired. However, this plan failed when the plumber provided a solid alibi, narrowing down the list of suspects to Jeremy himself. Despite being temporarily arrested, Jeremy was released due to a lack of solid evidence against him. Surprisingly, the police allowed him to travel abroad, even though his financial situation had significantly improved after inheriting his parents' wealth. He wasted no time and went on vacation to Saint-Tropez, France, and sold his father's car a few days before departing. Jeremy's cousins urged authorities to reconsider the theory that Sheila was the perpetrator. They even approached the police and media, but their efforts were dismissed by the deputy head of the CID. Undeterred, one of the cousins secretly investigated the scene himself, driven by doubts about Sheila's involvement. He managed to gain access to the house and found a shocking piece of evidence: a silencer for a .22 caliber carbine with traces of blood in a closet. This discovery led him to new conclusions. The length of the weapon, including the silencer, suggested that Sheila couldn't have used it to shoot herself. This indicated that Sheila couldn't have been part of the crime. Since she was shot twice and bleeding, it would have been impossible for her to remove the silencer and hide it in the closet. However, if she fired the gun without the silencer, why were there blood traces on it? This suggested that the silencer was indeed used during the crime. On September 29th, Jeremy returned home and was promptly arrested and charged with the murder of his family. The trial began on October 3, 1986, at Chelmsford Crown Court. Throughout the trial, Jeremy appeared arrogant in the dock. Prosecutors accused him of lying, and phone technicians confirmed that the Bamber home's phone line was busy that night. Key testimony came from the medical examiner, who noted injuries on Neville's body, indicating he had resisted blows. The examiner suggested that Neville had been beaten with the .22 caliber carbine. Given Sheila's frailty, it seemed unlikely she could have inflicted such serious injuries on her father. It appeared more probable that Jeremy was capable of such violence, especially as Neville's body showed numerous bruises. It's evident that Sheila must have endured some blows during the struggle, yet there were no signs of beatings or bruises on her body. Jeremy's lawyers argued that despite her mental issues, Sheila was physically capable of committing the crime. They pointed to her experience with guns and excellent shooting skills as evidence. Furthermore, Sheila's blood appeared fresher than that of other family members, suggesting she might have killed them before taking her own life, either as a realization of her actions or in response to the approaching police. The prosecution countered these theories by pointing out that the silencer, with Sheila's blood on it, was found in the closet instead of on the carbine. This undermined the defense's arguments. With no solid counterpoints, the defense struggled against the prosecution's case. According to the prosecution, Jeremy's motive was anger over the divided will, driven by financial reasons. On the day of the incident, witnesses saw Sheila behaving normally and the housekeeper didn't notice anything unusual. This testimony weakened the defense's position further. The farm clerk phoned Neville around 9:30 p.m., sensing that she had interrupted an argument. She noted Neville's unusual annoyance before hanging up, an uncharacteristic reaction from him as he was typically calm. Around 10:12 p.m., Jeremy left his in-laws' house and returned home late at night. He used a bicycle borrowed from his mother to avoid detection, taking a route away from the main road. Jeremy entered the house through an open window on the first floor, where he found a preloaded gun. In his parents' bedroom, he shot and killed his sister June. When he aimed at Neville, his father woke up and struggled to defend himself. They fought downstairs, leading to Neville's death in the kitchen. Returning to the bedroom, Jeremy killed Sheila and her children to frame her for the crime. He placed the carbine in Sheila's hands to make it appear as if she was responsible. Afterward, Jeremy returned home, first calling his friend Julie, nearly giving himself away with excitement, then contacting the police, claiming his father had called him. However, this call raised suspicions during the investigation. If Neville was in danger, he likely would have contacted the police directly rather than calling his son. Additionally, despite Jeremy's claims, there was no blood on the phone in the Bamber house, suggesting Neville wasn't injured at the time of the call. This suggested that the telephone receiver in the house had been removed as part of staging the crime scene. Jeremy's behavior also raised suspicions. Why didn't he rush to the scene after his father supposedly called? Given the circumstances, it was his family involved. Considering all known facts, the jury deliberated on the verdict. The judge highlighted 3 key questions for them to consider: whether to believe Julie Mugford or Jeremy Bamber if they were convinced Sheila didn't commit the crime, and whether the second fatal shot at Sheila was fired with a silencer. After over 9 hours of deliberation on October 28th, the jury unanimously found Jeremy Bamber guilty by a majority vote of 10-2, meeting the minimum requirement for conviction. He received 5 life sentences without parole. Home Secretary Douglas Hurd ruled in 1988 against releasing him. Despite no direct evidence of Jeremy Bamber's guilt, controversy persists. Some believe in a miscarriage of justice, suggesting Sheila Bamber may be the true culprit. Jeremy insists on his innocence, filing appeals with his lawyer, arguing biased judgment due to his behavior in court. Jeremy Bamber contends that there's insufficient evidence against him, pointing to unexplained aspects of the case. Tests on Sheila's hands weren't conducted. There were allegations of police misconduct at the scene, and speculation of retaliation by Jeremy's ex-girlfriend remains. In 1991, Jeremy Bamber requested a trial, but in 1996 a police officer destroyed much of the physical evidence, which Jeremy's defense team criticized as a disgrace. In 1997, a DNA test revealed the presence of Sheila and June's blood in the silencer, but the results were complex and inconclusive. In 2012, gun experts from the US and UK argued that the injuries on the silencer. In 2015, Jeremy Bamber filed an appeal demanding access to all evidence for his defense, but he was sentenced to an additional 14 years for fraud, as he posed as a lawyer to obtain it. Seeking to prove his innocence, Bamber set up websites discussing the case and offered a significant reward for evidence overturning his conviction. The Bamber family's case continues to garner public attention, raising doubts about the verdict's correctness. What's your opinion on whether Jeremy is guilty? As shots ring out, a neighbor calls 911. Someone just shot a neighbor. Get over here. I know I ran into the house. They say I ran past my dad, but I don't even remember seeing him. I do remember getting shot. I do vaguely remember making the 911 call. Okay, where have you been shot at, sir? On my arm. Okay, Bart, who shot you? I don't know. He went out the back door. I think I said that. I pulled up about 3 houses down. Where are you in the house right now? In the living room. Okay, do you see the officers, Bart? Yeah. Can you tell me anything about him at all, Bart? Did he sound black, white, Hispanic? Very black. Bart Whitaker was standing where he'd been shot over a month ago on December 10, 2003. His family had just returned home after celebrating Bart's achievements, but they didn't expect what happened next. Bart called 911 in a panic, saying his mom, dad, and brother had been shot. Their neighbor, Stanley Cliff, saw what happened and also called 911. All 4 family members were shot, but only 2 survived. Meanwhile, Stanley tried to help Bart's dad, Kent, by putting pressure on his wound. Kent warned him to run away because the shooter might still be around. The Whitaker family seemed perfect. Kent and Patricia met on a blind date and quickly fell in love. Kent worked as a controller in a family business while Patricia was a teacher. They had a son, Bart, who was born on December 31, 1979. Bart was a smart and funny guy, loved by his family. He was very close to his dad, Kent, and they even did biking events together. Bart also had a younger brother, Kevin, born on March 19, 1984. They were close despite their differences. Kevin was sensitive and mature for his age. He stood up against injustice and forgave quickly. But on December 10, 2003, everything changed. Bart had just finished his final exam and called his mom to share the good news. They decided to celebrate as a family by going out to dinner. They drove to a seafood restaurant nearby and had a joyful time together. Tricia, Bart's mom, gave him a watch as a graduation gift, making him really happy. They laughed, joked, and teased each other like they always did. After dinner, they headed back home. Bart went to get his phone from the car, while Kevin, his brother, unlocked the front door. But as Kevin walked into the house, a sudden gunshot hit him in the chest. He fell to the floor, keys still in his hand. Another bullet struck Patricia as she entered the room, and Kent, Bart's dad, felt a bullet in his chest too. Bart rushed in and found himself in a fight with a masked man. He got shot in the arm before chasing the attacker away. Their neighbor, Cliff Stanley, came to help. He put pressure on Kent's wound and called for emergency assistance. Despite quick help, Kevin didn't make it. He died on the spot, his heart pierced by a bullet. Kent, in pain and praying for his family, hoped to survive for them. But the loss of Kevin was devastating. Tricia Whitaker was barely alive when the police arrived and was airlifted to Memorial Hermann Hospital. Sadly, she couldn't make it and passed away on the way. Kent Whitaker was in agonizing pain and would be for a long time. He survived the attack but sustained serious injuries, landing him in the ICU. Bart was also hospitalized with injuries that weren't life-threatening. Detective Marshall Slott took charge of the case. When he first heard about it, he was with his family after returning from church. The initial information suggested a family had come home from dinner to find a burglar in their house. But as the investigation progressed, it became clear that something else was going on. There were too many inconsistencies, nothing valuable was taken, and there were no signs of forced entry. Even in the master bedroom, where burglars often look for jewelry and other valuables, drawers were neatly opened, not ransacked. It seemed like whoever was in the house had plenty of time and wasn't in a hurry. The absence of a break-in and the strange way things were left behind made the detectives suspicious, especially when they examined the murder weapon. The murder weapon, a 9mm Glock handgun registered in the Whitaker's name, was found in the kitchen. However, it had been taken from a gun safe in one of the upstairs bedrooms, a part of the house that was isolated. Whoever did this knew exactly where to look and what was in the safe. Detective Slot decided to shift his focus inward, looking into the family dynamics, starting with Trisha's relationship with her husband, Kent. 3 days later, Bart was able to talk about what happened. He mentioned hearing a bang and then finding himself on the floor, shot, but because it was dark, he couldn't see the shooter. Unfortunately, Bart's answers didn't provide much help. Suspicion now fell on Kent and Bart, as well as anyone who knew them and might have a reason to harm the family. As investigators delved deeper, they found a shocking revelation. Despite the Whitakers being seen as a perfect family, there was a secret. Bart was never enrolled at Sam Houston State University, despite claims of celebrating his last evening before graduation. He hadn't even attended college after his freshman year and was listed as a freshman on academic probation. Despite not attending classes, Bart managed to keep up the facade with his family, pretending he was going to school every day. When Kent found out about Bart's lie while he was in the hospital, he was furious. He confronted Bart, demanding answers, and expressed his disappointment and anger. Bart confessed to his father that he didn't want to disappoint the family and felt overwhelmed by school stress. He planned to catch up on his studies later and wanted to help out at work in the meantime. But this revelation showed the investigators a glimpse behind the seemingly perfect facade of the Whitaker family. At the funeral of Kevin and Trisha, more than 1,000 people came to pay their respects, showing the community's fondness for the family. Detective Marshall observed the crowd, wondering if the killer could be among them. The investigation took a turn when Bart's description of the masked man didn't match Kent's observation. Bart initially suggested the gunman might be black, but Kent noticed white skin around the eyes. This discrepancy raised suspicions. Investigators dug into Bart's background, uncovering new developments that didn't align with his story, prompting them to delve deeper. Bart had a criminal record dating back to when he was 17, attending Clements High School. In 1997, he was involved in planning 7 burglaries with some friends, which led to his expulsion from school. Despite this, Trisha and the Whitaker family celebrated what they thought was Bart's graduation, believing it was a significant accomplishment given his earlier struggles with education. As investigators delved into Bart's background, they uncovered more unsettling information. In 2001, a report filed at the Waco Police Department revealed that a woman had overheard Bart discussing plans to kill his father with friends. Although the police informed Kent and Trisha about the conversation, they dismissed it as an empty threat from an angry son. Despite Bart and Kent's recovery from their injuries, the investigation began focusing more on Bart. He became the prime suspect, and investigators regularly questioned him. Kent, however, insisted that Bart was innocent and blamed the police for being biased against his son due to his past mistakes. Despite Kent's beliefs, evidence against Bart continued to mount, revealing more secrets about the Whitaker family. One night, around 11:30, a man visited the police department, likely bringing new information to light. He wished to speak to the lead detective on Whitaker's case. As he waited in the dark parking lot, he saw Detective Marshall Slot. The stranger, Adam Hipp, told the detective he had crucial information about the case. Adam revealed that Bart Whitaker had approached him years ago, asking for help to kill his family. This revelation pointed directly at Bart's involvement in planning and carrying out the shooting. Adam, Bart's former roommate, recalled a conversation in 2001 where Bart discussed killing his family to inherit their property and insurance money, which amounted to around $1 million. Bart even offered Adam a cut if he agreed to carry out the killings. When asked, Adam drew a detailed map of Bart's plan, including where he was supposed to hide when the family returned home. This map shocked the detectives because it matched exactly what happened on December 10, 2003. Adam also described Bart's plan to deceive the police by shooting himself in the arm. Despite this evidence, there wasn't enough to press charges against Bart. Detective Marshall continued to engage Bart in conversation, showing him police videos to piece together details of the crime scene. Despite Bart being under suspicion, he remained composed and cooperative, seemingly having nothing to hide. However, Marshall grew frustrated with Bart's vagueness about certain details, like which direction he ran and how far he was from the shooter. Bart claimed he couldn't remember. To gather more evidence, the police devised a plan involving Adam Hip calling Bart. He mentioned another former roommate, Chris Brazier. The investigators obtained a scent sample from a country club where Bart and Brazier had worked. Bloodhounds sniffed the sample along with evidence from the Whitaker home, and they identified Brazier's scent on the drawers in the master bedroom and on the murder weapon. Chris Brazier then became the prime suspect. He was brought in for questioning and asked to explain his whereabouts on the evening of the shooting. Brazier claimed he was at Hooters with his roommate Steve Champagne and Champagne's girlfriend on the night of the shooting. Champagne, a U.S. Marine, initially denied any involvement, but under pressure from detectives, he eventually confessed. He admitted to driving Brazier to the Whitaker home and waiting nearby while Brazier carried out the killings. Champagne's confession led detectives to Lake Conroe, where they found a bag containing crucial evidence. Inside were two-way radios, water bottles, tools used to break open the gun safe, ammunition, and a smashed cell phone used during the crime. The water bottle had Brazier's DNA on it. Both Brazier and Champagne confessed to their roles in the crime, with Brazier being the shooter and Champagne the driver, acting on Bart's plan. These confessions, along with the evidence from the bag, provided enough proof to press charges. It took 7 months to gather this evidence. Meanwhile, Bart disappeared, telling his dad he was going to a club but never returning. In September 2005, Champagne and Brazier were arrested for the murders of Tricia and Kevin Whitaker. Bart Whitaker vanished, triggering an international manhunt. A $10,000 reward was offered for any information leading to his capture. Sugarland law enforcement felt frustration and resentment at Bart's escape, as they had suspected him from the start, yet he managed to evade them. His disappearance left the community in shock and disbelief, with residents grappling with the idea that an innocent person wouldn't run. Kent Whitaker faced his worst nightmare, the possibility that his only surviving family member could be responsible for the loss of the rest of his family. Despite this, even before knowing the culprit's identity, Kent declared his forgiveness, attributing it to God's calling. However, realizing that it was his own son who had disappeared left him questioning why. As time passed without any solid leads, the pain and confusion deepened, leaving Kent and the community searching for answers and closure. Months felt like years for the Sugarland authorities and for Kent Whitaker as they waited for answers. Finally, 18 long months after the murders, a man named Rudy Rios came forward. He revealed that a year earlier, someone had bought his identity for $3,000 and fled to Mexico. Seeking the $10,000 reward, Rios reported Bart's whereabouts, leading to his arrest on September 24, 2005. Bart was extradited to the United States to face prosecution, charged with murder. During a visit from his father, Kent noted Bart appeared fine, but Bart admitted everything was his fault and expressed deep remorse. The trials began in 2007 and the jury found Bart guilty of planning the murders for greed. After 10 hours of deliberation, they sentenced him to death by lethal injection, scheduled for February 22, 2018. But the story didn't end there. When did you start thinking about killing your parents? I don't actually know. It was not just this unique moment where it just kind of came up. And it was sort of a way of thinking this really awful thing in my head. The worst thing that I could think of as a way of kind of like venting, if that makes any sense. It wasn't real. It was not a plan or a plot at that point. It was just sort of a way of shaking my fist at them in my head. Kent Whitaker had provided his son Bart with a lakeside house, luxury vehicles and education, showing his love and devotion as a father. He was known as a loving and faithful man, a devout Christian, so it wasn't surprising when he chose to forgive his son. However, what truly stood out was Kent Whitaker's relentless fight over the next 10 years to change Bart's death sentence to life imprisonment. Despite being remarried and in his late 60s, Kent tirelessly filed pleas, made public appearances, wrote applications, and spoke to prosecutors, advocating for clemency for Bart. Kent objected to the death penalty for his son, arguing that killing Bart would only inflict further trauma on him. As the day of execution approached, Kent prepared himself to be present, not because he wanted to, but because he wanted Bart to know that someone cared for him and didn't want him to die alone with his mistakes. To sway authorities and emotions, Kent highlighted Bart's positive changes, such as completing anger management and religion classes, earning an undergraduate degree, and nearly finishing his master's degree. Additionally, Bart forgave all those involved in the murders, showing a transformation that Kent believed deserved a chance at redemption. Kent Whitaker fought tirelessly until he exhausted all his legal options, including a written public plea to the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles. On the day of Bart Whitaker's scheduled execution, Bart was served his last meal, consisting of chicken enchiladas, rice, beans, and vegetables. In the morning, Kent visited Bart, and they touched each other's hands through the glass, saying their goodbyes. Later in the evening, about 40 minutes before the execution, the family gathered in the execution room, holding each other's hands, preparing for their final farewells. However, just before the execution, Bart's attorney, Keith Hampton, called Kent with unexpected news. Governor Abbott had granted a commutation of Bart's death sentence, accepting the board's vote. This was the first commutation of a death sentence during Abbott's tenure, despite allowing 30 executions to proceed during the same period. Kent Whitaker, a deeply religious man who believed in miracles and forgiveness, nearly manifested one out of what seemed like a hopeless plea. The story, where 34 seconds could have marked the end of the family, now saw half of it finding peace. Bart remained restrained, without the hope of parole. Despite the commutation, many believed there was more to Bart Whitaker's story than a man who murdered his family. Psychiatrists like Hallwell suggested there were deeper issues at play, hinting at a complex and troubling narrative behind Bart's actions. Bart was described as someone with a fundamentally different nervous system, suggesting that something was off with his wiring. Unlike most sociopaths who grow up amidst extreme trauma, Bart grew up in a safe and loving home. Yet, he seemed to perceive rejection, even when it wasn't there, displaying a lack of emotion that chilled those who observed him. The damage caused by this case was irreparable. Trish and Kent were like second parents to many in their community, a support system that made it all the more tragic that their own child turned against them. Moments of family joy and aspirations were abruptly cut short, leaving behind a painful void. This case serves as a solemn reminder of the heavy toll bad choices can exact. It prompts reflection on the importance of understanding what's going on within the people around us to prevent lasting pain. Deciding between the death penalty and life imprisonment is a difficult moral question. While some argue that capital punishment deters dangerous criminals, others, like Kent Whitaker, believe that life in prison is a better option. Ultimately, it's a matter of personal beliefs and the laws in place. What do you think? Should cases as heinous as Bart Whitaker's warrant capital punishment? Or is life imprisonment a more humane option considering the irreversible nature of the death penalty? Jessica Wongso was born in 1988 in Jakarta, Indonesia, into an exceptionally wealthy family. The youngest of 3 children, she was raised by her parents, Imelda and Winardi Wongso, in an environment of extreme luxury. Her family owned a major company specializing in plastic imports, making them one of the largest plastic distributors in Indonesia. Her father was even nicknamed the Plastic King. In a country where most people live on an average income of around $4 a day, Jessica belonged to the privileged few. She always had more than she needed and never lacked for anything. In 2005, Jessica's parents moved to Sydney, Australia, as it was a key market for their business. They purchased a beautiful home in Double Bay, one of Sydney's most exclusive residential areas, where even a small plot of land could cost millions. For more space, Jessica's father bought 2 adjacent plots. However, For reasons unknown, Jessica did not move to Australia with her parents and siblings. She stayed behind in Jakarta to complete her high school education, surrounded by a staff of servants who took care of her every need. From a young age, Jessica was passionate about video games and showed a natural talent for painting, often spending hours absorbed in drawing. This passion eventually led her to pursue a degree in graphic design. After graduating from high school in 2007, Jessica moved to Sydney to live with her family and enrolled at the Billy Blue College of Design. Although her siblings were also in Australia, they led separate lives and Jessica rarely saw them. As she started her university life, she made many friends. Her college friends described Jessica as a lively, silly girl who always entertained those around her with her humor and energy. It was during this time that Jessica met Myrna Salihin, another Indonesian student at the university. Like Jessica, Myrna also came from a wealthy family in Jakarta. Her father, Eddie Salihin, was a successful businessman. Myrna had a twin sister named Sandy and a long-term boyfriend, Aryav, who was studying in Melbourne while Myrna was in Sydney. Jessica and Myrna quickly became close friends, bonding over their shared backgrounds, love for design, and strong personalities. However, they also had their differences. While Jessica was outspoken and loved being the center of attention at every gathering, Myrna was shy, modest, and preferred a simpler, more low-key life. Moreover, unlike Jessica, Myrna's family was warm and close-knit. The university years were some of the most memorable for everyone. Jessica and Myrna often went out with two other classmates, Hani and Vera, who were also international students from wealthy families in Jakarta. Time passed, and eventually graduation day arrived. After graduation, Myrna returned to Jakarta with her boyfriend, while Jessica chose to stay in Australia with her family. In June 2015, Myrna visited Sydney for a holiday. She planned to meet her university friends and spend some time exploring the beautiful harbor city. Reconnecting with Jessica, they arranged to have dinner together. For years had passed since their graduation, and they had each gone their separate ways. While Myrna enjoyed a fulfilling life with her fiancé, they were newly engaged and planning their dream wedding. Jessica's life was less smooth. She was working in New South Wales and had a long-term boyfriend named Patrick, but their relationship was troubled by frequent arguments. Jessica confided that Patrick used prohibited substances and was prone to violence. She seemed to be struggling with mental health issues, becoming increasingly depressed and negative. The cheerful, lively Jessica from university was no longer there, and Myrna grew concerned for her friend. Being straightforward by nature, Myrna advised Jessica to break up with Patrick. It was clear from Jessica's stories that Patrick was not good for her and was having a detrimental effect on her well-being. However, Myrna could never have anticipated Jessica's reaction. Jessica became silent, offering no response to Myrna's advice. When Myrna finished speaking, Jessica abruptly stood up from the dining table and left the restaurant without saying goodbye. That day, Myrna learned a valuable lesson. Never advise someone on whether to marry or divorce. The friendship between Myrna and Jessica, already strained since graduation, now seemed beyond repair. Myrna told Arif that she would only meet Jessica if other friends were present. Myrna felt uneasy about seeing Jessica alone, but Arif reassured her not to overthink it. After all, Jessica was in Sydney and they were in Jakarta. They no longer had many mutual friends and life had moved on. In November 2015, just 5 months after the awkward encounter with Jessica, Myrna and Arif celebrated their fairy tale wedding in Bali. The ceremony was beautiful, filled with friends and family, but notably, Jessica was not among the guests. Myrna, admired for her beauty, intelligence, and wealth, seemed to have it all. A loving husband and a life that appeared picture-perfect. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Jessica's life was unraveling. In August 2015, she crashed her Audi A3 into a nursing home at 2 a.m. while intoxicated. The car plowed through a brick wall, stopping just inches from the elderly residents' sleeping quarters. Thankfully, no one was injured, but the accident caused chaos and woke everyone in the home. Jessica sustained only minor injuries, but her car was heavily damaged. This wasn't the first time in 2015 that Jessica had found herself in an ambulance. Over the course of the year, she had been hospitalized 5 times, struggling with a deep desire to end her life. Police and emergency services were frequent visitors to Jessica's home, often arriving just in time to prevent another tragedy. But by November, her boyfriend Patrick had reached his limit. He sought a restraining order to keep Jessica away, exhausted by her relentless harassment, thousands of threatening messages, including promises to kill them both if he left her. Jessica also harassed Patrick's friends and family, leaving them all deeply concerned for their safety. Jessica's life continued to spiral as she drowned herself in alcohol and engaged in increasingly reckless behavior, which eventually cost her her job. Furious and feeling like she had nothing left, Jessica began to lash out. She sent threatening messages to her former manager, detailing how she could kill both the manager and the manager's mother. With her life in Sydney in ruins, no job, no relationship, and no stability, Jessica decided to return to Jakarta. To those around her, it seemed like she wanted to start fresh, but her decision was driven by something far darker. In early December 2015, Jessica created a WhatsApp group with Hani and Myrna, two of her old university friends. Hani was also living in Jakarta. Although Myrna was still upset and hadn't spoken to Jessica since their last encounter, Jessica's return to Jakarta set events in motion that no one could have anticipated. Myrna didn't respond to Jessica's right away. However, after Jessica's persistent pleas and with Hani's involvement, Myrna reluctantly agreed to meet. Jessica eagerly messaged the group, saying she would take care of the reservations and treat them to drinks. She even asked what everyone wanted to order. Myrna mentioned she liked Vietnamese iced coffee but said she would order it herself when she arrived. They planned to meet at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, January 6, 2016 at Oliver Coffee, a luxurious cafe in the Grand Indonesia Shopping Center. On the day of the meeting, Jessica arrived at 3:30 p.m., a full 90 minutes early. She spent some time wandering around, seemingly taking in her surroundings. In reality, Jessica was carefully observing the placement of the cafe's cameras. Eventually, she chose table number 54, a secluded spot by the wall out of direct view. By 4:15 p.m., Jessica returned with 3 shopping bags from the body shop. She mentioned she had bought 3 bars of soap as gifts for her friends. Placing the bags on the table, Jessica subtly adjusted them to block the camera's view. Soon after, she approached the bar and ordered 3 drinks, 2 cocktails and 1 Vietnamese iced coffee, paying for them in advance. When the server brought the drinks, Jessica ensured they were placed behind the shopping bags. After the server left, Jessica shifted her seat. Although the camera footage was blurry, her hand movements were noticeable. It appeared she was adding something to the coffee. Once she was done, Jessica stashed the bags behind her chair and returned to her seat. Myrna and Hani arrived at the cafe at 5:15 p.m., 15 minutes later than planned. By that time, their drinks had been sitting on the table for over 45 minutes. Jessica stood up to greet them as they approached. Myrna's body language indicated discomfort and awkwardness around Jessica. As they sat down, Myrna between Jessica and Hani, Jessica quickly urged Myrna to try the coffee. Unaware of what was to come, Myrna took a sip. Almost immediately, she knew something was wrong. She waved her hands frantically, telling Hani that the coffee tasted terrible. Though she barely touched the drink, that single sip was enough to seal Myrna's fate. Less than a minute later, Myrna's head snapped back in what would be her final movement. She began to vomit, foam at the mouth, and convulse before collapsing to the ground, all within minutes. Chaos ensued. Servers and the manager quickly came over to help while Hani desperately tried to wake Myrna, who was completely unconscious. The manager told the staff to call an ambulance and bring oxygen tanks. As other customers watched in shock, Hani screamed and cried uncontrollably. Only Jessica stayed eerily calm and emotionless. Later, the restaurant manager told the police that she first thought Myrna was having an epileptic seizure. But Jessica immediately glared at her and accused, "What did you guys put in the coffee?" The manager, confused and offended, wondered why Jessica would blame them for tampering with the drink. Jessica's accusation made the manager suspicious, so she told the staff to seal the coffee cup as evidence. If Jessica hadn't spoken up, this key piece of evidence might have been thrown away. Meanwhile, Hani called Arif, telling him that Myrna was having a seizure and foaming at the mouth. Arif was filled with panic and rushed to the hospital, but by the time he arrived, Myrna had passed away. The doctors did everything they could, but it was too late. Arif was heartbroken. Just 2 months after their wedding, his future with Myrna was gone. Myrna Salahin died at 6:30 p.m. on Wednesday, January 6, 2016. Her family and friends were in shock, struggling to understand how a healthy young woman could suddenly die. Just 2 months earlier, they had celebrated her wedding, and now they were gathered around her coffin in grief. The suddenness of her death, along with the strange circumstances, immediately raised suspicions. At the funeral, Jessica's strange behavior stood out. She seemed irritated and didn't shed a single tear, which made people wonder even more. Why had she insisted that Myrna drink the coffee? Why had she ordered it 45 minutes before they arrived? Why choose a table hidden from one camera's view and blocked by the shopping bags from another? Sadly, everything happened so quickly that no one thought to search Jessica that day. Security footage showed that while everyone else was panicking and trying to help Myrna, Jessica stood off to the side, looking around and scratching her thigh. Experts later guessed that the itching on Jessica's hand might have been caused by contact with cyanide. When asked to hand over her trousers for testing, Jessica claimed she had thrown them away because Myrna had vomited on them. But in reality, Jessica never went near Myrna after the poisoning. She just stood back, showing no emotion, and did nothing to help. It's hard to believe that a friend, a young woman like Jessica, could be capable of such a terrible act. But her cold, distant behavior and suspicious actions left many wondering what she was really capable of. The manager handed Myrna's coffee to the police for investigation. 3 days later, the test results came back. The police confirmed that the coffee contained a deadly amount of cyanide. In Indonesia, where most people are Muslim, religious beliefs often discourage autopsies. In criminal cases, the police need the family's permission to perform one. At first, Myrna's family was hesitant to allow the autopsy because they didn't want her body to be disturbed. However, the investigators worked hard to convince the family, promising that the procedure would be done with great care. Eventually, the family agreed to let the police take some samples, but they did not allow a full autopsy. On the evening of Saturday, January 9th, 3 days after Myrna's death, the autopsy was conducted, and the findings were completed by the next morning. The results showed that Myrna's stomach had bled and contained a small amount of cyanide. However, the toxicology tests found no cyanide in other parts of her body. Thanks to the manager's smart decision to have the staff seal the coffee cup, the police had solid evidence. The murder weapon was a coffee cup laced with cyanide. The question then arose, how did Jessica get cyanide? Acquiring cyanide legally is difficult, but many believe that Jessica, being smart, might have bought it on the black market. However, the police found no evidence that Jessica had ever obtained cyanide. The case shook the entire nation of Indonesia, drawing massive public interest and media attention. People followed the case closely, discussing it as if it were a crime thriller. From that point on, many rumors began to spread. After security camera footage quickly circulated on social media, most people suspected Jessica. But the big question remained, why? What was her motive? Some speculated that Jessica had unrequited feelings for Myrna and decided to seek revenge after learning that Myrna had married Ariev. Others suggested Jessica acted out of anger because she wasn't invited to the wedding and felt left out as Myrna became closer to Hani and Vera. Ariev, Myrna's husband, thought that Jessica was upset because Myrna had advised her to break up with her boyfriend. Meanwhile, Sandy, Myrna's sister, believed that Jessica killed Myrna out of jealousy. She envied everything Myrna had that she didn't. Not just wealth, but also a loving husband, a happy family, and close friends in Jakarta. However, all of these were just speculations. The true motive behind Jessica's actions might only be known to her. Indonesian police contacted the Australian authorities to access Jessica's criminal record while she lived in Australia. Since Australia has laws against the death penalty, The police agreed to share the files on the condition that Jessica would not face the death penalty if found guilty. The Indonesian authorities agreed, and it turned out that Jessica's record in Australia was far from clean. She was mentioned in 13 police reports for offenses like threatening others, driving under the influence, and even having her ex-boyfriend file a restraining order against her. On June 15, 2016, 6 months after Myrna's death, the trial of the century began at the Central Jakarta court. Jessica showed no signs of guilt or sadness. In fact, she was quite the opposite. If you only looked at the footage, you might think she had just won a jackpot rather than being on trial for murder. Jessica appeared glowing, smiling throughout the session, and even waved proudly at the press. It was clear she enjoyed being in the spotlight. During the trial, she kept a calm demeanor, often smiling at the judge and looking confident that she would be acquitted. Her wealthy family hired over 15 of Indonesia's top lawyers to defend her. The defense argued that no cyanide was found in Myrna's liver, lungs, or urine. Only a small amount was detected in her stomach, which they suggested could have been naturally produced after death. They also claimed that a full autopsy was needed to determine the exact cause of death, while the examiners had only studied tissue and fluid samples. Jessica's lawyers even suggested Myrna's death could have been from an undiagnosed illness. The police, however, never proved that Jessica possessed cyanide. On October 5, 2016, the packed courtroom and the entire nation held their breath as the final verdict was read. Jessica was ultimately found guilty and sentenced to 20 years in prison. The courtroom erupted in applause and sighs of relief. Due to an agreement with Australian authorities, Jessica avoided the death penalty by firing squad. For many Indonesians watching the lives of the ultra-wealthy like Jessica and Myrna, this case highlighted that even the rich face their own troubles and unhappiness. Afterward, Vietnamese iced coffee became a popular drink in cafes across the city, though it carried a dark association that no one really wanted to talk about. Thanks for watching. If you found this story intriguing, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe for more true crime content. Let us know your thoughts on this case in the comments below. Do you think justice was served? Still with me? Good, that means you're ready for the rest. Don't forget to hit subscribe if you want more cases just like this one. Back in 2012 at the London Summer Olympics, Puerto Rican boxer Felix Verdejo Sanchez was a rising star. He was considered a diamond, one of the most promising athletes in his country, expected to win titles and gold medals. Everyone believed this talented and driven young man would reach incredible heights in the sports world. However, in 2021, Felix's name hit the headlines again, but this time in the crime section. This is a story about a teenage crush that turned into an obsession, leading to a horrifying tragedy. The same boxer who delivered the knockout of the year in 2014 and was highly praised by two-time Olympic champion Vasyl Lomachenko almost faced a death sentence, but ended up with a life sentence instead. Despite undeniable evidence and confessions from his accomplice, Felix still refuses to admit guilt. Felix Verdejo was born on May 19, 1993 in San Juan, Puerto Rico. He grew up in a modest, large family and had a passion for sports from a young age. Initially, he dreamed of a career in baseball. However, fate had other plans. When he was 9, a family friend visited with his son, who was the same age. The boys started playing in the yard, but ended up in a fight. Their parents separated them, and the father of the future star remarked that if Felix wanted to fight, he should do it with boxing gloves. After that fight, Felix asked to be taken to a local gym. From his first training session, he fell in love with boxing. At 16, he won the Pan American Junior Championships. A year later, he clinched his country's championship and then competed in the London Olympics, reaching the quarterfinals. That same year, his professional career took off. Felix had 29 fights, securing 27 victories, and in 2014, he delivered the best knockout of the year against Sergio Villanueva. In 2015, Felix won his first championship belt with the WBO Latino title, which he successfully defended 6 more times over the next 2 years. Everyone who saw him fight believed he was destined to make history in world boxing. Now let's meet Keisha Rodriguez. She was born in November 1993 in San Juan. Her full name is Keisha Marlene Rodriguez Ortiz. Her parents, Jose and Kayla Rodriguez, had another daughter, Nicole, and also raised Kayla's son, Jonathan, from a previous marriage. Keisha was an outgoing and sociable girl who did well in school, loved animals, and dreamed of becoming a veterinarian. Her best friend was her sister, Barisa, with whom she shared all her secrets and worries. Keisha attended the same school as Felix Verdejo, who was the same age. They had known each other since childhood, and during their teenage years, a romantic relationship blossomed between them. In 2011, Rodriguez's parents divorced, and Kayla moved to relatives in Florida. Her daughters, who were already adults by then, decided to stay in San Juan. Despite each of the sisters living their own lives, they continued to stay in close contact and shared everything that was happening to them. At the age of 18, a promising boxer who had already participated in the Olympic Games had an affair with a young schoolgirl and aspiring model, Elisa Maria Santiago Sierra. At that time, Elisa was only 14 years old and still in school. But even then, she made big plans for the future with the promising and world-famous athlete. In addition, Elisa's parents were not at all against this relationship. Felix, who was attractive and talented and always had many admirers, became a boxing star who literally basked in the rays of fame and was surrounded by female attention. He did not miss the opportunity to have a fling or an affair on the side, despite having a serious relationship with Elisa. He continued to meet with his school friend Keisha, Keisha's sister Barisa, and her mother, Kayla Rodriguez, knew about the affair and did not approve of the relationship. In addition, the situation was very ambiguous. On the one hand, Elisa considered herself the only woman and great love of the athlete, was preparing for the wedding and made far-reaching plans for their joint future. On the other hand, Keisha knew that her lover had a fiancé, but deep down, the naive girl herself still hoped to be the one. In 2016, Felix married Elisa, who was nearly 19 at the time. By then, Elisa had become a fairly famous model with tens of thousands of social media followers and had opened her own beauty studio specializing in eyelash extensions. In August of the same year, just a few months after their wedding, Felix was involved in a serious motorcycle accident. He was taken to the hospital with head injuries, bruises, and lacerations. His trainer, Ricky Marquez, feared that this incident might derail his promising career. However, Felix defied the odds, made a rapid recovery, and soon returned to the ring. In September 2019, Felix shared a photo on social media with Keisha, who was in the late stages of pregnancy. He captioned it, "Soon, I will meet my daddy's princess." A month later, he announced the birth of his daughter, Miranda Verdejo Santiago. Publicly, Felix appeared to be a loving husband, caring father, and exemplary family man. However, he continued to see Keisha behind his wife's back. Elisa later admitted she suspected her husband of infidelity, but each time, Felix tearfully promised to end the affair. Keisha repeatedly tried to end the relationship, but Felix wouldn't let her go. He threatened her, saying that if she found someone else, it would not be good for her or her new partner. Despite everything, Keisha, who had loved Felix since high school, continued to have feelings for him. Rodriguez pursued her passion for animals and got a job at a veterinary medicine and aesthetic center. Her colleagues described her as conscientious, hardworking, and very responsible. She lived with 2 dogs and a cat, whom she adored. In 2020, Elisa discovered her husband's correspondence with several women, including Keisha. Furious, she threw Felix out of the house, threatening to file for divorce and prevent him from seeing their daughter. These threats impacted Felix significantly, especially since his career was in a slump at the time, and he didn't need additional problems. For a while, he stopped seeing Keisha, but continued to control her movements. After a few months of secret visits, their relationship resumed, and in April 2021, Keisha found out she was pregnant. She took a rapid test from the drugstore, which confirmed her suspicions. She first called her sister, who knew about her complicated relationship with Felix, and told her everything. Keisha, already 27, was ready to have the child and decided against an abortion. She hoped Felix would accept the news positively. However, Felix was far from pleased. He angrily told her to go to the doctor and insisted that if the pregnancy was confirmed, she should have an abortion. Keisha firmly refused, but the boxer began to threaten her and insist. Felix said that an illegitimate child would finally destroy his reputation, and this he could not allow. After Keisha's visit to the hospital, her pregnancy was confirmed and she now had a certificate to prove it. She called Felix and told him everything, which made him furious. Felix shouted and demanded that Keisha immediately get rid of the child, but she again responded with a categorical refusal. Then, the athlete decided to go on the sly, saying that he did not believe her and wanted to personally look at the issued medical certificate. He appointed Keisha a meeting in the evening in a crowded place, which did not surprise her because they always tried not to draw attention to themselves and did not stand out in front of anyone. A few days before the meeting, the boxer stopped by his old friend, Luis Antonio Cadiz, who worked in a local machine shop and also had ties with the criminal world, selling illegal drugs. Felix briefly outlined the situation and asked him to help him get rid of his pregnant mistress. Luis had previously been in the field of vision of the police, and the prospect of being in prison scared him. But the athlete was persistent, assured that everything would go smoothly and the police would never come after them. Besides, Felix promised him an impressive cash reward, and Luis agreed. With the support of an accomplice, Felix called Keisha and told her that he wanted to meet her on the evening of April 29th to confirm her pregnancy and decide what to do next. Immediately after talking to her lover, Keisha called her sister back and told her everything. She still hoped that Felix would accept her child and would not insist on an abortion, but Barais found the situation quite alarming. She knew that the boyfriend had threatened her sister and was worried that he might do something to her. Barais called her mother and shared her concerns, but even together they could not dissuade Keisha from that fateful meeting. At the appointed time, Rodriguez, taking a doctor's note, arrived at the meeting in her own Kia Forte automobile. Verdejo drove there in his pickup truck, in the back of which Luis was hiding. Keisha immediately got into the athlete's car and showed him the results of the tests. He once again talked about terminating the pregnancy, but Keisha, crying, again responded with a refusal. Against this background, the couple began to quarrel violently, turning to shouting. Then Felix suddenly hit Keisha in the head with his fist, causing her to immediately lose consciousness. While Keisha was unconscious, Felix took a syringe with a large dose of illegal substances hidden in the glove compartment of the car, which Luis had obtained at his request, and injected Keisha. Then, together with his accomplice, they carried her to the back of the car, where there were already prepared pieces of wire and a concrete block. The men tied Rodriguez up, attached the load, and then covered her with a tarp so that no one would accidentally see anything. Felix then returned to the pickup truck while his accomplice got behind the wheel of Keisha's vehicle. Together they drove to the bridge over the San Jose Lagoon. It was virtually deserted at night, and the men, making sure no one could see them, threw Keisha, still alive, into the water. Afterward, however, they decided to fire a few test shots in pursuit, using the firearms they had brought with them so as not to leave the victim any chance. Having finished the massacre, each of the perpetrators went home. Keisha's co-workers were the first to worry when she didn't show up at the Veterinary Medicine and Aesthetics Center the next day. Keisha had always been very responsible, and couldn't just not show up for work without notifying anyone. Since she didn't answer the phone, it was decided to contact her sister to find out what happened. After several unsuccessful attempts to contact her sister, she went to her house. No one answered the door, but Bars had a spare key, so she got in without difficulty. However, she was met only by hungry animals who had not eaten anything for almost 24 hours. Now, Bars was already in a panic, because she realized that something terrible or irreparable had happened to Keisha. She immediately called her mother and told her everything, then reported her suspicions and the threats to her sister to the police. She also called Felix, but he claimed that he had spent the previous evening and night at home with his family, and had not gone to any meeting. The missing girl's mother took the first flight from Florida to San Juan. She thought that her lover might have taken her daughter to a private clinic and paid for her to have an abortion without her consent. Keisha didn't even want to think about the fact that Keisha was no longer alive. The first thing to do was to question the missing girl's neighbors and coworkers. But they didn't notice anything suspicious, and couldn't provide the investigation with any useful information. In parallel, messages about the disappearance of Rodriguez were posted on popular social networks, with requests for those who knew anything about her fate or current whereabouts to respond. The case quickly received wide publicity, and when it became known that the missing girl was in a long-term relationship with a famous athlete and was expecting a child from him, reporters literally lined up to interview any of Rodriguez's family members. The relatives did not hold anything back and spoke out about their suspicions, among other things blaming Felix for the incident. On April 30th, Keisha's car was found abandoned on the east side of the city, with her documents and personal belongings inside. No signs of struggle were found in the interior, giving a faint hope of finding its owner alive. On May 1st, a passerby strolling on the bridge over the lagoon saw a strange shape resembling a human body in the shallow water. He reported his discovery to the police, who soon recovered from the water the body of a young woman, presumably the same one the whole city had been looking for several days. Members of the Rodriguez family who arrived to identify the body hoped to the last that it was not Keisha, but their hopes were not realized. The body had been in the water for several days and changed a lot, but the girl was immediately identified by a remarkable tattoo on her arm. When news of the gruesome discovery hit the press, the residents of the city revolted and began to go out to spontaneous rallies, demanding punishment for those responsible. The same day, Verdejo was detained and taken to the police station for questioning, but the athlete categorically denied his involvement and claimed that on the night of Keisha's disappearance, he was at home with his family. As there was nothing to charge him with, Felix was released on his own recognizance. One of the key witnesses was the athlete's legal wife, who at the first interrogation admitted that she was aware of his affair with Keisha, but that she had heard about her rival's pregnancy for the first time. On top of that, she did not confirm her husband's alibi, saying that he was not at home on the night of the murder. The first thing investigators did was check traffic surveillance footage on the way to the bridge from which Keisha was thrown. That's how they found Felix's pickup truck and the victim's car traveling behind each other. But the Kia Ford was clearly not driven by its owner. On the same day, the boxer's car was seized for examination, and in its body they found some hair of the deceased. Luis was the first to surrender to the police, promising to tell the whole truth in exchange for a reduced sentence. Felix was also taken into custody, but he refused to cooperate with the investigation, did not answer questions, and continued to deny his guilt despite the presence of irrefutable evidence. A firearm was seized from Felix, which he used to shoot the victim from the bridge, and for which he had an official permit. Also, a cell phone check confirmed the fact that Felix, Luis and Keisha were in the same location on that fateful night. Keisha's final farewell was on May 8th, and the funeral ceremony was all over the national news. It was a kind of calling for the perpetrators of the tragedy to be punished to the full extent of the law, as well as an action to draw public attention to the problem of gender violence. The coffin with Rodriguez's body was brought to the cemetery not in a traditional hearse, but in a white carriage over which white flower petals were thrown from the air. Many famous Puerto Rican names, including show business stars, athletes, politicians, and public figures, have spoken out about the high-profile incident. Verdejo was charged with carjacking, kidnapping, premeditated murder, and the murder of an unborn child. All of these crimes together carried the death penalty, but the relatives of the deceased, from the very beginning, asked the court to elect a sentence of life imprisonment for the killer, so that he would suffer in captivity for the rest of his life. The hearing was repeatedly postponed due to the worldwide coronavirus pandemic, but in the spring of 2021, the trial was held in virtual mode. The court found that the crime was committed with particular cruelty against a pregnant woman and involved multiple individuals acting in conspiracy. The details of that night were mainly reconstructed thanks to the testimony of Luis, who admitted his guilt. He confessed that he obtained the drug for injection and provided the wire and concrete block used to dispose of the body, all at Felix's request. Despite Felix's continued claims of innocence, his denials didn't influence the case's outcome. Meanwhile, Felix's wife, who testified in court, filed for divorce shortly after his arrest. She focused on developing her business and raising their young daughter. Reports suggest that Elisa Santiago has since remarried. In an interview, Elisa revealed she received anonymous calls and messages with death threats, including threats against her and Miranda. While some suspected her of orchestrating the crime, no evidence supported these claims. In the summer of 2023, the jury, after reviewing all the evidence and witness testimonies, was ready to deliver the final verdict. Felix Verdejo and his accomplice, Luis Cadiz, were found guilty on all charges. However, sentencing had not yet occurred, with the next court hearing scheduled for mid-November 2023. But on November 3rd, both men faced a maximum sentence of life in prison for the 4 felonies they were originally charged with. Rick and Susan seemed to have it all: a big house in a peaceful neighborhood, 2 lovely kids, good jobs, and financial security. But hidden within the Wemsley household were dark secrets. Things took a turn when the police received an unusual 911 call just before Christmas. When officers arrived at the quiet town of Mansfield, Texas, they found the garage doors open and the side door unlocked. Inside, they discovered a tragic scene. Rick Wemsley, a well-liked local accountant, and his cheerful wife Susie were found dead. It seemed the crime had happened well before the emergency call was made. Rick and Susie knew each other from high school in Oklahoma in the 1970s, though they weren't close back then. Years later, they reconnected while Rick was at Oklahoma State University and Susie was at a Christian college. Their relationship grew, and they decided to get married, start a family, and grow old together. They tied the knot and welcomed their daughter Sarah in 1978, followed by their son Andrew 6 years later. Rick became a certified accountant and worked in the oil and gas industry. The family moved several times due to his career opportunities, eventually settling in Fort Worth, Texas, near the Trinity River. Fort Worth is a large but cozy city with a rich history. There, Rick set up his own accounting practice from home, which provided a good income. By 2003, the Wemsleys lived in an upscale neighborhood in Mansville, about 20 miles from Fort Worth. Sarah, now 25, had become a mother and lived on her own, while 19-year-old Andrew had just finished high school and was attending college while working part-time at a mini golf course. Rick and Susie had a happy marriage and celebrated their 25th wedding anniversary in July 2003 with friends and family. In December of that year, Rick and Susan wanted to have a special family celebration for their 25th Christmas together. Susie put a lot of effort into making the day perfect. She spent hours picking out decorations and gifts, and she adorned their home inside and out with festive garlands and Christmas figurines. A large Christmas tree, covered in bright lights and colorful ornaments, stood in the living room, with presents wrapped and placed underneath. Susie wrapped each gift with love, imagining how happy her family would be when they opened them. This cozy holiday scene took a dark turn when, on December 11, 2003, at 11:41 p.m., the Mansville emergency dispatcher received a call from the Wemsley home. There was only silence on the other end, suggesting that someone needed help but couldn't speak. The dispatcher quickly sent a patrol car to the house. Upon arrival, the police officers circled the house, peering through the windows. They got no response from knocking or ringing the doorbell, but they found the side door to the garage open. The officers entered the home, walking through the kitchen, where they noticed the landline phone off the hook and lying on the table. In the living room, they found 45-year-old Susie Wemsley lying cold on the couch. In the foyer near the front door, they discovered 46-year-old Rick Wemsley in a pool of blood. Sadly, it was clear that both were beyond help. At 12:17 a.m., paramedics arrived and confirmed that Rick and Susie were dead. The house was immediately sealed off, and an investigation began. The autopsy revealed that Susie had died from a gunshot wound and had also been stabbed 7 times, likely after she had already passed away. It's believed she was attacked while she was dozing on the couch in the living room. Detectives discovered 2 bloody palm prints that might have been left by the perpetrator, as well as a bullet, 2 pieces of a blue plastic hair clip, and another piece of plastic on the floor nearby. Rick Wemsley met the same tragic end as his wife, but possibly not as quickly. Bullet holes in the headboard of the bed in the master bedroom suggested that the attack on Rick began there before moving to the hallway. There was no blood in the bedroom, leading investigators to believe that Rick woke up from the gunshots and either fled the room or confronted the intruder himself. It appeared that Rick wasn't willing to go down without a fight, as evidenced by a tuft of hair found in his left hand, indicating a struggle. This hair became crucial evidence. Rick was also shot and suffered approximately 11 knife wounds to his back. The detectives carefully combed through every room in the house, examining all carpets and furniture for clues. The hair found in Rick's hand and the broken hair clip on the living room floor were sent for DNA analysis. The Wemsley spacious home was thoroughly checked for fingerprints, and investigators searched each room for signs of robbery. Initially, they considered the possibility that the family had interrupted a burglary, causing the intruders to resort to violence. However, the excessive number of stab wounds suggested otherwise. This theory was further dismissed when nearly $115,000 in cash was discovered in the master bedroom. A thief would have easily found and taken this money, but since it remained untouched in the bedside table, robbery was ruled out as a motive. It was later confirmed that no valuables were missing from the house, and there were no signs of forced entry. Neighbors and friends were horrified by the shocking news. They couldn't fathom who would commit such a heinous act against Rick and Susie, who were beloved in the community. Couldn't believe it. You just don't think of that happening close by. The couple often hosted guests in their home, and were known for their kindness and willingness to help others. The sudden, brutal crime in this quiet neighborhood, especially just before the holidays, left everyone feeling anxious and fearful. Rick and Susie Wemsley appeared to have an ideal life. They lived in a spacious house, where Rick thrived as an accountant. He also enjoyed gardening and taking his son to Texas Rangers baseball games. Susie was a dedicated homemaker who kept the household running smoothly and cared deeply for their children. In her free time, she loved spending quality moments with her son and daughter. However, what occurred behind closed doors turned out to be far more troubling than the serene life they seemed to lead. According to some sources, there were more layers to this seemingly perfect family. There was always tension inside the Wemsley house, particularly concerning their 2 children, Sarah and Andrew. As a teenager, Sarah was kicked out of the house for misbehavior, leading her to become pregnant at 19 and enter into an unhealthy relationship with her daughter's father, Todd Cleveland. Sarah often argued with her younger brother, Andrew. The 2 siblings never felt much affection for each other. According to Sarah's ex-boyfriend, the Wemsley family was always wary of outsiders, even their friends, suspecting that people were only pretending to be close to them to gain something. This mistrust extended to their own family, contributing to an underlying unhappiness despite their growing prosperity. Reports suggested that Rick and Susie's marriage was unstable, although they tried to maintain appearances in public. The Wemsleys had an agreement with their children if they enrolled in college and stayed in school. They would receive financial support. This arrangement didn't work out with Sarah, but Andrew convinced his parents that he was committed to honoring his part of the deal. As a result, Susie and Rick gifted him a new white Mustang, paid for his insurance, and provided money for other expenses. Andrew continued living at home without contributing to the household budget, and everything seemed fine except that he didn't keep up his end of the bargain. Like his sister, Andrew dropped out of college without completing his education. When his parents eventually discovered that he had left school, they stopped supporting him financially. However, they didn't go as far as to kick him out of the house. Despite the ongoing tension, Andrew, now 19, chose to spend most of his free time hanging out with friends at the local Pancake House, a restaurant specializing in breakfasts. The Pancake House was where Andrew's friend introduced him to his sister, 19-year-old Chelsea Richardson. Sarah Wemsley was informed of her parents' deaths at 4 a.m., soon after their bodies were discovered. However, the police couldn't locate the younger son, Andrew. The authorities had already appealed to the media, asking for any sightings of Andrew's white Mustang. While forensic experts continued their work at the crime scene, A white Mustang arrived at the Wemsley house. Andrew and his girlfriend, Chelsea Richardson, stepped out of the car. They had been staying at Chelsea's place for several days. That morning, they learned about the tragic events at the Wemsley home while watching the news. The police immediately asked Andrew and Chelsea to follow a service vehicle to the station for questioning. Andrew's interview lasted about 45 minutes. He revealed that he hadn't been home or communicated with his parents for several days, as he had been living with Chelsea. The police noted fresh scratches on Andrew's hand, adding to the investigation's interest. There was nothing suspicious in Andrew's story, so the police allowed him to leave the station. However, they requested that he sign a consent form permitting them to search his car. During a conversation with his sister after the interrogation, Andrew mentioned that forensic experts might find their mother's blood in the Mustang. He explained that their mother had recently cut her finger and, for some reason, had taken his car to drive to the store, which could explain any potential blood traces. Chelsea Richardson's statement at the police station matched Andrew's perfectly. She confirmed they had been together for the past 2 days and had been inseparable since they began dating the previous fall. They often spent entire nights in a 24-hour cafe playing Master Duel, a Japanese collectible card game where players use cards to battle each other, simulating battles between fantastic monsters. The game's central character was described as a weak, infantile boy who became a hero when he played. This shared interest deeply bonded Andrew and Chelsea, and they had started thinking seriously about marriage. Chelsea's mother supported their relationship and was fond of Andrew. However, Rick and Susie Wemsley were openly disappointed with Andrew's choice of partner. They had hoped for a different kind of girl for their son. The Richardsons lived on the outskirts of Fort Worth, in a working-class area known as the Blue Collar District, which was a stark contrast to the upscale neighborhood of Mansfield, where the Wemsleys lived. A few years earlier, Chelsea had lost her beloved father to a heart attack, and her mother sometimes worked 3 jobs to make ends meet. Despite their financial struggles, the Richardsons were known for their generosity. Chelsea, an extroverted and cheerful person, was quite popular at her school. Her lively and happy disposition earned her the nickname Bubbles. Chelsea Richardson's best friend, Susanna Padana, sometimes benefited from Chelsea's generosity. When Susanna had disputes with her own mother, she was warmly welcomed into the Richardson home, where she stayed for several months. The 3 teenagers Andrew, Chelsea, and Susanna were together on the night of Andrew's parents' deaths. Chelsea's ex-boyfriend, Jeremy Lavender, confirmed their alibi, stating that they were at his house the entire time. Sarah Wemsley informed the police that her daughter's father, Todd Cleveland, might be involved in her parents' deaths. They had been arguing about custody, and Sarah had recently threatened to call Child Protective Services on him. A day after this threat, and about a month before the tragedy, another suspicious incident occurred. In early November, while returning home with her parents after a horseback riding lesson, Sarah experienced a frightening event. As they drove through a neighboring town looking for a place to eat, her father's Jeep suddenly jolted. Rick thought they might have hit a large stone, but upon inspection, they found a bullet hole in the rear of the vehicle. Frightened and confused, Susie made 2 phone calls. Oddly, her first call was to her son Andrew, not the police. She believed that a white Mustang had been following them from the ranch, assuming it was Andrew's car. However, this assumption changed after the Jeep was shot at. Susie's second call was to the police, and she filed a report about the incident. Sarah recalled suspecting Todd Cleveland at the time, but now she questioned why her mother had called Andrew first. It turned out that both Sarah and Andrew stood to inherit a $1 million insurance policy from their father. Additionally, the family home was valued at about $1,650,000, and there was around $100,000 in cash plus other assets left by Rick and Susie. Investigators considered Sarah's suspicions and eventually ruled out her former partner, Todd, as a suspect. Given the financial benefits and family tensions, the investigators continued to focus on the Wemsley children. However, DNA analysis and fingerprinting did not match any family members, indicating no direct connection to the crime scene for either Rick and Susie's son or daughter. Despite the lack of physical evidence, Sarah filed a petition to block Andrew from inheriting any family assets. She believed he was responsible for their parents' deaths and feared for her own safety. Although forensic examination of Andrew's car confirmed the presence of blood on the back seat and headrests, the Mustang had been thoroughly washed, making it impossible for experts to collect a viable DNA sample. Law enforcement couldn't even determine whose blood it was. Several months after Rick and Susie's tragic deaths, the investigation hit a dead end. The district attorney needed more information, so the police department convened a grand jury and began issuing subpoenas to those connected to the deceased couple. They started by verifying the alibis of the son and daughter. Jeremy Lavender, Chelsea's ex-boyfriend, testified under oath that Andrew and his friends were with him that night, providing a solid alibi. Chelsea's best friend Susanna corroborated this, and after giving her testimony, she voluntarily provided a DNA sample to compare with evidence from the crime scene. No one expected this moment would become a turning point in the investigation. Susanna Tadano had moved to Texas from Illinois a few years earlier. She didn't fit in well with her new classmates. She wasn't particularly diligent, smart, or charismatic. Susanna frequently skipped classes and argued with her mother. Chelsea Richardson became Susanna's lifeline, and the two grew so close that Chelsea wrote a note in the school yearbook celebrating their strong friendship and even composed a poem titled Friends Forever. When investigators compared Susanna Tadano's DNA with the strand of hair found in Rick's hand and DNA from the broken hair clip at the crime scene, they found a match. This revelation indicated there was much more to the story. Susanna was arrested on suspicion of killing the Wemsley couple and faced the possibility of the death penalty. Realizing the severity of her situation, Susanna began to talk. Initially, Susanna claimed that on the night of the crime, she was walking with a friend, a 25-year-old man named Hilario Cardes. She said Hilario had a gun and needed money. According to her story, Hilario entered the Wemsley house alone in the middle of the night while she stayed outside. When she heard gunshots, she ran into the house, where Rick Wemsley allegedly begged her to stop the attack. Susanna claimed she couldn't intervene because she wasn't really involved. Her hair was left in the house during the chaos. But who was Hilario Cardes? It turned out he worked as a night manager at a local restaurant where the friends frequently spent their leisure time. Hilario had a young daughter and was in desperate need of money. He learned about the Wemsley families through Andrew Wemsley, whom he had met and befriended. During questioning, Hilario denied any involvement in the attack, but admitted to acquiring a gun for $200 at Andrew Wemsley's request. Andrew, Chelsea, and Susanna had planned to practice target shooting with an acquaintance. Armed investigators sought to verify Hilario's story, starting with the owners of the property where the teenagers supposedly practiced shooting. The property owner, a friend of Chelsea's mother, confirmed that a few months before the tragedy, Andrew, Chelsea, and Susanna came to her approximately 3-acre plot to practice shooting at a small pond. However, she had never seen or heard of Hilario Cardes. Hilario further gained the police's trust by passing a lie detector test. The pond on the farm property was drained, and forensic experts collected bullets from the bottom. They matched the bullets fired in the Wemsley house, confirming that the three teenagers had indeed been practicing their marksmanship for several months, preparing for the crime. This evidence discredited Susanna's initial story accusing Hilario of attacking the Wemsley couple. She was given another opportunity to tell the truth, and this time she directly implicated her best friend in a more detailed account. According to Susanna's new version, the three teenagers spent nights at a local cafe plotting their sinister plans. They calculated that after Rick and Susie's deaths, Andrew would inherit over $1 million, a sum that would set them up for life. The friends envisioned living together, with Susanna quitting her hated low-paying job and buying a new car. They convinced Hilario to purchase a gun for them. After target practice on the farm, the group concluded that Susanna was the most accurate shooter among them. Their first plan involved shooting at Rick's Jeep's gas tank. If successful, this would have caused an explosion, potentially killing Rick and his family. However, the plan did not go as intended. The plan to eliminate the Wemsley family for financial gains started with an attempt to shoot at Rick's Jeep's gas tank. When that failed, the teenagers Andrew, Chelsea, and Susanna decided to break into the Wemsley house. intending to stage it as a robbery. Chelsea's frustration with Susanna led her to pressure Susanna into following through with the plan. Susanna, armed with a gun, was hidden in Andrew's bedroom closet. After several hours of decision, she and the others proceeded with their plan early on December 11, 2003. Susanna shot Susie on the couch, then attempted to shoot Rick in the master bedroom, missing and waking him up. A struggle ensued, and Andrew took the gun from Susanna, delivering fatal shots to his father. Chelsea and Andrew then inflicted additional wounds on Rick before fleeing. Susanna's testimony, though initially inconsistent, became the cornerstone of the case against her friends. She confessed to her involvement and implicated Chelsea and Andrew in the crime. The investigation and subsequent trial revealed a complex web of deceit, manipulation, and betrayal among the teenagers. Chelsea Richardson, once seen as the mastermind, was convicted and sentenced to death. Her sentence was later commuted to life imprisonment after her defense argued that her best friend, Susanna, was the primary instigator. Andrew received a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 2044, while Hilario Cardes, involved in the conspiracy but not the attack, was sentenced to 50 years. Susanna Tedano, who provided crucial testimony, was also convicted and will be eligible for parole in 2034. The tragic story highlights how ambition and envy can drive individuals to commit heinous acts. I just remember being asleep and I hear a million pieces of glass just crashing. Celeste, and I just ran out of bed. Celeste, breathe, sweetie, please don't leave me. Don't leave me. Oh my God, he killed her. Absolutely unbelievable that the court decided to grant him mercy, even though he showed Celeste nothing. See, the more I was learning, the angrier I was becoming. There is nothing that is about the victim. The victim doesn't exist. I was made commitments, promises, and killing me, I believed it all. Today we're going to look at another troubling case. In many romantic comedies, it's common to see the main character chasing and even stalking the girl he likes. Eventually, she gives in to his persistence, realizes no one loves her like he does, and returns his feelings. On screen, this seems cute and funny, making the guy look like a true romantic willing to do anything for his love. But in real life, this behavior can have the opposite effect, scaring the person and even leading them to call the police. Celeste Mano's story started harmlessly. She was getting attention from a coworker, which she always ignored, hoping he would get the hint and leave her alone. Unfortunately, one careless action by Celeste changed everything, turning the admirer into an obsessive stalker. Another thoughtless act led to irreversible consequences. Celeste became genuinely fearful for her life, sought help from the police multiple times, and confided in friends about her concerns, but felt powerless and unsupported. This tragedy might have been avoided if the police hadn't waited for a crime to be committed before taking action. Let's examine this case closely and trace the events that led to the tragic end of this young woman. Who was Celeste Mano? Born Celeste Cristano on November 30, 1997, in northeastern Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. She was the youngest of two children of Aggie Diaro and Tony Mano. She grew up with her older brother Alessandro. According to some sources, their father left when they were young, were married, but stayed in contact and supported his children. In school, Celeste was social, active, and friendly. She played sports, danced, was the cheerleading team captain, and had big dreams. She initially wanted to become a lawyer and enrolled at the University of Melbourne to study criminal and civil law. But towards the end of her studies, she found law boring, switched to advertising and marketing, and in 2018 got hired by a large, fast-growing e-commerce company. Celeste was smart and talented, quickly mastering her job, and rose from a call center worker to head of a department in just a few years. She was seen as one of the most promising employees. Everyone admired Celeste for her intelligence, initiative, and ability to organize work efficiently. Besides her professional skills, Celeste had a striking appearance and a flawless figure. During her university years, she even competed in the university beauty contest and placed among the top 3. She was used to significant male attention from a young age, but was very particular in choosing her partners. At the company, A colleague named Lou Nader, who was almost 16 years older than Celeste, took a keen interest in her from the moment she started. Lou was quite reserved and unsociable, with no apparent career ambitions, having stayed in the same minor position for a long time. Celeste, being kind and open, didn't want to hurt Lou's feelings and always politely declined his advances. Despite her rejections, Lou kept trying to get her attention in various ways. Celeste would sometimes joke to lighten the mood, but was clear that she wasn't interested. Lou misinterpreted Celeste's politeness as playing hard to get and decided he would win her over no matter what. His persistent and awkward advances became annoying, but Celeste kept her composure, hoping he would eventually give up or focus on someone else. Instead, Lou became obsessed with her, and everyone around noticed his relentless pursuit. Celeste confided in a close friend that she would never consider a relationship with Lou. She found him odd and unpredictable, was not attracted to men without ambitions, and the significant age difference was also a factor. Despite his efforts, Lou stood no chance with her. His obsession even caused him to neglect his work duties, which led to 3 reprimands and warnings from senior management. Finally, in early autumn of 2019, Lou was dismissed for his poor performance. Lou was very upset when he was fired, almost crying as he packed his things. Celeste felt mixed emotions. She was relieved that he would stop bothering her, but also felt guilty, believing his dismissal was partly her fault. As a department manager, she thanked Lou for his service, escorted him to the exit, and tried to encourage him by patting him on the shoulder and sincerely wishing him luck. However, this seemingly harmless act turned out to be a fatal mistake. Lou interpreted Celeste's gesture as a sign that she had feelings for him, but was afraid to start an office romance due to her position. With nothing left to hinder their relationship in his mind, Lou was convinced they could be together. Overwhelmed by his emotions, Lou unexpectedly kissed Celeste on the cheek. Stunned by his audacity, Celeste didn't know how to react. She hurried back into the office building without saying a word. This reaction convinced Lou that Celeste had feelings for him and that he shouldn't give up. A few days after being fired, Lou created a social media account, found Celeste's profile, and sent her a friend request. Initially, she accepted it, thinking it was harmless. But when he started bombarding her with requests to meet and go out, she tried to politely decline before blocking him. The next day, Lou sent her another friend request from a new profile. Celeste ignored it, but he began commenting on her photos, praising her looks, and suggesting they would make a great couple. She adjusted her profile settings so only friends could message or comment. During a family celebration, Celeste complained about the persistent pursuer, recounting the bizarre incident on the day he was fired. Her family listened but assumed it wasn't serious and that he would eventually lose interest. Lou didn't have Celeste's personal phone number as they had only communicated through work channels, but now she started receiving strange romantic messages from an unknown number. She immediately guessed who they were from. Lou sent her romantic poems, admired her beauty, and tried to coax her into going out. Celeste answered his call once, trying to have a serious conversation to explain that nothing could happen between them and to persuade him to stop. However, Lou didn't listen and only commented on how pleasant her voice was and how glad he was that she had finally picked up. After this, Celeste tried to block Lou, but he called from new numbers each time. Eventually, she changed her number, but within a week, Lou somehow found it and continued his telephone harassment. This continued for about half a year as Celeste sought protection. Celeste tried to ignore her crazed admirer, blocking his numbers and fake social media pages, not responding to his messages and attempting to live her usual life. However, the messages kept coming and their tone gradually shifted from romantic to bold and threatening. Lou no longer asked to meet her. He demanded it, detailing delusional intimate fantasies about what he would do with her. The situation worsened when Lou started following her from work to home, learning where she lived. At first, Celeste didn't realize he was physically stalking her. She occasionally glimpsed him near her home, but dismissed it as her imagination, a product of nerves. When she finally understood that Lou was indeed following her, she decided to seek police protection. Celeste asked the police to issue a special order prohibiting Lou from approaching her in her home. However, the officers were indifferent and even mocking. They told her that writing poems or expressing explicit fantasies in text messages wasn't illegal or punishable. Without evidence that Lou was following her, they asked her to leave the precinct and not hinder their efforts to catch real criminals. Despite her distress, she couldn't obtain the restraining order she desperately needed. For another 6 months, Celeste continued to suffer from Lou's relentless harassment. She frequently noticed his car parked across the street from her office during workdays and saw him driving past her house several times in the evenings. She constantly felt his gaze, making her nervous and tense. In August 2020, Celeste approached the police again, this time with photo and video evidence on her phone showing that Lou was indeed following her. A different officer took Celeste's statement, this time taking the situation more seriously and expressing surprise at his colleague's previous indifference. He advised her to go to court immediately, where a restraining order was issued against Lou. He was notified that he could no longer call, approach, or try to contact her in any way. Clearly, Lou did not expect this turn of events and disappeared from Celeste's sight for a few weeks. For the first time in a long while, she felt free and believed that her harasser would no longer bother her. However, her relief was premature. Less than a month later, she began receiving messages from unknown numbers. In these messages, Lou first pleaded and then demanded that she retract her statement and remove the restraining order, claiming it interfered with their romantic relationship. After receiving several messages, Celeste immediately went to the police as Lou had violated the restraining order. This time, Lou was fined and warned that further violations would lead to much more severe consequences, including potential jail time. Following this, Lou did not make his presence known for almost 2 months, and Celeste hoped he had finally left her alone. In September 2020, Celeste met a young man named Chris Riedsdale, who was just a year older than her. They quickly discovered they had many common interests, views on life and goals leading to a romantic relationship. Celeste told Chris about the harassment from her former admirer and admitted that although Lou hadn't contacted her for over a month, she still felt anxious. Chris surrounded her with care and attention, doing everything he could to make her feel safe and worry-free. In early November, Celeste invited Chris to a family dinner to introduce him to her parents and brother. Her family immediately liked Chris, and her mother even joked that Celeste was now in safe hands. The next few weeks passed peacefully, with no sign of Lou trying to contact Celeste or appearing in her life. The young woman was happy, spending all her free time with Chris, and it seemed she no longer worried about Lou bursting back into her life or harm. On November 15, 2020, the love-struck couple went out on a date, sitting in a cafe and enjoying each other's company. Celeste suggested they capture the moment with a selfie, which turned out very romantic. The couple was sitting at the same table, embracing, smiling, and looking very happy. Celeste liked the photo so much that she decided to use it as her profile picture on social media to share news of her new relationship and signal that things were serious. Chris also posted the photo on his page with a touching caption about how he loved this girl and would do everything to keep her eyes sparkling with happiness, as they did in the picture. Unfortunately, this outing turned out to be the couple's last. On the evening of their date, Chris dropped Celeste off at her home, and they said goodbye, planning to meet the next day. Celeste spent about an hour in the kitchen with her mother, talking about her boyfriend before heading to bed, since she had to get up early for work the next morning. On Monday, November 16, 2020, around 4 o'clock in the morning, Celeste's mother, Eggy, was awakened by the sound of breaking glass. At first, she didn't understand what was happening. Then she heard suspicious noises, banging, screams, and commotion. Initially, she thought the noises were coming from the street, but she soon realized they were inside the house. Eggy jumped out of bed, threw on her robe, and rushed to her daughter's room. She flung open the door and saw, in the dim light, someone literally jumping away from Celeste's bed before escaping through the broken window. When Eggy turned on the light, she was confronted with a horrifying scene. Her daughter was lying in a pool of her own blood, covered in cuts and small shards of broken glass. Celeste was struggling to breathe, gasping for air, her eyes wide open and staring upward. Her mother immediately called emergency services and tried to stem the deep, bleeding wounds on her daughter's body until the paramedics arrived. Unfortunately, it was too late to save her. By the time the police and doctors arrived, she had passed away. The medical examiners later found over 20 penetrating stab wounds on her body, with the fatal blow to her heart. Analyzing the situation and comparing the scene of the incident with Eggy's testimony, it was clear that Celeste's attacker had entered through the broken window. The police concluded that the assailant took less than 3 minutes to break into Celeste's room through the window and carried out the attack before her mother could enter. The suspect used a large butcher's knife, striking randomly. Celeste tried to defend herself, as indicated by the numerous cuts on her arms. When asked if her daughter had any enemies, Eggy could only recall one name, Lou Sacco, who had obsessively pursued Celeste for over a year, harassing her with calls and threatening messages. This information was corroborated by other family members, friends, and colleagues. At the scene, the suspect left a large number of bloody fingerprints, and DNA was found on a fence he jumped over while fleeing, as he had injured his hand. It was imperative to detain and interrogate Lou immediately as the prime suspect in the case and to verify and compare all the evidence and witness statements. Lou was arrested the same day, but initially denied his involvement, insisting that he loved Celeste and would never harm her. However, forensic results soon confirmed that the bloody fingerprints found in the victim's room and on the fence were his. Law enforcement also pointed to the restraining order against approaching Celeste, which Lou had violated. Additionally, it was discovered that the evening before the tragedy, Lou had purchased a hammer and a large knife at a local hardware store, as captured on surveillance camera at the checkout. He later used the hammer to break into the house through the window and the knife to fatally attack Celeste. The evidence against Lou was irrefutable, further underscored by his long-term surveillance of the victim, knowing virtually everything about her. However, the final trigger for him was the photo Celeste posted on social media with her new boyfriend. After seeing this, Lou went to the store, purchased a knife and a hammer, and under the cover of night, went to Celeste's home to end her life. His actions were seen as deliberate and premeditated criminal activity, yet Lou's behavior was erratic, raising doubts about his mental stability. Notably, Lou, nearly 39 years old, had never married, continued to live with his parents, had almost no friends, and never held a job for long. People described him as nervous and introverted, with severe socialization issues. Additionally, Lou had a biological brother who was serving a lengthy sentence for a criminal act at that time. A forensic psychiatric evaluation was ordered for Lou, and his attorney insisted that his client needed not imprisonment, but specialized treatment as he required professional help. This argument outraged Celeste's family, who feared that the cruel criminal might evade punishment. Psychiatric experts, after interviewing Lou and analyzing his behavior, concluded that he did indeed suffer from some mental disorders. However, at the time of the crime, he was fully aware of his actions and had prepared for the crime in advance, planning the details. This meant that Lou, despite his attempts to feign insanity, would undoubtedly have to face trial. In the autumn of 2023, 3 years after Celeste's tragic death, Lou finally appeared in court. During this time, he repeatedly tried to prove that he was mentally ill and therefore could not be convicted of deliberate criminal activity. He spent most of this period in a psychiatric clinic. In the courtroom, Lou behaved calmly and detachedly, seemingly uninterested in the proceedings around him. He admitted his guilt, but insisted that he had not intended to end Celeste's life, merely to win her love. However, the jury unanimously found Lou guilty on all counts. He was sentenced to 36 years in prison, with the possibility of parole no sooner than after 30 years. Celeste's parents repeatedly pointed out that their daughter had contacted the police as early as 2020, hoping for protection from Lou. However, her complaint was not accepted because, according to the existing legislation, only attempts to physically contact the victim were considered harassment, while online stalking and phone harassment were not criminally punishable. Throughout the 3 years of preparing for the trial, Celeste's mother, Eggy, together with professional lawyers and some activist organizations, worked on developing Celeste's law. This law aimed to introduce criminal liability for stalking on social networks through text messages and emails. Eggy believed this would help protect many women and girls and prevent the tragic fate that befell her daughter. She aimed to achieve significant changes in the existing criminal legislation and directly approached the Legislative Commission of Victoria. Eggy developed over 40 recommendations and amendments, but almost all of them were ultimately rejected. Investigations showed that in the vast majority of cases, online stalkers limit themselves to their invisible presence and do not seek to contact their victims in any other way. The amendments that were made only helped to limit access to confidential information on social networks. In cases of severe stalking involving threats, a restraining order could be issued, similar to if the person were pursued in real life. However, here was still no criminal liability for such crimes currently. For such actions, a stalker might only receive a verbal warning, and upon repeated violations they might be fined. Though not always, Celeste's law has yet to be enacted. The 2008 case of Emma Ljungstig shocked Europe and stands as one of the most brutal in Swedish forensic history. Despite some arguing that the perpetrator was insane and pushing to close the case due to insufficient evidence, the true nature of the criminal was revealed during the trial. Emma Ljungstig, born February 16, 1985 in Stockholm, spent most of her youth there. Raised in a modest family as the younger of two sisters, she married her high school sweetheart Nicholas at 19. They were both young, and by the time of their marriage, Emma was expecting a child. At 20, Emma became a mother to Max, and a year and a half later, she had a daughter named Saga. Despite their two children, the couple struggled with the demands of family life, often arguing over small issues and finding no common ground. Shortly after Saga's birth, they decided to part ways. Then came the difficult and painful issue of child custody. Nicholas wanted not only to support the children financially, but also to be actively involved in their lives and upbringing. Emma was open to this, but soon she started a new romantic relationship. She moved to a small town called Aruga, about 150 kilometers from Stockholm, to be with her new partner and took the children with her. Nicholas opposed this move as he wanted to see his kids daily. The former spouses repeatedly clashed in court over this matter, and Nicholas even threatened Emma, prompting her to report him to the police. The conflict couldn't be resolved amicably, and both parents began to fight for sole custody. Emma's new partner was Tawny Hellberg, whom she met online. They quickly bonded, and their relationship became romantic. Tawny wasn't put off by the fact that Emma, at 23, had two children from her previous marriage. He was eager to start a family and embrace them as his own. The couple initially lived in a small house that Tawny had inherited, but once they decided to marry, they moved to a larger home with enough space for each child to have their own room. At that time, Tawny had a stable job with a good salary, while Emma focused on raising the children and managing the home. With her background in design, she planned to return to her profession in the future. They had planned a wedding for the summer of 2008, but those plans were not meant to be. On March 17, 2008, a typical Monday, Tawny left for work early, leaving Emma at home with their 3-year-old son Max and 1.5-year-old daughter Saga. In the evening, as Emma prepared dinner, she awaited Tawny's return and chatted online with her sister Katarina about a gift for their parents' upcoming wedding anniversary. At around 6:30 p.m., Tawny called Emma to let her know he was running late and said they could start dinner without him. After the brief call, Emma resumed her chores, fed the kids, and then returned to her computer to continue messaging Katarina. At 7:07 p.m., their conversation was abruptly cut off mid-sentence. Katarina found this odd, as she saw Emma typing but never sending the message. 5 minutes later, Katarina called Emma but got no response. She then reached out to Tawny to check on the situation. Tawny, who was on his way home, assured Katarina that everything was likely fine and that Emma might be preoccupied with the children. He said Emma would call back as soon as she could. When Tawny arrived home, he was startled to find the front door open. Inside, he noticed a mess, assuming it was from the children playing. However, he soon spotted brown stains and realized with horror that it was blood. He called out for Emma and the kids, but no one answered. In the hallway, He found what he initially thought was a doll lying in an unnatural position. As he got closer, he realized it was Saga, lying in a pool of blood with her head and face severely disfigured. Nearby, her brother lay in a similarly horrific condition with a fractured skull. Their mother was also on the floor, covered in blood, her face shattered and disfigured. It appeared none of them were alive. Overcome with shock, Tawny called emergency services with trembling hands and reported the scene. At that moment, Emma shuddered and emitted a loud groan. Police officers and paramedics immediately arrived on the scene and found a weak pulse in all three victims, quickly beginning resuscitation. The scene was horrifying. No one understood what kind of beast could do this to a young woman and her children, but saving their lives was the priority, so all efforts were focused on getting the victims to the nearest hospital for assistance. From the outset, paramedics expressed doubts about whether the victims could be brought to the hospital alive. However, all three were still alive when they arrived at the medical facility. They were diagnosed with open head injuries, severe brain damage, and extensive blood loss. No prognosis was given by the doctors, but they did the best they could. Max and Saga were in critical condition. Even if their lives could be saved, it was unlikely they would ever breathe on their own. Emma's condition was assessed as very serious but stable. The young woman was put into a medically induced coma and connected to life support machines, hoping her body could cope. While doctors fought for the lives of the victims, forensic experts worked at the scene, trying to find clues and reconstruct the crime. Inside the house, chaos reigned. Scattered belongings, blood on the floor and walls. Unfortunately, the medics had left behind a lot of clutter, moving items around to access the victims. The floor where Emma, Max, and Saga lay was trampled on, and now the medics had to figure out which footprints belonged to them and if the perpetrator's prints were there. Remarkably, the intruder had massacred the victims in at most 13 minutes, as the last message from Emma to her sister was sent at 7:07 p.m., and at 7:20 p.m. a call was made to the police by a frightened Tawny. The brutality with which the perpetrator massacred the victims indicated a personal motive and deep dislike. The weapon of the crime was a blunt, heavy object, presumably a hammer, but it was not found at the scene, suggesting the perpetrator took it with them. From the start, Tawny was the prime suspect. He was not married to Emma and was not the father of her children, leading to speculation that a domestic quarrel could have turned into a bloodbath. The grief-stricken man was immediately questioned but had an ironclad alibi. Firstly, he was indeed late at work, confirmed by his boss and colleagues, and secondly, at the time of the brutal massacre, he was walking down the street, caught on CCTV cameras. Nevertheless, a detailed statement was taken from Tawny, as he might have seen or heard something important that could help in the investigation. However, he could not remember anything specific. Everything seemed normal until he saw the mess and bodies lying on the floor. The only thing that alerted him was the unlocked front door, indicating Emma might have let the criminal in. After questioning, Tawny was released. By then, he had already informed Emma's family, and her parents immediately rushed to Aruga from Stockholm. Together, they went straight to the hospital, but on the way, they learned from the news on the radio that Max and Saga had died of their injuries without regaining consciousness. The new suspect was Emma's ex-husband and father of the children, Nicholas. The couple had been divorced for more than a year and parted peacefully. However, they constantly quarreled, sued for custody of the children, and Nicholas even threatened his ex-spouse, which she reported to the police. It seemed that everything fit. After the breakup, the young woman took the children to another city to be with her new partner. Their father, not having achieved custody through the court and harboring hostility toward Emma, decided to take a desperate step in a fit of rage and harmed the children. Nicholas was immediately tracked down and taken into custody, but he seemed crushed by the news of Max and Saga's deaths, sobbing and constantly asking if there was some mistake. When he was charged with what had happened, he was at first stunned and then began shouting that he would never hurt his children, whom he adored. When asked where Nicholas was at the time of the crime, he replied that he was away in another city on business for a day. It sounded strange, but soon his alibi was confirmed. The man was indeed 120 miles away from the crime scene when someone was massacring his ex-wife and children. Searching for clues and fearing for the life of the sole survivor, forensic investigators remained active at the scene, trying to find any evidence or traces of the attacker. The perpetrator had obviously worn gloves and left no fingerprints. Identifying the shoe prints was much more difficult because the house was visited by a dozen doctors who rendered assistance and took out the victims. It was necessary to collect all the footprints and determine which ones did not belong to the medics, Nicholas, or the victims themselves. Law enforcers feared that the criminal, having learned that Emma had survived, might sneak into the hospital to finish what he had started. After all, she was a crucial witness, and if she regained consciousness and could testify, she would certainly give him away. Therefore, a 24-hour guard was posted outside young Emma's room. At the same time, neighbors were interviewed in search of possible witnesses. One woman recalled that around 5 in the evening, a stranger in black clothes was walking around Emma and Nicholas's house. She thought it was strange, but could not see the person's face because it was hidden by a hood. However, the neighbor suggested that it could be a girl because the figure was short and fragile. The same figure in black clothes and with a hood on their head was also captured by a street surveillance camera located on a store a couple of minutes' walk from the crime scene. It appeared to law enforcement that the person in the video was a short, frail-looking girl. But who was she, and why would she wish harm on Emma and her children? The recording was shown to Nicholas to find out his opinion about who the stranger could be and whether he had any assumptions. From the first frames, his face changed, turning pale. He then said that it could be his ex-girlfriend, 31-year-old Christina Schur, although he could not be sure. Christina Schur, Nicholas's former sweetheart, was born in Hanover, Germany, in 1977. When she was still a child, her father left the family and practically stopped communicating with her, which negatively affected her mental state and behavior. The girl grew up willful and purposeful, but had a complex character. As a teenager, she went to the United States on an exchange program and lived in New York for several years. She received a good education in history and archaeology, traveled extensively throughout Europe, and took part in excavations and expeditions. In the summer of 2006, she went to Greece to the island of Crete, where she got a job as a tour guide at a popular hotel. In July, 26-year-old Nicholas came on vacation and immediately attracted Christina. He also liked the smart, interesting, and educated girl with whom he had an affair from the first days of acquaintance. Christina was 29 years old at that time, but the small age difference did not embarrass the couple. Their connection lasted for a week while Nicholas was vacationing at the hotel, and after his departure, they continued to communicate by phone and correspond on the internet. A few months later, Christina came to Hellberg in Sweden and literally asked to stay at his house. Even then, such behavior seemed too intrusive and tactless to Nicholas. When Christina offered him a weekend trip to the mountains, he refused and sincerely hoped it would be the last time they met. But Christina continued to call, write, and insist on a new meeting. In January 2007, during a phone conversation, Nicholas told Christina that everything was over between them and they should not meet again. But Christina pretended not to hear it. She continued to call, asking to visit him and inviting him to go on vacation with her. In the spring of 2007, Christina returned to Sweden and began to stalk her former boyfriend, Nicholas. She tried to persuade him to resume their relationship, even though he honestly admitted that he was already dating someone else. Christina claimed she had left some of her belongings at his house during her previous visit and needed to retrieve them. Nicholas agreed, but as soon as they entered his home, she attempted to seduce him. When he firmly refused, she ominously said he would regret it. 3 months later, Christina returned again, apologized for her previous behavior, and once more tried to convince Nicholas to reconcile. He rejected her, and later that evening, she called him, claiming she had swallowed pills because she couldn't live without him. Alarmed, Nicholas called an ambulance and also contacted her family, advising them to seek psychiatric help for Christina. After receiving care at the hospital, her mother took her to a psychiatric facility, where she stayed for over a month. However, the treatment had little effect, and Christina remained obsessed with Nicholas. constantly thinking about how to win him back and devising new reasons to meet him. In October 2007, Christina decided to move to Sweden and settled in the suburbs of Stockholm, sharing an apartment with another girl. She resumed her pursuit of Nicholas, and when she finally managed to meet him, she claimed she had given birth to a son by him, but had given the child to a foster family. Nicholas was shocked by this news and was curious about the timing. The last time they had been intimate was over a year ago, and they had met 3 more times since then without any signs of pregnancy. Christina responded evasively and kept adding new details each time. In January 2008, after numerous unsuccessful attempts to meet with Nicholas, Christina wrote him a message stating that their son had been diagnosed with a hereditary disease, and they needed to go to Germany together to see him. She added that the child's adoptive father would contact him with the details. At this time, Nicholas and Emma were in the process of moving to a new home, and Emma knew the whole story. She believed Christina was trying to lure Nicholas to Germany and that no son existed. When Nicholas received a call from a man claiming to be the adoptive father, he asked questions about the child's birth details. The caller became irritated, avoided answering, and eventually hung up. This confirmed Nicholas's suspicion that Christina had fabricated the story and enlisted someone to play along. Upon learning this convoluted story, detectives quickly located Christina's address. Her roommate told them Christina had packed her things the day before and said she was returning to Germany. A check confirmed that Christina had left the country, so the Swedish police sought help from their German counterparts to arrest her. On March 20th, a warrant was issued for her arrest. When Christina was arrested, she claimed there had been a mistake and that she had nothing to do with the crime. However, after being taken to Sweden on March 29th, she requested a meeting with Nicholas, which was denied. She remained calm, but persistently asked to see or call him again. Christina's rented apartment was thoroughly searched, and her phone and laptop were seized for inspection. Investigators examined all her clothes but found no traces of blood. By then, they had determined which of the bloody shoe prints at the crime scene did not belong to the medics or family members. The prints were from athletic shoes, and the tread pattern indicated the brand and style. The shoe size matched the suspects, though Christina claimed she had never owned such a model. Her roommate, however, identified the shoes as belonging to Christina. More disturbing evidence was found on Christina's laptop. It contained numerous photos of Nicholas, both alone and with his new girlfriend. In a separate folder with a disturbing label, there were pictures of Emma and her children, which Christina had copied from Emma's social media page. Each photo was captioned with insulting, threatening, and frightening remarks. The search history revealed queries on how to commit murder without leaving traces, how to hide evidence, and how to divert suspicion. Investigators also found a floor plan of Emma and Nicholas's new home, and notes detailing Nicholas's work schedule and the family's daily routines. Emma's condition eventually stabilized, with her vital signs showing gradual improvement. By the end of March, doctors decided it was time to begin waking her from the medically induced coma. When she awoke, she was still unable to speak due to the breathing tube, but recognized her family members in the room. However, she appeared confused about her situation and why she was in the hospital. Once Emma was able to speak clearly, the police interviewed her, but initially withheld the news about her children's deaths. Emma had no memory of the tragic events and believed she'd been in a car accident. She repeatedly asked about her children, eager to know if they were okay. At first, she received vague responses, but eventually her family and medical team decided to tell her the truth. When informed about her children's murders, Emma became hysterical and had to be sedated. When she woke up, she didn't recall the conversation and again asked about her children. This cycle of being informed and then forgetting continued for several weeks, with Emma's mind repeatedly rejecting the harsh reality. A month later, Emma was taken to the scene of the crime, accompanied by medical personnel. Once inside the house, her memory suddenly returned. She recounted how she had been texting with her sister, setting the table while her children played nearby, when there was a knock on the door. She opened it to see a short, dark figure of a woman. As she asked what the woman wanted, she felt a sharp pain and blacked out. The figure then entered the house, and Emma, with her last bit of strength, tried to stop her to protect her children, but collapsed in the hallway, where she was attacked again. Christina continued to deny her involvement in the crime. The murder weapon was never found, and most of the evidence was circumstantial, giving her a chance to avoid conviction. However, Christina's roommate revealed that a hammer had gone missing from her toolkit around the time of the crime. The investigation determined that the size and configuration of that brand of tool matched the suspected murder weapon, though this was also circumstantial. Surveillance footage from a suburban bus station showed Christina visiting the area 3 times in the week before the murders. Christina couldn't explain her frequent visits, and she also couldn't explain her internet searches on how to cover up a crime, or her collection of photos of Emma and her children. The trial began on July 29, 2008, with Christina facing charges of double murder with particular cruelty and attempted murder. Her behavior in the courtroom was strange. She smiled and waved at the audience and laughed when shown gruesome footage of the crime scene. This led some to question her sanity, but a psychiatric evaluation confirmed she was sane and fully aware of her actions. Emma testified during the trial and fainted upon seeing Christina. After regaining consciousness, she recalled everything and identified Christina as the last person she saw before losing consciousness on the day of the crime. Despite efforts by the defense to prove Christina's innocence, the jury unanimously found her guilty on all counts. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole and ordered to pay $20,000 in compensation to Emma. No evidence was found that Christina had ever been pregnant or had a child with Nicholas. As for Emma, her recovery was long and difficult, but Nicholas stayed by her side. They married in the summer of 2010 and are now raising 2 children together, who are aware of the tragic fate of their older siblings. Police in western France have found the bodies of a mother and her 4 children buried under the terrace of their house in Nantes. They'd been missing since the beginning of April. The family's 2 pet dogs were buried alongside. In early April 2011, something unusual happened at house number 55 on Boulevard Robert Schumann in Nantes, France. Normally lively with the sounds of Xavier and Agnes Dupont de Lyons and their 4 teenage children, the house suddenly became quiet. Even the shutters, usually open even when they were away, remained closed. This worried their neighbors, who were used to hearing the children and their dogs. Concerned, the neighbors called the police. When the police first checked, they didn't find the family. But after more inspections, they made a shocking discovery. Located near Paris, Versailles was the birthplace of Xavier Dupont de Lyons, born in 1961 to a French count named Bernard Hub Dupont de Lyons and his wife, Genevieve Thiers. Their family had some unusual history. When Bernard left his wife for another woman, Xavier took charge of caring for his mother and sister, Christine. Christine Dupont de Lyons claimed to receive messages from God, which she wrote down during sessions of automatic writing like a surrealist poet. Her beliefs eventually led her to establish a group called the Church of Philadelphia, which Genevieve convinced others was chosen to survive an upcoming apocalypse and rebuild the world. According to Genevieve, Christine was destined to be a reincarnation of both Jesus and Satan, bringing salvation despite inheriting her father's noble title. Xavier wasn't very interested in French customs. He loved luxury cars and extravagant things, especially those from the United States. His mother, Genevieve, supported his lavish lifestyle using money from her followers in the cult. In 1974, on the island of Braz, Xavier met Emmanuel Tenner, and they became close friends for life. Emmanuel even confessed his love for Xavier once, but despite this, they remained best friends. 2 years later, Xavier met Agnes Honor, who was born near Paris on November 9, 1962. She was known for her strong religious beliefs and worked at a Catholic school teaching catechism. Although not much is known about her family, it's clear that Xavier and Agnes had a passionate but brief romance in 1990. Agnes gave birth to their first child, Arthur, soon after they reunited. They married, and Xavier adopted Arthur as his own. 2 years later, they had their first biological child, Thomas, who was named after Emmanuel, chosen as his godfather. After Thomas, they had two more children, Anne and Benoit. The family of six seemed to be the picture of happiness, with Xavier being a loving father and the children doing well in school, showing promise for the future. Around 2000, Xavier moved his family to the United States to better align with their interests and preferences. However, the venture failed, causing significant financial problems when they returned to France. Xavier accumulated large debts from his unclear professional activities, which were described as sales by French media. Financial issues troubled Xavier for many years, including a failed attempt to import cars from the United States to France. Xavier also started several small businesses, none of which were very successful. These included a hotel and restaurant guide for salespeople, a customer loyalty system for restaurants, and an association called the French Federation of Commerce. He also managed a discreet business where he was listed as the manager, but the earnings from this were minimal. In 2003, he hired 6 salespeople, but his income remained low, around $4,200 annually. His work often took him away from home during the week, putting strain on his marriage. Financial problems began to affect their relationship, worsened by typical marital disagreements. By 2004, Agnes wrote extensively on a French forum about their challenges. She mentioned that Xavier once said a group death in their family wouldn't be catastrophic. By 2009, their growing debt led to a temporary separation. During this time, Xavier blamed Agnes for their financial troubles in numerous letters, causing Agnes emotional distress, affecting her appetite and sleep. Xavier turned to his friend Emmanuel for help. Emmanuel, despite coming from a wealthy family, lived modestly in a small apartment. He generously lent Xavier large sums of money, funded his travels, and even co-signed for the house where Xavier settled with his family in the late 2000s. Once settled at 55 Boulevard Robert Schumann, neighbors saw Agnes as bossy and less pleasant than her husband. Behind closed doors, Agnes faced personal turmoil, viewing Xavier as emotionally distant, rigid, and sometimes abusive. She confided in friends from her prayer group about her fears of Xavier's mother, Genevieve, whom she described as mentally ill and controlling. In January 2011, Xavier hoped for an inheritance following the death of his father, Bernard, despite the gap between his lifestyle and financial struggles. However, Xavier was in for a surprise when he looked into his father's estate. There was hardly anything significant left, just a few papers, a rifle, a card, a ring, and some cash. Xavier took these items shortly after Bernard's death. Within hours, he withdrew cash using his father's card. By February 2nd, he obtained a firearms license, and by March 12th, he purchased a silencer for the rifle. During this time, he practiced shooting in his garden, aiming at a balloon on a stand. Emmanuel, visiting at the time, tried the rifle and saw nothing suspicious. Xavier explained the silencer was to avoid bothering neighbors. On Friday, April 1st, Xavier and Emmanuel went to a shooting range where Bernard's inherited rifle was a topic of interest. The next day, Emmanuel called Xavier several times, speaking with him for nearly an hour. Investigation suggests the horror began on Sunday, April 3rd. That evening, Xavier, Agnes, and their children went to the movies and enjoyed dinner at a restaurant. Everyone was there except Thomas, who was studying at a nearby university hostel. After returning home, Xavier messaged Christine about their dinner outing. The widely accepted theory is that Xavier drugged his family while they slept, then shot and buried them in the garden, including their 2 Labrador dogs. Xavier's alibi was as calculated as his actions. On Monday morning, April 4th, Xavier started contacting people in their circle. He called Agnes' workplace, claiming she was sick, and contacted the children's schools, fabricating stories about their illnesses and accidents. By midday, he sent a letter to Arthur's workplace, saying Arthur was resigning due to Xavier's transfer to Australia. He still had Thomas to deal with. That evening, he met Thomas for dinner near his university residence. Afterward, Thomas returned to his room. The next day, Xavier sent an urgent message to Thomas, claiming Agnes had a bicycle accident and was in a coma at a hospital. This prompted Thomas to rush to Nanta. It's presumed Xavier killed Thomas in the same manner as his siblings and mother. Later that evening, Emmanuel spoke with Xavier for nearly 19 minutes. Around midnight, a friend of Thomas received a message from him, claiming he was home watching a movie with his father. Thomas was likely already dead by then. About an hour later, Xavier emailed Emmanuel to arrange a meeting. Emmanuel reminded Xavier about having power of attorney and the location of a key on a sailboat, which seemed unusual given the circumstances. Xavier's actions were far from discreet. He moved in and out of his house openly, even leaving a note on the door to stop delivering mail. Instead of hiding, he withdrew cash from ATMs and was captured by security cameras. He used his credit cards at restaurants and stayed in hotels under his real name. As Xavier attempted his perfect escape, neighbors began noticing troubling signs. The once open windows of the chalet stayed closed for days. Local children no longer saw the family's 4 children playing, and the dogs stopped barking. Agnes didn't return to work. It seemed as if they had vanished without a trace. Neighbors, alarmed by these clues, contacted the authorities. When officers arrived, they found a nearly empty refrigerator with only a few jars of preserves. The kitchen had a still damp mop, a chess set was left on the living room table, and guitars were on the sofa. The scene was eerie. Beds were stripped, picture frames empty, and closets missing clothes. Amidst the mystery, on April 9th, a letter surfaced addressed to family and friends. It claimed Xavier had been hired by the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, and that the family had to go into witness protection, explaining their sudden disappearance. This story raised suspicion and worry among neighbors, who felt something was not right. Concerned for the family's safety, they urged authorities to investigate further. Meanwhile, Xavier traveled through southern France in his car. As media attention grew, more details emerged. On April 15th, security cameras caught Xavier entering a small hotel near Cannes. He parked, took a bag, and disappeared into nearby woods. This was the last confirmed sighting of him. Curiously, on the same day, Emmanuel called his mother, revealing secrets. He was homosexual, an alcoholic, and depressed. Responding to pleas from neighbors and lacking leads, authorities revisited the family home on April 21, 2011. They noticed a freshly disturbed patch of earth under a terrace, leading to the discovery of a concrete slab. Moments later, they made a grim discovery. The bodies of Agnes and her 4 children were found wrapped in bags, each with multiple gunshot wounds and covered in religious symbols. They had been carefully buried in burlap sacks with quicklime. The family's 2 Labradors were also found buried nearby. Despite an extensive search, no traces of blood, fingerprints, or DNA were found at the scene. Xavier became the most wanted man in France, accused of the brutal massacre. His face was plastered across the news, earning him titles like the most wanted man, the non-to-kill killer, and the face of horror. Despite this publicity, he seemed to have mysteriously vanished without a trace. Autopsy results on the 5 bodies revealed a carefully planned execution. Most of the victims had been shot in the head, and traces of a sedative were found in the children, suggesting they were attacked while asleep. Investigators discovered that Agnes, in the master bedroom, had a device for managing sleep apnea that stopped functioning at 3:27 a.m. on April 4. Speculation arose that Xavier might have hesitated to kill Thomas, possibly due to his position as the heir to the family name. Due to Xavier's close relationship with Emmanuel, the authorities questioned him extensively. Initially cooperative, Emmanuel suggested that Xavier's disappearance might have been a form of pilgrimage before suicide. However, deeper investigation into Emmanuel's life revealed inconsistencies. Police searched his apartment and seized his laptop, uncovering extensive correspondence with Xavier. These emails ranged from mundane to philosophical, with one particularly intriguing email sent on April 6. This email, along with other details, led investigators to suspect that Emmanuel might have assisted in Xavier's escape. However, Christine also came under scrutiny. During interviews, both she and Genevieve were evasive, painting a superficial picture of Xavier and denying knowledge of the Church of Philadelphia. Despite their denials, investigators unearthed a past complaint from former sect members who had fled in fear after Christine proposed unconventional practices. This revelation about the sect, including wealthy members providing support, suggested a possible source of logistical and material assistance for Xavier. Investigators interrogated all former members and monitored current followers, hoping for any slip-ups that might lead to new leads. Despite efforts, no definitive breakthroughs emerged from these avenues. Meanwhile, Xavier's cell phone records provided clues to his movements within the country, aiding authorities in piecing together his possible escape route. The last concrete trace of Xavier was a security recording from April 15. Investigators speculated he might have had a weapon in his bag, judging by its shape. Despite signs suggesting he might have taken his own life in the woods, exhaustive searches yielded no body or remains. This led to a theory that Xavier could have been picked up by a boat and taken to another country. In response, an international arrest warrant was issued on May 4. Nantai police contacted the National Center for Fisheries Monitoring to check if Emmanuel or Xavier owned a motorboat or sailboat, but they found nothing conclusive. They noted that their records might not be fully up to date. On May 9, Emmanuel was summoned to the Nantai police station for another interview, which turned into an interrogation. Police focused on locating a boat and identifying its captain. At this stage, Emmanuel was unaware of the depth of the investigation or the suspicions surrounding him. When asked about a reference to a sailboat, Emmanuel described it as a coincidence. He disclosed giving Xavier power of attorney to access his safe deposit box in case of an emergency, with the key stored on a model sailboat in an apartment. The safe contained his will, and that was all. Frustrated and empty-handed, the police released Emmanuel after the interrogation. Despite several coincidences, the investigation into Xavier's disappearance remained uncertain. Emmanuel was viewed primarily as a witness, and no arrests had been made. However, police debated the need for further interrogation, leaning on him as the most likely accomplice. A significant breakthrough occurred when investigators reviewed all checks issued to Xavier's company. They discovered an unusual check for $4,200 signed by Emmanuel, linked to an unknown account in Monaco. They immediately requested account statements, but Monaco's strict banking privacy laws required responses through their own regulatory agencies. On September 28, four police officers revisited Emmanuel's residence. After a long wait, Emmanuel emerged disoriented and, in his underwear, barely able to confirm his identity. His apartment was sparsely furnished, littered with empty alcohol bottles, suggesting a state of deep loneliness. Emmanuel hadn't received any letters or calls from Xavier, which troubled him deeply. Police no longer considered him a suspect, but rather a lost soul, raising doubts about their investigative focus. Xavier had become one of France's most wanted alleged murderers, possibly internationally notorious. In 2015, a journalist claimed to have received a letter from Xavier asserting he was alive. Handwriting, DNA, and fingerprint analyses were conducted on the note, but they yielded no new information. On January 9, 2018, police raided a monastery in Ribourne-sur-Arne after a tip-off about a monk resembling Xavier. After 2 hours of intense searching, they determined it was a case of mistaken identity. On January 18, 2019, Emmanuel died of a heart attack. That same year, authorities mistakenly arrested a man believed to be Xavier at Glasgow Airport in Scotland. Another theory suggested Xavier might be in South America, particularly Argentina, where his language skills and charisma could aid in blending in. Over the years, the Church of Philadelphia has persisted and reportedly experienced a resurgence. This secretive group, active for nearly 40 years, remains withdrawn from the world. In the summer of 2019, two brothers raised within the sect filed new complaints against Christine and Genève. For 2 decades, these women have staunchly proclaimed that Xavier is alive, innocent and hiding in the United States under witness protection. They refute the contents of the April 9th letter as pure fabrication. While this could be seen as denial, it might also obscure certain truths. Since 2011, the case has been fraught with speculation and false leads, leading authorities down endless paths. The crucial question remains, will justice ever be served for Agnes and her children? Despite a bleak outlook, some believe that the truth will eventually come to light. Story 5. The story of Christy, Sean, and Joseph Codd. Ever wondered why someone would harm an entire family? It makes you question how well you really know the people around you, doesn't it? We often think our friends, colleagues, or neighbors have our backs, but sometimes there are wolves in sheep's clothing among us. They gain our trust only to exploit it later, causing unimaginable harm. Friendship is usually a source of joy and support in life, but tragically, sometimes those intentions lead to devastating outcomes. The tragic loss of Christy, Sean, and her husband Joseph Codd in 2015 profoundly affected the quiet provincial town of Lear, North Carolina. Their deaths marked one of the most brutal crimes in the history of the small community. At the time of the incident, the couple was eagerly anticipating the arrival of a new family member. However, what made the situation even more horrifying was the realization that their assailant was someone they knew well, trusted, and considered a friend. Furthermore, they were not his only victims. Christy Sean, aka Maria Sean Codd, born on September 3, 1976 in Madrid, Spain, was the only child of American military personnel. Her father, a U.S. Air Force soldier, frequently relocated with his wife and daughter due to his duties. As a result, the family moved from place to place, living in various European countries before returning to the United States. Christy started her education in New Orleans, Louisiana, but the family quickly moved to Texas, then to Illinois. Afterward, they spent several years living in Latin American countries. Living a nomadic lifestyle had its advantages for Christy. She learned multiple languages early on and got to immerse herself in different cultures and traditions. However, her teenage years presented challenges, as she struggled to settle into new groups and make friends in unfamiliar places. Just as she began to adjust, it was time to relocate, leading to changes in schools and social circles. Surprisingly, these constant changes honed her communication skills. Christy effortlessly connected with people from diverse backgrounds and earned a reputation as a sweet, sociable, and charming young woman. Moreover, she actively participated in sports such as gymnastics, swimming, and kickboxing classes from a young age. After finishing school, Christy's father retired from the military and they settled in Ballowy, Mississippi. Finally, finding genuine friends, Christy stumbled upon a new passion: cooking. She loved experimenting in the kitchen, crafting culinary delights that earned her admiration. This newfound interest led her to pursue culinary courses, much to her parents' expectation of her becoming a chef. However, Christy surprised them by discovering her knack for acting. With ambition and beauty on her side, she joined an acting academy and headed to Los Angeles. There, she embraced every opportunity that came her way, from commercials to theater performances. She even landed roles in prominent Hollywood productions, sometimes taking on risky stunts, including a minor part in the Terminator franchise. In 2000, after graduating from the academy, the young woman found herself without any significant acting roles. Despite her talent and looks, she shifted her focus to cooking and sports, turning them into a profitable business. Christy appeared on several popular culinary TV shows, gaining recognition and becoming a well-known figure. While she made it to the finals of the next Food Network star, she didn't win due to mixed reviews of her culinary experiments. However, Christy wasn't discouraged. She attracted a large following on social media, where she shared her life and creations, promoting a healthy lifestyle and offering nutrition advice. She even developed exercise routines to stay in good physical shape. About a year later, Christy founded and began successfully developing her own catering company, which provided banquet services for various events and also retailed prepared culinary products. Her business was distinctive in that it focused on proper and healthy eating, and additionally, the menu featured her own original recipes which she created and perfected. Soon, the young woman contemplated starting her own farm, which would grow healthy and environmentally friendly produce. This would help her expand her business in the catering industry. At the same time, she conducted online courses on proper nutrition and developed several other projects. In 2012, Christy met Joseph Timothy Codd, better known as JT, who worked as a casting director in television, responsible for selecting participants and actors for various high-rated projects. They first met at a studio in Los Angeles at the casting for a culinary show that the young woman wanted to participate in, and they instantly clicked. Joseph was nearly 7 years older than Christy, had been married before, but was in the process of divorcing at the time they met. He was utterly charmed by the beauty and charisma of this delightful blonde, and he began to court her. The young woman was not averse to his attention, and soon they began a romantic relationship. Joseph shared and supported the ideas of his beloved, and together they began to work on the project of their own farm. Soon after, the couple decided to leave Los Angeles and moved from sunny California to North Carolina. They sold Christie's quite successful and well-established catering business. Joseph sold his house in Hollywood, and they invested all the proceeds in buying a large piece of land in the town of Leicester. The couple acquired a spacious and cozy house, as well as a nearly 1-acre plot of land to realize their dream. The man continued to collaborate with TV channels, but now worked remotely, while the woman actively worked on developing her personal blog about proper nutrition and a healthy lifestyle. They were an ideal couple, with their relationship marked by love and harmony. Together, 3 months after the wedding, the newlyweds learned that they were going to become parents for the first time. Their joy knew no bounds. After the new year, during a routine ultrasound examination, the doctor told the couple that they were expecting a daughter. A few days later, during a phone call with her mother, Christ mentioned that they had decided to name their firstborn Skylar. Everything was going perfectly, and the pregnancy was progressing smoothly. But the couple's happiness was tragically short-lived. Christy was 5 months pregnant and actively preparing for the arrival of their baby. She almost daily called her parents who lived in another state, sharing updates on her well-being and chatting with her mother, sometimes for an hour at a time. However, on March 13, 2015, Christy's mother was unable to reach her daughter, but initially did not think much of it. The situation repeated the next day. Calls went through, but no one answered. Her son-in-law's phone also went unanswered. When, by March 15th, both spouses' phones were turned off, Christy's mother became alarmed. Since Christy and Joseph's parents lived in other states, they couldn't quickly check on their children's home to ensure everything was all right. Therefore, Christy's mother called a close friend of her daughter, a woman named Cecily, who lived nearby and could check on them at their home. When the friend arrived at the Codd residence, she saw that both spouses' personal cars were parked at the house. However, the front door was locked, and no one responded to knocks and shouts. The couple's phones had been off for 3 days, which was also highly suspicious. Through a window, Cecily saw that the couple's beloved dogs, who they cherished and would never willingly leave alone, were locked inside one of the rooms. The woman opted to stroll around the house and noticed that the back door lock had been forcibly broken, suggesting an attempted or successful break-in. She promptly notified Christy's mother via phone, who then promptly contacted the police. The arriving officers confirmed the break-in at the back door and found disorder inside, indicating a search for something. The family reported missing valuables, including the homeowner's jewelry box, and noted that the safe in the couple's bedroom had been tampered with. However, there were no signs of a struggle or evidence of the couple being forcibly taken. Moreover, the intruder had been careful, leaving behind no fingerprints or DNA evidence. The relatives clung to the faint hope that 45-year-old Joseph and his 38-year-old pregnant wife Christy were still alive. But the experienced officers were not optimistic in their forecasts. In the initial days, the investigation simply stalled. No clues or even somewhat significant evidence could be found. The missing couple had no enemies or ill wishes, and reconstructing what had happened was challenging even in broad strokes. The spouses' phones were left at home, last used on March 12th. Only incoming calls were recorded the next day, after which the devices died. The police decided to question the couple's neighbors to see if they had noticed anything strange or suspicious. Recently, an interesting detail emerged. A neighbor living across the street saw another local resident throwing a large bundle into a trash bin near the Codd's home on the morning of March 15th. At the time, he didn't think much of it, but when he learned of the couple's disappearance, he thought the information might be useful to the investigation. Checking the contents of the bins was no longer possible, as the trash had been taken to the dump just the day before, and now any potential evidence would need to be searched for there. But first, the police wanted to speak with the person who had discarded the strange bundle. It was revealed that the perpetrator was a 36-year-old named Robert Jason Owens, residing on the same street. He was familiar with the couple and even regarded as a close family friend. Owens, a handyman, had assisted Christy and Joseph during their initial move. Over time, they developed a friendship, leading to Owens being invited to their wedding. While this seemed innocent enough, some locals characterized Owens as peculiar and unpredictable. Robert was called in for questioning at the police station on March 16. Initially, he denied any involvement in the couple's disappearance and claimed ignorance about the mentioned bundle. Initially, there wasn't much evidence to charge him with beyond the unsubstantiated claim. However, the situation took a drastic turn later that evening when the same large peculiar bundle was discovered at the landfill. Inside were items from the missing couple's home, and Robert's clear fingerprints and DNA traces were found on partially burnt clothing belonging to the couple, as well as on a blanket and throw from their home, all stained with blood. This evidence confirmed the police's suspicions that Christy and Joseph were no longer alive. Doubts were dispelled when police searched the suspect's home and found charred human skeletal remains in his wood stove. Robert was then brought in as a suspect in the brutal elimination of his neighbor and the neighbor's pregnant wife. Despite his denials and inconsistent statements, he eventually confessed after several hours, and his admissions were truly shocking. He admitted to the double fatal incident but claimed it was accidental. According to him, on the evening of March 12, he opted to pay a visit to his friend's house. However, he veered off the road to avoid hitting a dog, which led to his car getting stuck in the mud. He proceeded to walk to the Codd family's residence and sought their assistance in pushing his car out. The Codd couple, being helpful and responsive, agreed to help. As they were pushing the car, Robert, seated behind the wheel, accidentally mixed up the gas and brake pedals, causing the car to lurch forward and strike the couple. In a state of panic, fearing he would be blamed for their injuries or deaths, he made the decision not to alert the authorities or seek medical aid. Instead, he chose to conceal the incident. Robert asserted that he returned to the Codd family's residence, forcibly entered through the back door, and retrieved blankets from the bedroom, uncertain of the victim's survival. He proceeded to wrap the bodies in the blankets and place them in the bed of his pickup truck. He then transported the bodies to his own home, where he dismembered them in his bathroom using a saw and a small axe. Subsequently, he ignited his stove and systematically incinerated portions of his remains, hoping for complete combustion. Strangely, he opted not to burn the blood-soaked clothing, blankets, and footwear, instead bundling them into a trash bag and disposing of them in a dumpster, assuming that once the garbage was taken to the landfill, any evidence would be irretrievable. After all this, Robert claimed he decided to stage a burglary, though in reality he had robbed his friend's home himself, stealing money and valuables, which he pawned the next day. The cruelty with which Robert disposed of his friend's bodies and the eerie calmness with which he recounted the events shocked even seasoned police officers. In his home, they found a saw and an axe stained with blood, skin, and bone fragments of the deceased. The accused hadn't even bothered to clean the tools or attempt to hide them, confident that the investigation would never lead to him since he had left no traces at the Codd's house. Forensic analysis confirmed that the bone fragments found in Owen's stove belonged to the missing couple. Law enforcement decided to delve deeper into the suspect's background. Robert was unmarried, had no children, and barely maintained any contact with his relatives. He had previously lived in Asheville, North Carolina, but in 2000 he bought land in Leicester and later built a house there. It turned out that his name was linked to an unresolved crime from 15 years prior that occurred in Asheville in 2000. Robert's close friend, Zeb Wayne Quinn, who was only 18 at the time, mysteriously disappeared. Robert and Zeb, longtime acquaintances from their school days, resided nearby and shared a friendship. Zeb, balancing military training with part-time work at Walmart, arranged to meet with Robert on January 2, 2000, following the conclusion of his Walmart shift. Their plan was to journey to Leicester to purchase a new car. However, Zeb failed to return home. Several days later, Zeb's Mazda protege was discovered parked elsewhere in town, its headlights illuminated, with a heart drawn on the window using red lipstick. Despite investigations, the car's owner remained unidentified. Furthermore, the vehicle exhibited damage and scratches, along with paint traces from another vehicle. Remarkably, Robert, the last person to see Zeb, also had damage on his car, with paint particles matching those from Zeb's vehicle. Robert recounted a peculiar and dubious account of their encounter. Soon after, they embarked towards Leicester, with Zeb signaling for Robert to stop. Zeb said he received a message on his pager and urgently needed to use a payphone. He asked Robert to wait and drove off to the nearest gas station, but returned 10 minutes later looking frantic. He said their plans had changed and then drove off in an unknown direction, hitting his friend's car in the process. It was also discovered that Zeb had a romantic relationship with a woman named Misty Taylor, whose former boyfriend, Wesley Smith, had threatened Zeb with harm if he didn't stop seeing Misty Taylor. Smith and Owens were questioned in this case, but due to a lack of evidence, all three were released. Additionally, Misty and Wesley had aliases, which was not the case for Robert. A significant amount of money which Zeb had with him in case he decided to buy the car, and his pager disappeared from his car, and it was never determined what message he had received, if any. The investigation leaned towards the theory that there was no message at all. Another oddity was that the day after Zeb's disappearance, a man called Walmart claiming to be him, stating he wouldn't be coming to work for the next few days due to illness. However, the colleague who answered the call thought the voice sounded strange and unfamiliar, not like Zeb at all. That phone call was traced to a Volvo plant where Robert worked. During questioning, Owens unexpectedly claimed that he made the call at his friend's request the night before Zeb sped away. No new evidence or witnesses were found, and the case remained unsolved, with Zeb Quinn listed as missing ever since. However, 15 years after these events, Owens was interrogated again, suspected of being directly involved in his longtime friend's disappearance. In June 2015, the case of Zeb Quinn was reopened from the archives, and resumed. However, at first, it seemed unlikely that law enforcement would uncover any new information. Robert recounted the same story he had told back in 2000, indicating he had nothing new to add. Nevertheless, the police decided to conduct a more thorough search of his property, where they stumbled upon something very peculiar. In a detached concrete slab at Owen's home, a strangely walled-off cavity was discovered inside which were small, heavily charred human bone fragments. Unfortunately, the remains were too damaged to undergo DNA analysis, so it was impossible to definitively determine if they belonged to the missing Quinn. A neighbor's interview provided even more unexpected results. An elderly man living nearby remembered something from January 2000 when young Owens had just purchased the land and was starting to build his house. One evening, he started a fire that emitted a sickly sweet, nauseating smell. The neighbor even confronted him because the wind was blowing the stench in his direction, nearly making him sick. Soon after, the fire pit was covered with concrete, which seemed highly unusual, but Robert claimed he planned to build a small fountain there, which he never did. The neighbor had forgotten about the foul-smelling fire until 15 years later when police showed up at the property. Ultimately, Owens confessed to being complicit in a crime, telling an entirely new story. According to him, Zeb was killed by his own uncle Walter Owens, who had been hired by Wesley Smith to eliminate Misty's new boyfriend, whom he still loved. Robert claimed he was unaware at the time, and his uncle had asked him to lure the young man to a secluded spot when the three of them ended up in a wooded area on the road to Leicester. The uncle ordered them to stop the car and then to signal Quinn to do the same. Once the young man stepped out, Walter shot him silently and then instructed his nephew to help dismember and package the body, which was burned on Robert's property that same night and encased in concrete. Interrogating Walter Owens was no longer possible as he had died several years before his nephew's horrific confession. No evidence was found at the supposed crime scene, and the story sounded very unconvincing. Legal proceedings, plea agreement, and final verdict. Initially, Robert faced charges of first-degree double murder, murder of an unborn child, dismemberment, and concealment of evidence, burglary, and robbery. All these charges could have led to the death penalty, but it was revealed that the defendant had long suffered from depression and mental disorders, taking powerful medication, which his lawyer used as a foundation for defense. Thanks to a well-constructed defense strategy, the accused could have been found insane and sent to a psychiatric clinic instead of prison, which neither the prosecution nor the victim's relatives found satisfactory. At the same time, the investigation into Quinn's case began, from which the criminal might also escape unpunished. In 2017, the defendant agreed to a plea deal admitting guilt in the murder of the Codds in exchange for a guaranteed removal of the death penalty from potential sentences for this case. He was found guilty of second-degree manslaughter, dismemberment, and incineration of bodies, burglary, and robbery. In total, he was sentenced to 59 years in prison. In 2022, Owens made another plea deal with the authorities, this time regarding Quinn's case. However, he only admitted to complicity in murder and assisting in hiding the evidence for this crime. He received an additional 12 years added to his already effectively life sentence. After the sentencing, the murderer addressed the court asking forgiveness from the relatives of the people he had killed. He again spoke of his innocence, attributing everything to an unfortunate accident and citing his mental disorder and the influence of strong medication which impaired his judgment. However, the relatives of Christy and Joseph Codd, as well as Quinn's family, did not believe him. They have never reconciled with the term unintentional murder and believe that in both cases, the man acted deliberately and for selfish motives. I want to share a sad story that happened in Indianapolis, a city known for blending modern life with old traditions. In this city of art museums and lively festivals, tragedy struck the Blackburn family. It was a normal day in November 2015 when Davy Blackburn returned home from his morning gym session. As he parked his car, a phone call delayed his exit. After finishing the call, he entered his house, only to be met with a horrifying sight. His wife lay motionless on the living room floor, surrounded by blood. Davy, overwhelmed with shock, hurried to his wife's side. He checked her pulse, which thankfully still beat faintly, and immediately dialed for emergency help. The scene in the living room was chaotic, with belongings scattered and a sense of fear hanging heavy in the air. Upstairs, their young child cried, unaware of the tragedy unfolding below. Emergency services arrived swiftly, but the damage was done. Amanda Blackburn, just 28 years old, was rushed to the hospital, fighting for her life. To truly understand the weight of this tragedy, we need to go back to the beginning. Amanda Grace Bowers was born on July 31, 1987, in Muskegon, Michigan. She spent her school years in Indianapolis, before her family relocated to Elkhart. There, Amanda graduated from Elkhart Christian Academy in 2006, before furthering her education at Pensacola Christian College in Florida, where she earned an associate's degree in 2008. Raised in a deeply religious household, Amanda's life revolved around her faith and family. Her father served as the lead pastor at First Baptist Church in Elkhart, instilling in her the values of Christianity and the importance of God's Word. Amanda's upbringing in the church deeply influenced her. While other kids were eager to experience grown-up life, attending parties and falling in love, Amanda cherished her faith and dreamed of serving Jesus. She had a special connection with God from a young age, her heart pure and her intentions sincere. Amanda's outward appearance matched her inner goodness. With her angelic blonde hair and warm smile, she radiated kindness. But it wasn't just her looks that were perfect. Her thoughts and heart were pure too. Every action she took was guided by love for others. As a teenager, Amanda made a vow to remain chaste until marriage, a promise she kept faithfully. However, her heart fluttered when she met Davy Blackburn, a fellow believer from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Davy, studying religion at Southern Wesleyan University, shared Amanda's deep faith. They met on a blind date at a Christian concert, arranged by Amanda's sister and Davy's best friend. Despite attending different colleges, Davy and Amanda's connection blossomed during their vacations together. Their love was innocent and pure, devoid of worldly desires. They enjoyed simple pleasures like walks and heartfelt conversations, finding joy in each other's company. Their relationship was built on a foundation of mutual respect, trust, and genuine affection. Before returning to school, Davy and Amanda shared a playful moment, having a mock milkshake drinking contest. Amanda lost, earning herself the nickname Milk Girl from Davy. In that moment, Davy realized he had found the woman he wanted to spend his life with. Despite being apart due to their studies, Davy and Amanda maintained a strong bond through constant messaging, calls, and long conversations. Every time they were together, they nurtured their relationship with care and respect. They even sought guidance from a psychologist to ensure they communicated effectively. On August 1, 2008, Amanda and Davy tied the knot, marking the beginning of their journey together. Davy felt a divine connection from their first kiss, believing it was part of God's plan for them. For the first 4 years of their marriage, they lived in South Carolina, where Davy served as an associate pastor at New Spring Church. However, Davy desired to start something new, and in 2012, they moved to Indianapolis to establish a church for youth. Their church quickly gained popularity, especially among young people, thanks to their weekly videos discussing relationship advice and biblical teachings. In 2014, they welcomed their first child, Weston, and life seemed perfect. But tragedy struck on November 10, 2015, when Amanda was brutally attacked in their home. Despite efforts to save her and her unborn child, she passed away the next day. The news of her death sparked an outpouring of sympathy and prayers on social media. In the midst of his grief, Davy released a statement honoring Amanda's life and faith. He pledged to continue their mission and believed that God would turn their tragedy into triumph. Despite the pain, he held on to hope, knowing that the best was yet to come. Davy Blackburn described the devastating loss of his wife, Amanda, as not only a tragedy for their family, but also a shock to the entire community. In his first interview with investigators, Davy recounted finding Amanda unconscious and badly injured in their living room. She was partially undressed, lying in a pool of blood. According to Davy, he had left the house around 6 a.m. to go to the gym, leaving the door unlocked, as was their usual practice. However, upon his return at around 8:10 a.m., he discovered Amanda in distress. Despite his attempts to revive her, she remained unresponsive, prompting him to call emergency services at 8:22 a.m. Paramedics arrived shortly after Davy's call and found him outside the house, visibly distraught with blood on his hands. Davy appeared calm but confused, unable to comprehend the severity of Amanda's condition. He believed she might have fallen ill or fainted due to pregnancy complications. Emergency room doctors later confirmed that Amanda had sustained 3 gunshot wounds, including one to the head, indicating a violent struggle. Despite Davy's efforts to save her, Amanda tragically passed away the following day, along with their unborn child. During the investigation, Davy's alibi was corroborated by surveillance footage from the gym, and he was quickly ruled out as a suspect. However, authorities continued to search for leads, examining CCTV footage from nearby streets, and interviewing neighbors and acquaintances in hopes of finding Amanda's assailant. Following Amanda's tragic death, neighbors reported unusual incidents in the area that morning. One neighbor heard gunshots about 35 minutes after Davy left the house, while another neighbor, Reginald Townsell, expressed that around 5:20 a.m., one woman reported a burglary at her apartment, where her belongings and car were taken. Shortly after, another home on Sunnyfield Court was burglarized, with valuables and personal items missing. Davy Blackburn himself made an emergency call after discovering Amanda's condition. Lieutenant Richard R.E.R. of the Indianapolis Police Department stated that they were exploring connections between these burglaries and Amanda's murder. Police released images of possible suspects from one of the burglarized homes, seeking public assistance in identifying them. Davy expressed confidence in the police investigation, believing that they were diligently working to apprehend Amanda's killer. Investigators were optimistic about promising leads, including clues such as a stolen pink sweater, cell phone records, and an ATM receipt found in a stolen vehicle used during the robberies. Despite challenges, they remained committed to bringing those responsible to justice. Authorities made significant progress in the investigation following the recovery of the stolen vehicle near the Blackburns' home on November 11. The ATM receipt found inside matched Amanda Blackburn's stolen debit card, leading investigators to obtain a warrant to examine the ATM surveillance footage. Video from the ATM revealed the driver wearing a stolen pink sweater, concealing his face. Using DNA testing, surveillance footage, and witness statements, authorities identified Jyan Watson as one of the suspects. Watson's DNA was found on the sweater, marking a crucial breakthrough in the case. Cell phone records further implicated Watson and Diana Gordon, showing their presence in the area at the time of the crime. The records also indicated their proximity to the Chase Bank where Amanda's debit card was used on the day of her murder. Larry Taylor emerged as the final piece of the puzzle. Surveillance footage and phone records led police to identify Taylor's involvement. Additionally, reports surfaced of a gun found near the Blackburn home, which was turned in to the Broad Ripple Fire Department. After thorough analysis by crime lab technicians, 18-year-old Larry Taylor and 21-year-old Jyan Watson were charged with the murder of Amanda Blackburn. The combined efforts of DNA analysis, surveillance footage examination, and witness cooperation culminated in the identification and arrest of the suspects, bringing some closure to the tragic case. Following the crime lab's confirmation that a gun found near the Blackburns' home was indeed the murder weapon, all three suspects were apprehended. During questioning, Larry Taylor admitted to shooting Amanda Blackburn twice, claiming it was in self-defense. According to Taylor's account, he and his accomplices, Jyan Watson and Diana Gordon, had intended to rob the Blackburn house for money. Finding the front door unlocked, they entered and encountered Amanda. Taylor struck her with a gun to incapacitate her, while Watson and Gordon, feeling uneasy, left to find an ATM to use the stolen bank cards they already had. At the ATM, they were caught on CCTV, which ultimately led to their identification. Upon returning to the Blackburn house, they found Taylor engaged in a struggle with Amanda, who had regained consciousness and fought back. In the chaos, Taylor fatally shot Amanda before fleeing the scene with the stolen cards. Although Gordon was arrested for a parole violation, he was not charged with a felony, as he did not enter the Blackburn home. Taylor's confession provided crucial evidence in the case, shedding light on the tragic events that unfolded that fateful morning. Court documents revealed that the Blackburn home was the third target in the first break-in. They stole valuables while the residents slept, discovering they were being recorded by a video camera but proceeding nonetheless. They then targeted another home, taking electronics, jewelry, and a distinctive pink sweater, which ultimately helped identify them. Police collected crucial evidence against the suspects, including Watson's DNA found on the pink sweater he used to cover his face during an ATM withdrawal using Amanda Blackburn's bank card. Watson and Gordon cooperated with the investigation in exchange for reduced sentences, while Taylor admitted to being near the scene but claimed confusion and memory loss. Formal charges were filed by the county prosecutor, with Larry Taylor facing 13 charges, including felony murder for Amanda Blackburn's death. Jyan Watson also faces felony charges, along with multiple counts of burglary, robbery, and theft. Diana Gordon, although not directly involved in the murder, faces burglary charges due to her association with the other suspects. Additionally, a fourth person, aware of the crimes but not directly involved, was identified. The prosecution pursued justice for Amanda's murder while holding all involved parties accountable for their actions. Larry Taylor was taken into custody after intense cooperation between the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department's Violent Crimes Unit, the Gang Unit, and federal marshals. Police Chief Rick Hite commended the tireless efforts of detectives who worked day and night to solve the case, with assistance from Assistant U.S. Attorney Josh Minkler and Prosecutor Terry Curry. Due to the victim's pregnancy, prosecutors considered additional charges related to the fetus, although there was insufficient evidence to support rape charges. Larry Taylor's first trial in December 2021 ended abruptly when it was discovered that a juror had shared case information with others, leading to a mistrial. The final trial took place in October 2022, with rigorous jury selection involving over 100 potential jurors filling out detailed questionnaires. Larry Joe Taylor was ultimately sentenced to 86 years in the Indiana State Correctional Institution for Amanda Blackburn's murder and related burglary charges. Diana Gordon and Jyan Watson agreed to plea agreements and testified against Taylor at trial, receiving sentences ranging from 20 to 35 years in prison. Currently, both Watson and Taylor are incarcerated in the Marion County Jail. In Indiana, a murder conviction can result in a prison sentence of 45 to 60 years, with some cases punishable by life imprisonment or the death penalty. Justice was served for Amanda Blackburn, though her tragic death remains a sobering reminder of the consequences of violent crime. The prosecutors sought to increase Larry Taylor's sentence by 20 years due to Amanda Blackburn's pregnancy at the time of her murder. Davy Blackburn, the church's pastor, expressed relief that his wife's killers had been apprehended, bringing a sense of closure and preventing further harm to others. Amanda's death deeply impacted thousands, including the state's chief executive, with over 2,000 people attending her funeral, including Governor Mike Pence. The church set up a donation page to help cover funeral and medical expenses, reflecting the community's support for the Blackburn family. Despite his grief, Davy chose to forgive Amanda's killers, emphasizing grace and hope amidst tragedy. His journey from grief-stricken husband to popular blogger and speaker garnered national and international attention, with coverage in various media outlets. Davy's newfound prominence, coupled with an insurance payout after Amanda's death, raised questions about his financial motives and whether he intentionally left the door unlocked on the day of the murder. In March 2016, Davy purchased a new home, signaling a fresh start. By July 2016, he appeared content in his new marriage, sharing photos of his home and expressing happiness in his blog posts. Davy's story is a testament to finding solace in faith and moving forward despite profound loss. His message of turning to Jesus for strength resonated with many, offering a beacon of hope in the face of tragedy. Story 3. Tried to get in from the door and there was a child dead. And yeah, we tried to do what we could to help. And unfortunately, we were too late, Hannah Clark. She had this strong desire to become a loving mother since she was young. This started with how she cared for her younger siblings. As she grew up, all she wanted was to be a great mom. She had so much energy and always had a big smile. Hannah was also quite competitive. She worked really hard to be successful in CrossFit competitions. She even won first place in Australia and fourth place in an international competition. But here's the interesting part. Alongside her competitive side, she was also really kind and nurturing. She brought this into her marriage and being a mom to her 3 kids. Balia, her 6-year-old daughter, was full of brightness and strength, just like Hannah. Then there was Liana, only 4 years old, who was all about fashion. And Trey, the 3-year-old, seemed to be a football prodigy. Hannah believed he was even better than kids twice his age. Her kids meant the world to her, and she wanted them to have the best life. The family lived in Brisbane, a big city in Australia known for its culture, art galleries, museums, and botanical gardens. It was a great place for a family like Hannah's. Hannah got married to a man named Rowan Baxter in 2009 when she was 21 and he was 32. Rowan was into fitness just like Hannah. He used to play rugby professionally and was really dedicated to his personal training work. Hannah and Rowan bonded over their love for exercise. They started off well, but their marriage went downhill over time. Hannah's mom noticed Rowan becoming more controlling, and his extreme training style caused concerns among friends. This harsh approach spilled into their relationship. Hannah's life had taken a difficult turn. She had to change how she dressed for the gym and avoid wearing her favorite pink clothes because her husband, Rowan, thought those colors weren't right for her. Rowan had a strong need to control things, including their marriage. He believed that wives should only be homemakers and provide physical intimacy. As time went on, Hannah's situation got worse, even though she denied being mistreated. Rowan's behavior towards Hannah was hurtful. He didn't show any care for her feelings or pain, simply telling her to be tougher. He criticized her appearance, even calling her names. Rowan was envious of Hannah's success as an athlete and trainer, feeling inferior that she excelled in areas where he struggled. Their marriage continued for a decade, but it wasn't a happy one. Rowan's infidelity became known to people, including his own family. Despite this, he projected a fake image of being a good person to the public, making others sympathize with him. Hannah's family saw through this facade, but Rowan isolated her from them, trying to keep his control intact. Rowan's grip on Hannah tightened over time, causing concern among those who cared about her. One of her friends, who worked in helping people facing abuse, tried to talk to her about Rowan's actions. Even though Hannah denied the abuse and threats, she did admit that Rowan had a history of threatening a previous partner. It's important to remember that no one should go through such a situation, and support is crucial for those facing abuse. Hannah, compelled by a growing urge to break free from her tumultuous relationship, confides in her friend, Menya. During their conversation, Hannah sheds light on the suffocating grip Rowan had over her life and their children. His overbearing control extended to demanding intimate moments from her daily. Refusal on her part would lead to him wielding emotional weapons, preventing her from enjoying activities she loved, be it going to the gym or spending quality time with her kids. What's astonishing is how Rowan used her passions against her, manipulating her vulnerabilities. He'd incessantly pry into her social media messages, baselessly accusing her of infidelity with any male name he stumbled upon. He didn't spare even those he personally knew from the gym. Rowan's manipulation didn't stop at accusations. He'd seize Hannah's money and blame her for his own actions, branding her as an irresponsible spender. In the midst of Hannah's distressing revelations, her friend Menya stepped in as a guiding light. With unwavering support, Menya meticulously laid out the stark reality of Hannah's situation. She painted a vivid picture of the emotional, intimate, and financial abuse Hannah was enduring. It wasn't love, nor was it healthy. It was domestic abuse. Armed with her friends' and family's backing, Hannah summoned her courage on December 5, 2018, and chose to escape Rowan's clutches after enduring 11 grueling years together. Hannah's departure was discreetly executed while Rowan was away from home, ensuring he couldn't wield his usual intimidation tactics. This shift in power dynamics transformed Rowan from a controlling figure into a menacing force, his loss of control sparking a fire that consumed him. Despite Hannah's noble attempts to keep things amicable for the sake of their children, Rowan's visits took a tense and aggressive turn. A chilling turn of events unfolded during one visit, where Rowan's aggression escalated to the point of him kidnapping one of their kids, leading to a 4-day ordeal. This pivotal moment marked a shocking shift in their narrative, as Hannah's bravery and determination clashed head-on with Rowan's unraveling behavior. So now he's trying to contact me over the phone. I understand, it's really frustrating. There's no issue with him spending time with the kids, that's not the problem. What's his name, this pattern, it's like he's fine for a moment and then suddenly he's not. Is this frustration coming from something specific? Or is it just because we're apart now? Well, there's been a lot of problems in our relationship, not physical fights, but emotional stuff, controlling behaviors and such. I just can't take it anymore. I've been talking to the police about maybe getting a restraining order, but I didn't because I was scared it might make things worse. I thought if I kept the kids with me, it might prevent situations like these. So, you drop off or pick up the kids from Hannah, and she finds some pictures of her in your car. Then, you grab her arm, and that's the basic information we know about this incident. Hannah was getting the kids ready after their visit, and you wanted them to stay overnight. But when she said no, you took our daughter from her and ran down the street, put her in the car, and drove away. Hannah had to involve the police to get our child back. Our child had to go through that because of you. Because of this, Hannah went to court and got a domestic violence order against you. She told you to be nice to her or you could be arrested. But that didn't stop you. You attacked Hannah in front of your friend's house, almost breaking her wrist. So now you're not allowed to come near Hannah for 20 meters, but you didn't care about that. You kept following her, sending her mean emails through your friends, calling her a bad wife and mom. Somehow, you knew where she was going, and you sent her strange messages and pictures of where she was. You even put a device in her home to listen to her. Then, one of Hannah's friends went to the police. She was scared for Hannah's life. You had been saying that you were going to hurt her. Everyone who cared about Hannah was worried, even your own family. But the police said they couldn't do anything unless you actually hurt her. This choice by the police would lead to something really, really bad happening. Hannah was feeling crushed. She even mentioned casually that Rowan was attempting to end her life. She couldn't find a way to stop his strong grudge against her. Throughout this time, Rowan kept up a fake appearance on social media. He shared loving pictures of his kids and pretended to be a perfect man. He even acted like he couldn't live without his wife. His social media posts led people to send mean messages to Hannah, blaming her for leaving such a good and honest man. The mental pain Hannah went through after leaving Roan might have been worse than when they were together. But Hannah didn't give up. She was a tough woman and a devoted mom. She leaned on her family and friends, and their support meant a lot during those months. By the end of 2019, Hannah was feeling positive about the upcoming year. She told her sister-in-law that 2020 would be a great year. She was moving forward to a fresh life with her kids, a new life just for herself. On February 19, 2020, Hannah's hope was shattered again. She was putting her 3 kids in the car to take them to school. Suddenly, Roan appeared out of nowhere and got into the front seat. Hannah immediately told him to leave the car because he was breaking the court rules she had against him. It was then that she saw Roan was holding a knife and a container of gasoline. Worried about her children's safety, Hannah followed Roan's instructions to drive. While she drove, he poured the gasoline all over the inside of the car. The situation was getting out of control very fast. A mix of panic and intense feelings. It was hard to even imagine. Before Hannah could drive far, she spotted a man washing his car. She screamed for help and tried to get out of the car. But before the man could reach her, Roan got out of the car too. He lit a lighter and threw it into the car where Hannah and the kids were. The situation was terrifying. Hannah emerged from the car, her body engulfed in flames, her desperate cries begging for someone to rescue her children. Amid this horrific scene, an off-duty paramedic passing by noticed the chaos and quickly pulled over to help. Another person, who happened to be nearby, grabbed a hose usually used for washing cars and tried to douse the flames that had taken hold of Hannah. All the while, she never stopped shouting about her children who were still trapped inside the vehicle. In her agony, she wondered why she hadn't stayed with them, pleading for someone to save her babies. By the time the police arrived, Hannah had summoned all her strength to provide them with a detailed account of the events, even mentioning the domestic abuse order against someone named Roan. Tragically, Hannah's children had already lost their lives by the time the police got there. The car was completely consumed by fire, and it wasn't until later that anyone realized the children had been inside, secured in their seats. Hannah was on the ground screaming for help, and I rushed over to assist her. Amidst her distress, she managed to tell me about the kids in the car. The news hit me hard, and I moved to approach the car, but a sudden explosion forced me back. My younger brother intervened, preventing me from getting closer. As the car erupted into a second explosion, I looked around and realized it was around the time when kids were heading to school. The gravity of the situation sank in. There were children in that car. Suddenly, it came to a halt. I tried to open the door and saw a child inside who was no longer alive. We did everything we could to help, but tragically, it was too late. What's even more shocking is that on the other side of the road, the car's driver, who turned out to be the ex-husband of someone named Hannah, had taken his own life. He jumped out of the car to escape the flames that had engulfed it, and evidence of this was visible through an object protruding from his chest. The police were able to piece together exactly what happened. It seems that Hannah's ex-husband had meticulously planned this horrific event, leaving behind a letter outlining his intentions to end her life. This letter, which he started writing months prior, revealed a disturbed mind and a determination to control his family at any cost. Tragically, despite Hannah's fight for survival, she passed away a few days later. Her family held a public event to honor her memory and denounce the actions of her attacker. It's important for us to reflect on cases like this and consider how we can prevent such tragedies in the future. Let's have a discussion in the comments about your thoughts on this case and any ideas you have for avoiding similar situations. Stay safe out there, and I'll catch you in the next one. Our story kicks off with Katerina Bulgova, born on May 13, 1989, in Leningrad, which was later renamed St. Petersburg, one of Russia's largest cities. The sequence of events leading to something horrifying all started back in 2009 during Katerina's family vacation to Turkey. It was there that she crossed paths with Walter Baumann, a German citizen 13 years her senior. Now Walter, despite being fluent in Russian, had a less than ideal personal life. He lived with his parents, didn't pay much attention to his appearance, and didn't come across as particularly appealing. However, he frequently connected with Russian women online. One of these online connections led him to plan a visit to Russia to meet someone in person. Unfortunately, that meeting didn't go well and they parted ways. Fast forward to Turkey, and Katerina, young and beautiful, entered Walter's life like a breath of fresh air. Love blossomed during their holiday romance. The story felt like something out of a fairy tale, with two lonely hearts finding each other. After Katerina returned to Russia and Walter to Germany, they kept their connection alive through social media and long phone conversations. Walter couldn't stop talking about how wonderful Katerina was, how they'd spend hours on the phone and even exchanged poetry. He frequently traveled to see her in St. Petersburg, spending a considerable amount of money on these visits. Around this time, Katerina was in her second year of university in St. Petersburg, studying business administration. Walter was deeply committed to their relationship and assisted her in transferring to Hamburg University in Germany. Katerina made the move in 2010, settling in the port city of Bremerhaven on the North Sea. People described her as intelligent, attractive, and cheerful. Even after moving, she stayed closely connected with her family in Russia. In Germany, she continued her studies in business administration, which she'd started back in Russia. She had a passion for running and yoga, and often sought out serene spots. Months passed, and their love grew stronger. Walter and Katerina tied the knot in a lavish ceremony. According to Walter's friend Alexander, who attended the wedding, it was a grand affair. Alexander, who used to work as a wedding photographer, mentioned that he had seen many weddings, but Katerina was the most beautiful and happiest bride he'd ever witnessed. The celebration was undoubtedly extravagant, featuring a unique twist. The couple had their registration at a lighthouse, and then rode off in a grand white horse-drawn carriage, a spectacle unlike anything seen before in Germany. In the beginning, there weren't many guests at their wedding, which was a bit unusual. The wedding ended early, and Don noticed this. Their wedding photo captured a lovely moment. Walter looked like a supportive husband, and Katerina, his young wife, hugged him gently with a blissful smile. They seemed like a perfect match, like a fairy tale come true. However, instead of moving into a fancy castle, they moved into Walter's parents' home. This was when Katerina faced her first challenge in Germany. Living with Walter's parents wasn't easy. Walter's mother, Ludmilla Baumann, played a significant role in how their story unfolded. Ludmilla had spent the first 38 years of her life in Kazakhstan. She excelled in her studies and worked as a chemist, then an engineer, and later as a teacher. She got married young and had a son, Walter, who was her only child. When the Baumann family with German roots immigrated to Germany, Ludmilla continued her career at a marine institute, studying global warming and going on many expeditions, even to the Arctic. Her migration story was celebrated and displayed at the immigration center in Bremerhaven, but Ludmilla struggled to accept that her son Walter was no longer a child but a grown man in his 30s. When he was away, she constantly called him, wanting to know where he was, when he'd be back, and who he was with. As her only child, Walter was her world. Katerina also faced prejudice from Ludmilla but tried her best to please her husband's mother. Ludmilla frequently interfered in her son's marriage, criticizing Katerina for not being a good homemaker. Katerina tried to stand up to this attitude, but it was challenging. When she went out, she dressed conservatively to avoid criticism from her mother-in-law. Walter worked at the port, earning around €4,000 a month. He often worked weekends and holidays for extra pay. He wasn't a workaholic but was rather frugal, saving most of his earnings. In 2017, when Katerina became pregnant, Walter decided to use some of his savings to buy a house and move away from his parents. Finding the right house took a while because Walter wanted to spend as little money as possible. Katerina hoped the move would improve their relationship, but Ludmilla continued to be a frequent guest in their home, meddling in all aspects of her son's life. Around the same time, Katerina gave birth to their daughter, which put more strain on their relationship. Walter became stricter with her, not allowing her to learn to drive or to speak German to their daughter, insisting she only spoke Russian. Katerina couldn't understand why her husband's behavior was changing so drastically. He became more jealous and controlling, making it hard to predict his moods, even over small things. In the beginning, the relationship between the couple got really strained. Walter, who was physically stronger, started to harm his wife. This happened at the end of 2019 when the authorities first learned about the Bauman family because of domestic violence reports. However, the case was closed when the couple told the social worker that they had patched things up. But Katerina and her husband continued to argue, often in front of their child. Walter began secretly recording their arguments on his phone. He even asked someone he knew to hack Katerina's phone, but they refused. They both accused each other of various things. Katerina said Walter was a bad father who worked too much and was always tired. She couldn't live like this anymore, so she sought help from a support center for victims of domestic violence in the fall of 2020. After Katerina and their daughter left, Walter did everything to get them back. He promised to change, admitted his mistakes, and said he couldn't live without them. Katerina forgave him, and they returned home. But the fighting didn't stop. When Walter realized he was wrong, he would give gifts or plan family trips. He also changed the way he treated their daughter. He became overly controlling, always wanting her close, even though she was 3 years old. He reduced his work hours to spend more time with her, took her to kindergarten, and cooked for her. She even slept in their room. People who knew Walter described him as a schemer who liked to manipulate others. Money was really important to him, and he often seemed nervous. As a mother, Katerina visited her family in Russia a few times, and Walter always went with her because he was afraid she might not come back with their daughter. Eventually, Katerina thought about divorce. As Walter's behavior became even more abusive, she also realized that her important documents had disappeared. Later, she found out that Walter had taken them to his mother's house. One day, after a heated argument, Katerina was kicked out of the house when Walter's mother was visiting. She went to the police and the situation was resolved. Another time, they had a big fight right before dropping their child off at kindergarten, and child support services got involved. They received support for 6 weeks, and a family crisis counselor watched over them. The counselor decided it wasn't safe for the child to stay with them. The only reason Katerina stayed with her husband was because of their daughter. She couldn't go back to Russia with her unless Walter agreed, and he didn't want their child to leave the country. In August 2021, a woman named Katerina faced a difficult situation. She had taken her daughter away from her home for the second time and sought help at a women's crisis center. She told them that her husband possessed a threat to her life. Social services wanted to place her 5-year-old daughter in an orphanage because the situation was considered very serious by the Department of Youth Affairs psychologist. Katerina initially agreed to let the Youth Affairs Service take care of her daughter temporarily. However, her husband Walter and his mother opposed this decision. As a result, both parents had to take care of the child for a few days. The little girl alternated between living with her father and staying in a women's shelter with her mother. There was a condition that their daughter should attend kindergarten to learn German during this time. After a few weeks, the family reunited. Some sources suggest that Katerina had trouble with her roommates at the women's shelter, and the kindergarten her daughter was supposed to attend was too far away. Consequently, she returned home. However, the couple had started the process of getting a divorce and they lived in separate rooms. Katerina's desire to return to Russia grew, and Walter didn't oppose it, but he insisted that their daughter stay with him in Germany. So, Katerina traveled to St. Petersburg in early 2022 alone. While in Russia, she went on a date with a man she had met online. He was from Omsk, a city in Siberia, and worked as a pilot. Katerina returned to Germany in mid-January 2022 and continued to communicate with the Russian pilot daily. They exchanged many loving messages. However, a few weeks after her return to Germany on February 4, 2022, the 32-year-old woman abruptly stopped contacting her family and her new lover. When she disappeared, she took only an empty suitcase and 13,000 euros from her husband's savings. She left behind her phone, keys, clothes, and most importantly, her 5-year-old daughter. Walter reported this version of events to the police on February 6, 2022. when Katerina's parents were unable to reach her for 2 days. They contacted the German police to request a welfare check. We found out about her disappearance in a strange way. I couldn't reach her by phone for a few days. Walter picked her up and said he hadn't seen her since February 5th. He also mentioned that she couldn't respond because she didn't have money in her account, explained Svetlana, Katerina's mother. The entire city mobilized to search for Katerina. People searched every inch, put up flyers, and considered every possible scenario. Surprisingly, Walter, Katerina's husband, seemed unconcerned about her disappearance. While concerned citizens plastered the city with flyers, he was busy renovating his house. The disappearance of Katerina and the actions of her husband immediately drew the attention of the police. They searched the Baumann families only 4 days after Katerina supposedly ran away. At that time, Walter had completed his renovations, including painting the guest room's floors and replacing a couch. He was also observed buying a significant quantity of cleaning supplies from a local store. The police had a real puzzle on their hands. The security cameras in the house where the incident occurred mysteriously lost their recordings. For 3 long hours, officers combed through the house, hoping to might shed light on what had happened. They even brought in a trained dog to help, but it didn't provide any useful signals. Initial tests by forensic experts turned up nothing in the house or the garage, except for a surprising discovery in a cluttered car, a knife, and an electric device that could potentially be significant evidence. Oddly, Walter, the person at the center of this case, didn't seem particularly concerned about his missing wife. Instead, he seemed more interested in the custody of their 5-year-old daughter, if his wife didn't return. The search for Katerina continued day after day, but there was no sign of her. It was as if she had simply vanished into thin air. This raised suspicions, as it's highly unusual for a young mother to disappear, leaving behind her important documents and phone, especially in a foreign country. Walter's behavior also raised eyebrows, particularly his claim that Katerina had with an empty suitcase. This story deeply worried people not only in the city but far beyond. Even individuals who had never met Katerina organized a search effort, determined to find answers. "We'll keep looking until we uncover the truth," declared one of the organizers. About 2 weeks after Katerina's disappearance, around 400 volunteers from all over North Germany came together to search for her in Bremerhaven, assisted by search dogs. The incident also gained significant attention on social media, and Katerina's family reached out to Russian media outlets for help. Her mother revealed a troubling history of domestic abuse in Katerina's marriage, saying, "My daughter was with this man for 12 years, but their marriage had been nothing but arguments and violence for the past 1.5 years. He isolated her, took away her identification and bank cards, and prevented her from seeing anyone." Then, on March 1st, 2022, a shocking discovery shook the community. A passerby stumbled upon a strange suitcase that had washed ashore while walking along the local river Weser. When he opened it, he made a horrifying find fragments of a woman's body wrapped in garbage bags. Notably, not all of the body parts were inside the suitcase, some were missing. Tragically, the victim was identified as 32-year-old Katerina Baumann. What made this discovery even more eerie was the location. It was found near the lighthouse where she had gotten married. The fact that the suitcase had washed ashore was in some ways fortunate for the investigation. Experts believed it could have drifted into the North Sea, leaving Katerina's fate forever unknown. With this gruesome discovery, any hope of a happy resolution to Katerina's mysterious disappearance was shattered. Now her loved ones could only say their final goodbyes. The local residents came together to create a small, heartfelt memorial. People who cared about what had happened left flowers, lit candles, and even wrote heartfelt letters. In the midst of this unfolding tragedy, Walter Baumann was arrested as the primary and sole suspect in this perplexing case. Upon discovering the body, the family home underwent a second search, this time with experts spending several days investigating. The police stumbled upon a bottle containing a potent sedative that was also found in Katerina's bloodstream. They also uncovered single-use gloves, foil, adhesive tapes, a substantial amount of garbage bags, and various cleaning agents. Additionally, they came across canisters filled with acetic acid, solvents, bleach, keys to a suitcase, and the pink scarf that Katerina had in her last selfie, which was wrapped around her neck. Investigators noticed the conspicuous absence of Katerina's personal belongings. Most of her clothing had been discarded, and her wedding photo, a cherished memory, was hidden behind a piano. Furthermore, the police located the white jacket Katerina wore in her final selfie in a trash container at Ludmila Bauman-Walter's workplace, the mother of the man taken into custody. While in custody, this individual frequently penned letters to his mother, expressing his love for her and referring to her as "my son." These letters contained urgent pleas such as, "Help us all, mother. Save us, you can do it, you are my only hope for the future. Please save me." The true meaning of these appeals only became clear 8 months later. On Friday, February 4, 2022, Katerina's life came to a tragic end. At 4:30 p.m. she went for a brief 10-minute stroll wearing a light-colored jacket and a yellow skirt, which was captured by neighborhood surveillance cameras. That evening, the family shared a meal consisting of tuna, halibut, mashed potatoes, olives, and a bottle of wine. According to Walter, Katerina only had a single glass of wine, and he consumed the rest. Consequently, he retired to bed at 8 in the evening. Court records reveal that Katerina's phone was last connected to the network at 7:41 p.m. At 8:25 p.m. she made a video call to her new partner from her computer, expressing her cheerful disposition and indicating she would call again after tucking her child in for the night. However, she failed to make that subsequent call and didn't contact anyone else that evening. 2 hours later, the Russian pilot sent her a goodnight message, which went unanswered. A forensic examination determined that Katerina passed away 2 hours after dinner, with traces of powerful sedatives and alcohol found in her blood. Her hyoid bone was fractured, leading to the conclusion that she was strangled. Other actions performed on the body, according to experts, involved the use of extremely sharp tools. The following morning, Walter briefly accessed his car at 7:22 a.m., and at 10:20 a.m., the car left only to return at 4:49 p.m. 3 days later, Walter phoned his wife's cell, seemingly trying to confirm his fabricated story that she had run away. He also sent her several messages asking the obvious question, "Where are you?" Before Katerina's disappearance, Walter and his mother engaged in frequent and intense WhatsApp conversations. However, after February 4th, an unusual silence fell between them. In February, Walter drove his car to an auto service shop. He asked an employee to thoroughly clean the car's interior from top to bottom. Then, in August 2022, a trial began. The prosecutor claimed that Walter put sedative drugs into his wife's drink. When she fell asleep, he strangled her. Walter had a plan for what to do with her body beforehand. The prosecutor's office mentioned that Walter had fears about losing custody of his daughter if he divorced his wife, along with financial troubles as possible motives. They also revealed that they found traces of blood in the garage. These traces were under a shelf, on the floor, on the stairs, and in the seams. There was even blood on the carpet in the trunk of Walter's car. Despite thorough cleaning, experts from the Institute of Forensic Medicine confirmed that it was his wife's blood in all these places. The police seized Walter's phone and computer. These devices provided answers to many questions. Shortly before the tragedy, he searched for topics like avoiding punishment for taking a life, dissolving meat with acid, the amount of acid needed to fill a bathtub, and reading other people's WhatsApp chats. He also looked up how long it takes for sedatives to cause death, and whether someone could be convicted without evidence in Germany. Between December 2021 and February 2022, Walter made around 500 search queries. All of these pointed to the fact that he had planned this crime. On the day his wife disappeared, he searched for electric shocker twice. Forensic experts found signs of electrocution on his wife's body. Investigators suspect that Walter used a shocker to check if she was still alive. During the trial, Walter wore his wedding ring and claimed to be a widower. For 2 months, he remained silent and didn't comment on the charges against him. Sometimes when witnesses testified, he plugged his ears as if the proceedings had nothing to do with him. The most emotion he displayed was when he saw his mother in the courtroom. He cried when she was questioned as a witness. He stared at her with his hands folded, almost as if he was praying for her to help him get out of this situation. In a letter, Walter begged his mother to assist him, and it seems she agreed. During her testimony, Ludmila Bauman, Walter's mother, shocked the court by admitting that she had taken her daughter-in-law's life. She explained that she came to their house in the middle of the night because her son called and asked her to care for their granddaughter. When she arrived, she found her daughter-in-law asleep on the couch. According to Ludmila, when she tried to wake her up, a fight ensued, and in the course of it, she accidentally choked her son's wife. Ludmila also claimed responsibility for the actions performed on the body. She said, "I loved her like a daughter, I didn't want this." But it's possible that Ludmila decided to take the blame for her son due to her immense love for him. As mentioned earlier, they had a very close relationship and spoke on the phone frequently. The WhatsApp chat between them filled a whopping 1699 pages in the investigation files. Despite Ludmila's self-incrimination, she left the courtroom as a free citizen. The jury in the prosecutor's office didn't believe her statement, assuming that she only wanted to protect her son. Even experienced lawyers were stunned by her confession. The attorney for the 66-year-old woman demanded her arrest, while Walter's defenders requested his release. However, in the end, Ludmila was set free, and her son remained in jail. She wasn't ready to give up and wrote a letter to the court detailing what she did with the body. Once more she stated, "My son did not do this." She really wanted the court to ask her questions again, and even charge her, but the court didn't agree with her request. They didn't believe her once more. Ludmila had managed to prove that she was involved in the situation. Remember, not all the pieces of evidence were found in the suitcase. Ludmila Bauman showed the investigators where to find the missing evidence that didn't fit in the suitcase. The information she provided turned out to be true. The police found another bag, and it was heavy so that it wouldn't float. This bag was found exactly where Ludmila had pointed. Ludmila's phone had a pedometer, and it showed that around 0:40 a.m. on the night of the incident, she walked 220 yards. Cameras near Walter's and Katerina's house recorded someone passing by. Also, Walter's father's phone showed activity at that time. He had driven Ludmila to his son's house. He had originally told the investigators that he was asleep at that time, but experts proved that Katerina was already deceased by then. This means that the 66-year-old woman had provided false testimony. Now here's a strange detail. Ludmila Bauman came to her son's house when Katerina was already dead. She was present during the actions related to the body. Even if she didn't actively participate, she helped clean the house. In essence, she assisted her son in hiding evidence related to the situation, which makes her an accomplice. Surprisingly, Ludmila wasn't arrested or charged with anything, which seems unusual, right? As the verdict day approached, the mother became increasingly desperate in her attempts to save her son. She wrote another letter to the judge, where she once again claimed that she was the one who committed the actions, not Walter. In the letter she wrote, "I disliked Katerina, but I couldn't tell my son. He was fighting for his wife's love, and I was afraid she might want to harm him. That's why I decided to make it seem like Katerina poisoned herself due to her tragic love for a Russian pilot. I wrote a farewell letter in Katerina's name and planned to place it next to her. I added various drugs to her juice and gave it to my son without telling him what it was. I asked him to give it to his wife during dinner." Ludmila mentioned that she came to her son's house to leave the farewell note in Katerina's name. But Katerina woke up and Ludmila had to strangle her. However, the court didn't believe her confession because all the evidence pointed to her son. Walter remained silent throughout the entire process and didn't speak even during one of the final hearings. In his statement, he wrote about his life in Kazakhstan and his love. He mentioned that he always cared for Katerina, his wife, and their daughter. However, their relationship was strained due to Katerina's emotional and psychological issues. He briefly talked about a fateful night when his mother took Katerina's life and moved her to the garage. He blamed his mother for this terrible act, feeling betrayed and wrongly imprisoned. He also mentioned his concern for their daughter, who had lost her mother and should not lose her father as well. What's even more chilling is that their 5-year-old daughter witnessed this horrifying event. Currently, the Russian grandmother is not allowed to communicate with her granddaughter. who is believed to be with a German foster family. Walter and his daughter were at home when this tragic incident occurred, leaving a deep psychological impact on the little girl. She often talks about what she saw, causing her grandmother Svetlana to worry. The child is now in a facility for traumatized children, and her identity has been changed to shield her from her family's story. Svetlana is trying to gain custody of her granddaughter, but German authorities are not permitting even phone contact. On May 23, 2023, Walter Baumann was sentenced to life in prison. According to German law, he could be eligible for parole after 15 years. Katarina's ashes were laid to rest in her hometown of St. Petersburg. The case of Ludmila Baumann, Walter's mother, remains open, and there is a possibility that she may be charged as an accomplice, although this has not happened yet. If you made it this far, thank you for staying with me until the end. I hope the stories gave you something to think about, or dream about. Sleep well, stay safe, and don't forget to subscribe. Good night.